MisFortune cookies. When is an innocent fortune cookie not so innocent? After Jane's shady landlord damages her house, her life is turned upside down. A Chinese takeout fortune cookie paper says adventure awaits, and she decides it's time to step out of her colorless life, to pursue her bucket list binder, one little dream at a time. Along the way, more and more fortune cookies pop up, increasingly threatening, in random places. Fearing for her life, Jane flees to her old hometown. Can she fight back against the fortune cookies' threats in time? MisFortune cookies. Copyright 2023 Deb Graham. All right reserved by the author who, while a nice person, doesn't share well. Other fiction by Deb Graham. Full list at the end of this book. Who's after Josie Malone? I'd give anything to be in your shoes. Santa Clay. One daughter at a time. Times and Seasons. The Ghost in the Bakery. Martha's Cove. The Dim-Witted Hitman, a cruise crime. The Cookie Cutter Legacy. Murder on Deck, a cruise novel. Peril in Paradise, a cruise novel. Chapter 1. Jane punched her pillow and growled at the alarm clock beside the bed. She'd have to be up for work in a couple of hours, but sleep had eluded her again. She sighed and pulled the covers over her head to block the buzzing mosquitoes. They thought her arm was a picnic basket. If only her landlord would fix the window screens. And the shower and the 2 broken burners on the stove. I deserve better than this. It's the same old thing. I get up, go to work, come back to this dump. It's like a Groundhog Day. She rolled out of bed and padded to the kitchen to heat up leftover pizza in the microwave. I hated that movie. A while later, Jane hung her jacket on the corner hook of her cubicle, stuffed her tote bag into the bottom drawer, and settled in for a long morning. She resented the way her workday started, every day the same, assemble the things she needed before she could begin the first task. Other people left their pens and files and projects open on their desk, but Jane didn't dare. The cubicle was her own personal space, yet Mona saw nothing wrong with invading it every single day, usually arriving before Jane reached the office. Her other coworkers were fine. Abby Thomas was a good friend, but Mona made her nuts. How did Abby stand sharing an apartment with her? Abby was full of life and endlessly encouraging. Mona, by all accounts, was competing for the Grump of the Year award, if there was such a thing. While Jane and Abby were friends, often going out in the evenings, Mona kept to herself, muttering dire warnings about the state of the world in general and the bad things that could happen to young women in particular. Jane envied Abby's thick red hair and easy smile, but there wasn't much to envy about Mona. Stick-straight hair, forgettable personality, no sense of style at all, and controlling. Controlling? That was an understatement. Insisting everything be the way she wanted it, no exceptions, Mona wasn't easy to be around. Since she'd taken a personal interest in improving Jane, work had become nearly unbearable. I don't want to be improved. I want to be left alone so I can get my work done. Jane sighed and pulled her laptop from the top desk drawer. Granted, the desk looked good, totally cleared, but how was she to get anything accomplished without so much as a pen and pad at hand? As she arranged her folders and the framed picture of her dog, Jojo was gone a year now, but still loved, on the desktop, she fumed. How many times had she asked Mona to leave her things alone? Please stop arranging my folders by color. I want to have them organized by what needs doing first, not by color. I need to pick up where I left off yesterday. When things aren't where I left them, it slows me down and my work is less efficient. You want me to be able to get my work done, don't you? Be that as it may, the blue folders belong with the blue folders, not tucked in willy-nilly with the gray and yellow ones. A tidy desk is happy desk. The way I stack them at the end of the day is tidy. Besides wasting time, it makes me irritated first thing every morning, not at all happy. Please stop. Last week, Mona threw away the salted cashews Jane kept in a little jar on her desk for times when she couldn't get away for lunch soon enough, or a mid-morning snack. When Jane asked about them, Mona insisted, "You could choke on those. I saved your life. You'll thank me later." Just yesterday, Mona traded Jane's new pens for sharpened pencils, lined up in a row along the front of Jane's desk. Jane said, "Where are my new pens? I just bought them." I like the way they flow on paper. Mona shrugged. The janitor was walking by, so I gave them to him. I haven't reached for a yellow number 2 since 8th grade. Jane groused. Pencils are best. You'll thank me later. It was like talking to a brick wall, except brick walls never said, "It's for your own good." You'll thank me later. Jane pulled out the Pennington file and lowered her head over the papers. Earlier that morning, Mona had glared at Jane as she passed by her desk. "You're late," she hissed. Plain Jane, such a pain. What are you, a 3rd grader? You're a little old for name-calling, and I'm only 1 minute late. Jane set her binder in the bottom drawer of her desk. Her shoulders nodded at her old childhood nickname. Bad enough on the schoolyard, but in her mid-20s, forget it. Her phone pinged. She glanced at a text from Abby, a meme of 2 women in bikinis sunning themselves on a sandy beach. Dreamers make it happen. Abby's head popped up from her cubicle across the big room with a quick grin. Mona thumped the cubicle wall and stuck her tongue out at Jane when she peeked over to see what she wanted. Jane sniffed and pulled out her chair. Dreaming, she was good at. Her ever-growing binder proved that. Reality, that was the issue. Who am I kidding? I'm just a working girl and that's all I'll ever be. She tapped her computer keyboard to open the project, but her mind wasn't on her work. How can I be so stuck at my age? She was sick of her job, sick of living in her tiny rental house. Bland was the only ways to describe it, along with it overpriced and run down. One step above a slum, truth be told. Jane kept thinking she should move, but where would she go? It was within walking distance of work and the rent was manageable, so long as the landlord didn't follow through on his threat to raise the rent another couple hundred. Absently, she rubbed the bruise on her knuckles. Last night, she'd banged into the wall when the pliers she used to turn on the faucet slipped. Bad enough to have to skirt around the squishy part of the kitchen floor by the sink and suffer through warm summer nights, with the front windows painted shut, but the odor of natural gas this morning was the last straw, the very last one. She shook off the oily feeling from her conversation with her landlord again this morning. After yet another cold shower, Jane had called Jack and insisted he fix some things. I can't live like this. And now the water heater's on the fritz. I've told you a dozen times it only works when it wants to. Yeah, I'll get to it, don't you worry, little lady. No, I've heard that story before. The smell of natural gas is enough to gag a goat and it's dangerous. You need to get on it or I'll call the city council. All right, I'll be right over. I ain't got anything better to do. Jack showed up 10 minutes later, wearing a sagging tool belt, as if he knew how to fix anything. While she packed a sandwich for lunch, he wandered into the bathroom and tried the shower. A few minutes later, he poked his head into the kitchen. Cold water's good for you, that's what they say, a bracing way to start the day. He smirked. I never thought you'd be the kind for lacy underwears, but those hanging to dry on your shower rod got me wide awake, if you know what I mean. I bet they look even better on. You know, a figure like yours, you should show it off, not keep it under those business suits like an old granny. Anytime you want to model, I'm your man. You, seriously. Jane shot him a glare that would have melted a lesser man. I have to go to work, but you'd better get that gas fixed, and I mean today. Call me when you get it repaired. Lock the door when you go. And don't touch any of my things. She slung her ever-present tote over her shoulder, slamming the door on her way out. Men. Chapter 2. A half-hour lunch break didn't allow for much, but Jane could at least get some fresh air. And clear her mind. Having the big boss from Cincinnati wandering around the place like he knew what he was doing made her edgy. She'd watched him go into the break room. Jane slipped her binder into her tote bag and took a sandwich from her desk drawer, hoping Mona wasn't back from records yet. She wasn't up to another lecture on nutrition. Before she stood, she cringed. Paul's voice carried from Julie's office into the hallway. Jane didn't mean to eavesdrop, but that man had all the subtlety of a freight train and his voice rivaled a loudspeaker. She has zero people skills. I heard her tell somebody on the phone to call back when we're less busy. Heaven help her if that was a big client. You can't tell people we don't have time for them, that's why we're here, am I right? I went up to Mona today to talk to her about it, but she barely looked up from her computer screen. Like I was an annoyance instead of the one signing her paychecks. It's like talking to my coat, that's how much response I got. She can't even look you in the eye when she talks. Mona doesn't have a good face for clients, you know what I mean? I'm the boss around here and I want her gone, that's all I'm saying. Find somebody who's more on the ball. That gal's not the image we need, you hear me? Jane sank into her chair. Gone? What would Mona do without this job? It's all she had.
Yeah.
She was a pain in the neck, but a diligent worker, you had to give her that. She strained to hear Julie's response. Julie ran the department and had a good heart. Surely, she'd take Mona's side over the big boss. I know you're upset and I get it. I really do. I will talk to Mona myself, today. Julie's voice held that dealt with recalcitrant children tone she reserved for staff meetings when things turned heated. But, Paul, I need you to understand. We can't run the department without her. She's like the rudder on a ship, dependable, reliable, always there. I can depend on Mona. Well, rudders slow the boat when they drag through the mud, don't they? I want a brighter staff, people who can make us look good. Mona is colorless. Those outfits she wears look like my gray tant's closet threw up. Nobody else dresses in sacks. It's not fair to judge a person on their wardrobe, is it? Julie's tone sharpened. Look, she's been here since she finished college. Where would she go? And that's another thing. Her records show she hasn't upgraded her resume that I can see, no extra classes. She hasn't even bothered to take a course in Hamblin 445 code. What? Why would she need that? Mona's work isn't anything to do with Hamblin 445. She's in legal. I'm telling you, her attention to detail keeps the whole department on track. You can't fire her. If you let Mona go, you're going to regret it. You can't talk to me like that. That's almost a threat. I'm in charge of all 6 departments and don't you forget it. I say who goes and who stays. I'll be back next month and I expect to see real changes around here. Don't think I'm not watching you. You women think you're so smart. Paul barreled out of his corner office in a huff. A moment later, Julie passed Jane's desk on her way to her office, her head down. Jane waited a minute to be sure she wasn't coming back, then picked up her bag. Now's my chance. She glanced at Abby's desk, but she wasn't back from the file room yet. They spent more time tying up loose ends at the end of the quarter than doing any actual work, from her perspective. They'd catch up later. Abby could always be counted on to look at the bright side. Maybe she'd have some idea about Mona. Jane wouldn't miss her one bit if Paul got his way, but Abby was Mona's friend. Her only one, from what Jane could tell. Plus, with Abby's tender heart, this could be bad. Shakeups were never good and Mona didn't handle change well, even on a good day. Head down, Jane walked across the street and sat on a sunny bench. Usually, she looked forward to her break, a time to dream a little before reality reared its head all afternoon. Paul's anger had spoiled her mood, no two ways about it. She bit her ham on white listlessly. A minute later, Abby waved from across the street and hurried to join her. I just spent 2 hours decoding Gibson's estimate in the file room. I swear, that man should be a doctor, with handwriting that bad. Crazy busy this time of month. She stretched in the sunshine. I guess I'm like a cat, happy in the warmth of the sun. No time for food today. This soda will have to do. Don't let Mona catch you. Jane half smiled. You know how crazy she is about nutrition. Abby sobered. It's a good thing she had to run down to records. I was clear across the department and I still heard what Paul said about her. I guess everybody did. He probably doesn't realize how his voice carries. It was bad, all right. The guy has a built-in megaphone. Jane turned to her friend. What is Mona supposed to do? She's not young or stylish, not the image Paul wants to portray. He's really shaking things up. I don't even know what a Hamblin 445 is. Is that something I'm supposed to know about, too? I don't know what that is either. Paul likely made that up to make himself sound smart. He's done that before. Oh, there she is now. Abby called to Mona. We're over here. Come join us. Mona glanced at her wristwatch, then hurried across the street. Looks like I got back just in time. Abby Thomas, don't tell me you're having a soda for lunch. All that sugar isn't good for. I already ate, Abby lied smoothly. Mona, Paul was in the office while you were gone. He came back? Let me guess, he's going on and on about me again, right? He lit into me this morning. I guess he doesn't like my clothes, but I had work to do so I didn't let him take up my time. You know you can't judge a book by its cover. Everybody knows that. We all wish people didn't judge us at a glance, but you know they do. Jane ventured, you kind of don't really dress your age. Well, too bad for them. This is how old I am. I'm 24. People think I'm older because I graduated college at 17. And I have no intention of dressing like the rest of you girls do. People these days, with all that color and glitter. All those wrinkles and rips and body parts on display. It's not decent. My mother would have killed me. I don't know, Jane countered. Abby and I aren't indecent. You might try. Your looks have nothing to do with anything. Abby cut her off. That's not your problem, Paul, and your problem. He has no idea what all we do. He's only been here short time, came in like a wrecking ball, cleaning out the place before he even knows what's going on or who's who. Mona, you keep the office running. Everybody knows that. Everybody except Paul, and he was quite clear he's trying to push me out. Well, I won't let him do it. I don't want to look for another job. I like this one. She sighed heavily. Maybe he's right, though. A prettier girl could draw in more customers. And then what? A new girl might look fine, but she wouldn't know as much as you do, and that's how you drive customers away for good. Abby patted her arm. Look, I see you're upset. Anyone would be. Why don't you take the afternoon off? Go shopping or something. I'll make an excuse for you. Take time off? Squander money buying things? Why would I do that, when there's work to be done? Mona wiped her nose with her hand. I've wasted enough time, and if you girls know what's best for you, you'll get back to work, too. If you use up all your lunch break, they'll think you don't care about your job. She stalked across the street, her brown shoes clumping on the pavement. What a day. Jane yawned. Bad enough I had to deal with my landlord first thing. Slumlord, more like it. Talking to him is as futile as trying to change Mona. On top of that, a dull job, the new boss on a tear, and now Mona's upset. There goes the afternoon. I swear, this routine is sucking the life out of us all. I could do with a change. How many times has Mona said change is bad? Abby wagged a finger. Okay, then, I could do with some improvement. We're too young to be stuck in a rut. A smile crossed Jane's face. A couple of hours of freedom might help my mood. Shopping was a good idea. Do you want to go to that new bookstore with me? I'd better not with the Gibson project hanging over my head. I know you're busy, too, with all the end-of-quarter stuff. Let's get together this weekend, okay? I've been wanting to try that new noodle place around the corner, and some takeout will do us both good. We can hit the mall then. Come on, then, noses back to the grindstone. Heaving a dramatic sigh, Jane slung her bag over her shoulder. The weight of her purple binder bumped her back as she walked. Someday, I'll chase my dreams. What's the point of working for a pittance and having nothing to show for it? A few hours later, Abby walked into the restroom while Jane was washing her hands. Reaching for a paper towel, Jane grumbled. The way Mona's been storming around all afternoon, I won't be surprised to see her show up on tonight's weather report. How can you stand her? Anyone whose favorite color is beige. Oh, Mona's not a bad egg, just a little particular. I've known her since college. We were freshman roommates and stuck together ever since. I guess I feel sorry for her. Abby paused. She didn't used to be like this, you know. She was the happiest girl on the planet, involved on campus, the life of every party. Mona was engaged to a guy our senior year just a few months after her mother died. You knew her dad left them after he lost some kind of business, right? She was pretty young. Anyway. She was all over Thad, like she was trying to fill the emotional hole her mom left. I told her I thought it was too soon to make a commitment, but you know how stubborn Mona is. Yes, everybody knows you shouldn't make big life changes all in a row. So, what happened? She obviously didn't marry him. Thad went to Florida for spring break. He eloped with a swimsuit model he met on the beach 2 days after he met her. I hear they have a couple of kids now. Mona was crushed. Embarrassed, too, I think. She wouldn't come out of her room for a week, and when she did, it was to throw away all of her clothes which she'd shredded. That's when she started wearing those drab shapeless things and not caring about hair and makeup and stuff. She put her head down and made up her missed classwork. She wouldn't talk about it. I think she felt the world hurt her and she wasn't going to give it a second chance. I can see that would hurt, but enough already. You two graduated college, what, 5 years ago? 6. Almost 7. Abby shrugged. Look, I can't very well leave her to the wolves, can I? She's basically harmless. I hope you're right. I'll pick up another pack of pens tonight. And I'll hide them in my bottom drawer, the one with the lock on it. That's where I keep my bucket list binder at work. At least Mona hasn't thrown that away yet. You still have that binder? You started it in college, didn't you? Jane dried her hands. Yes. I add new ideas to it all the time, things I dream of doing, pictures of places I want to visit. I keep thinking I want to visit all 50 states. It's silly, but a girl needs a dream, right? I think that's sweet. How many states have you seen now? So far, only 8. Not all of the pages are places. Some are just things I wish I had the gumption to try. Someday, who knows? Jane lobbed the paper wad at the trash can. Meanwhile, I'd better get back to untying the knots in the Pennington project. We working girls have to look busy, right? You sound like Mona. Abby pushed open the restroom door. Heaven help me. Jane sobered. I'm a little worried about my place. It smelled like gas when I was leaving the house this morning. My landlord is a joke, but I hope he can fix whatever's wrong with the water heater. I can't keep taking cold showers. I'm not in the Navy, after all. It's still not working? Breathing gas isn't good. You're welcome to stay with me and Mona until it's repaired, Abby offered. Thanks, but it shouldn't take long. I'll be okay. Jane paused at her cubicle. At least come to our place for supper tonight. Well, Jane's headache was no doubt from the natural gas odor that morning. That sounds great. Thanks. Yes, do. Mona hurried across the room from the copy machine and grabbed Jane's arm. I'm going to make beans and weenies with spinach. We girls need our vitamins. Oh, I don't want to put you out, Jane backpedaled. Mona's grip on her arm tightened. Tell you what. I'll pick up some Chinese takeout after work. That way, no one will have to cook. It'll be like a party, a celebration of. She shot a helpless glance at Abby. Friday. Sounds great, Abby smiled. It'll be a jump start on the weekend. Well, if you'd rather have strange food cooked by someone you don't even know, I guess that's all right. But I don't know what you girls think is so special about the weekend. It's just a couple more days in the week. Days we should be working. Are you kidding? Saturdays are the best. Oh, I'd better take this call. It's my landlord. Jane clicked her phone, listened, then let out a yelp. What? How did that happen? What do you mean, something slipped? No, don't touch anything. You've done quite enough already. I'll be right there. She hung up and threw over her shoulder, "My idiot landlord said the back wall blew out of my house. I can't believe a word he says. I'm heading there now to see how bad the damage really is." Whoa. I'll tell Julie you're leaving, Abby offered. Do you need me to come with you? No, I got this. It can't be as bad as he said. It was worse. Chapter 3. You couldn't have made a bigger mess if you had planned ahead. Hands on hips, Jane fumed. I could drive a car through the hole the water heater made when it went through the wall. Is this even fixable? You gals always jump to them conclusions. Jack threw up his hands defensively. Now, it's not so bad. My cousin Tommy is coming over later tonight. Maybe tomorrow. He'll help me fix it right up. I think that part of the roof is going to have to come down. Jane stepped back. Your cousin. Is he a contractor? Nah, he's what you call one of them gamers. He lives in his ma's basement. Plenty of free time. Don't worry your pretty little head about this. I can't stay here. That's for sure. She put her hands on her hips. You need to pay for a hotel room until this gets repaired, since this is your fault. I'll get a few of my things while you make me a reservation. Like I'm gonna do a thing like that. Hotels are for the swells. He chuckled then sobered. It's not so bad here. You'll sleep like a baby. You've been telling me you want a window open. Same thing. Are you nuts? The back wall is gone. Well, if you don't want to stay here, you can come on over and share my bed. I hardly even snore. That's an open offer. Not while I'm still alive and kicking. Kicking? Now that sounds like a good time. Jane shuddered. Out. Go. Startling every time the debris shifted, she packed an overnight bag with her toiletries. She patted her tote bag to be sure her purple binder was still there. On her way back to the car, she dialed Abby's number. I'll tell you all about it when I get there, but does your offer of a sofa to sleep on still stand? Absolutely. Anything you need. You're a good friend. Jane shut the trunk. I'll pick up Chinese takeout and meet you at your apartment. Sounds good. Get some of those egg rolls, will you? Oh, I need more than egg rolls. Half an hour later, Jane thanked the waiter and carried the bags of food to her car. The aromas wafting from the little boxes made her mouth water. On the way to Abby's and Mona's apartment complex, she couldn't resist sampling a sweet and sour shrimp. What a day. But hot food cooked by somebody else was a treat and good for the soul. At the apartment, Abby met her and carried in the food while Jane wrangled her overnight bag into the living room. Abby said you're staying here tonight. I cleared out a bathroom drawer for your toothbrush and things. We don't set anything on the bathroom counter. Mona wrung her hands in the doorway. I don't know why you had to bring dinner. Beans and weenies is what I wanted. With spinach. It's on the calendar. Jane drew a breath. You're going to love it. This place makes the best fried rice. Well, I don't know about that. Anything with red dragons on the packaging can't be good. We don't know the person who cooked it. They could have. Knock it off, Mona. It smells wonderful. Abby arranged the little paper boxes in the middle of the table. Get some plates and let's dig in while it's hot. As they ate, Jane related the condition of her rental. I'm telling you, I don't even know if it can be repaired at all. The place was in bad shape to begin with. And Jack, he owns the place, is planning on having his cousin check it out. What a cheapskate. Sounds like he should have called a repair company to begin with. Abby snagged a bite of almond chicken with her chopsticks. Who messes with natural gas lines if they don't know what they're doing? Probably the same kind of people who make weird food in little bits so a person can't even see what it is. Mona eyed her fork dubiously. What is this supposed to be? That's cashew chicken. Jane giggled. See, there's a cashew, a snow pea pod, celery, a water chestnut, ordinary food. Chestnuts and snow pods? No wonder those people are so skinny. And why would anybody eat with sticks when you could use a fork? Abby poked Mona's arm. Lighten up, for once. Oh, they put extra fortune cookies in the bag. I asked for more. Jane sipped her water. Fortune cookies are cheerful little messages. And I figured, after today, I could use some happy thoughts. Pretty lame, if you ask me, to take advice from a cookie. I read that 90% of all fortunes in those silly cookies are written by one man in Michigan. What kind of job is that? Mona pushed her shrimp across the plate. You know these things had ugly legs before somebody fried them. Like spiders. Don't think about it. I heard of a woman in Iowa who played the lottery with the numbers printed in her fortune cookie and won a fortune. Abby laughed at her own joke. A fortune. Cute, huh? Pass me one, will you? She tore the plastic wrapper from her cookie. It says, "You look lovely today." I guess it likes my new hairstyle. I'll take it. Your new haircut does frame your face beautifully. Jane cracked her cookie in half. Mine says, "Tomorrow begins the new you." I don't know about that, but it's fun to hope. Mona, what does yours say? She scooted a cookie to her. There's nothing wrong with the old you, except you have that wanderlust thing, always talking about places you want to go. Mona folded her arms. I'm not opening that. It's nothing but carbs, and why would I care what a stupid cookie says? Oh, come on, don't be a dud. Abby reached for the bag of cookies. Here, I'll read one for you. You have more power than you know. Well, there you go. The only place I'm going to go is to wash the dishes. A clean kitchen is a happy kitchen. You girls finish your silliness without me. Jane watched her retreating back. It's like she enjoys being miserable. Pass me another cookie, will you? Oh, this one says, you will embark on a life-changing adventure. She chuckled. Life-changing? Not a bad idea. I've been stuck in a rut too long. Change is bad. Really bad, Mona called from the kitchen. And a road with ruts keeps you from going off into the ditch. You're better off sticking with what you know. I disagree. Abby crunched the cellophane wrapper. Change is what keeps us alive. And what if the cookie is right, Jane? I never thought much about them until now, just a little sweet thing at the end of a meal. Why, these are like tiny messages from the universe, cheering you on. With your place a wreck, you can stay with us and go to the office every day, or see it as a sign to change things up a little. Oh, I don't know. My house will get fixed and I have the job and all. Jane straightened. On the other hand, you could be right. I haven't been anywhere or done anything interesting in a long time. She swallowed a yawn. I'll think about it, but right now, let's help Mona tidy up. Better not, Abby warned. The last time I emptied the dishwasher, she grumbled for days because I didn't put the spoons in the drawer all facing north. Jane lowered her voice. I don't know how you stand this, living with her. She grows on you. Abby grabbed a bedsheet and a pillow from the hall closet. So does moss, if you stand still long enough. Jane pulled her phone from her pocket and moaned. It's my landlord. I'll talk to him in the morning. No need to spoil a nice evening. Chapter 4. Jane's phone woke her from a deep sleep. She flailed, reaching for it, and landed on the floor beside the couch in a tangle of bedding. Disoriented, she shook her head and remembered. Oh, I slept at Abby's place. Hello? Jack, it's still dark. Why are you calling me so early? What time is it, anyway? It's almost 5 o'clock. I tried calling you last night, but I guess you were out on the town. His grinning face filled her cell phone screen. I wanted to see you before you're all dolled up for the day. I figured a video call was the next best thing to being there. You woke me up. Jane groaned. What's so important that you can't wait to tell me at a decent hour? I'm just calling to tell you so you'll know. What's that you got on, a t-shirt? Anything underneath? Never mind what I'm wearing. Jane pulled the comforter to her chin. What do you want? Jack winked, leering. We can talk about that later. Oh, now, don't go getting mad on me. My cousin was at your place last night after you left. Said he'd lost some online tournament and needed some air, so he came on over. He says the roof is damaged and the back porch is hanging on by a thread. That's what he said, on top of what you saw, the little hole in the wall and all. And then, of course, it rained all night. The county fire inspector is coming this morning, but Tommy figures it'll take at least 3 months to fix the place. 3 months. Jane shook her head in an effort to clear it. You said it's raining? Thunder and lightning, too. You missed it? Must have been some party. Jack cleared his throat.
Yeah.
Months, give or take, and that's only if the city gives me the go-ahead. I guess they need some engineers or somebody to come look over the place. Longer if they make me get one of those architect types. I ain't paying for that. Tommy said the house might be better off knocked down. Like I got money to rebuild. I'm thinking maybe I shoulda had that insurance all along. You don't have insurance? Jane rubbed her aching forehead. What am I supposed to do while you figure this out? I already got it all figured out. I can give you 10% off your rent until you can move back in. Prorated, they call it. Of course, if I gotta rebuild from the ground up, your rent will go up, being a brand new place and all. Triple, maybe. Tommy said you'd better come get your things, whatever you need, first thing this morning so we can get to work. With an oily smirk, Jack said, I already took down your lacy things you hung up to dry in the bathroom, took them to my place to keep them safe. I never figured you'd be the kind to go for red lace underwears, but I like thinking about it. All night long. My red? I told you, don't you touch anything. Red-hot anger shot up Jane's spine. I'll be there as soon as I can. And there's no way I'm paying rent on a place I can't even live in. It's not my fault you're too cheap to call a water heater repair company. She hung up, seething. Jane, are you okay? Only emergencies call this early. Yawning, Abby came in and sat on the side chair. Who are you yelling at before daybreak? Sorry I woke you. It was my stupid landlord. He said it'll take at least 3 months to rebuild that back wall he blew out. Can you believe he expects me to pay rent while he fixes the damage? If it can be fixed at all, I mean. Jane untangled her feet from the blanket and slumped on the couch. What am I going to do? After I pack up whatever's not ruined there, I mean. My creepy landlord isn't above going through my clothes and things. I didn't need that thunderstorm overnight on top of everything. First, catch your breath. It's Saturday, so we don't have to go to work. You can stay here, of course, until you can move back in, but I was lying in bed before I fell asleep thinking about your fortune cookie last night. The one that said you will embark on a life-changing adventure. What if it really was a message? An omen, my Aunt Lucy would call it. This might be your time. You value my takeout dinner's opinion? Jane raised an eyebrow. I think having my rundown water heater blown up is enough adventure for a while. Well, maybe that's not it at all. I know it sounds crazy, but what if the universe is trying to get your attention? I mean, think about it. Abby ticked off her words on her fingers. You get up, go to work, come home, go to an occasional movie with me, not really much else, if you think about it. An adventure might be just the ticket. I'm tired after work, Jane defended herself. We all are, but there's that, too. My dad always says if you have a job you love, you'll never work a day in your life. Admit it, our jobs are dull, dull, dull. Sitting at computers all day can't be healthy. Mona's the only one who thrives there. I know you'd like to get out in the world and do things. You have that binder of yours, the purple one with pictures in it. The way you always have it with you, it's like a security thing, isn't it? I've seen you sighing over it on breaks. I don't know what it is, but I know it's important. It's silly. Here, I'll show you. Jane pulled the purple binder from her tote bag under the sofa. You know that old movie about the guys in the retirement home who had what they called a bucket list? Things they wanted to do before they kicked the proverbial bucket. I like to cut out pictures of things I'd like to do someday. I'm just dreaming. That's all. Like a vision board? Let me see. Abby reached for the binder and turned pages. Wow, this is great. What are you waiting for? Jane stared at Abby. I don't know. Do you really think I should do something? The responsible thing would be to look for an apartment or something. Responsibility is overrated. Okay, let me give you the push you clearly need. Abby playfully shoved Jane. You can't go home. You have plenty of vacation time saved up, don't you? I bet Julie would understand if you needed more time off, what with your house being destroyed and all. I think a little adventure would be great. In fact, I'm a little envious. I used up most of my time off when my folks were here last month. I'd come with you if I could. Come with who where? Nobody's going anywhere. Mona entered the room, trailing her bathrobe belt. You two are up early and already chattering like demented magpies. I was just telling Jane she should go on a trip, see some of the places she's been dreaming about. Like the fortune cookie advised last night. Go? Stupidest idea I've ever heard, Mona huffed. No, Jane, that's not right. You can't go gaddying about the planet. No, you need to stay here, where it's safe. You need to stay right here and go to work on Monday, like always, with Abby and me. Listen to me. You'll thank me later. You have obligations. Responsibilities. Actually, now that I think about it, my only real responsibility is to philosophy. Phil? Phil, who? Abby leaned closer. Is he a cool guy you've been seeing without even telling us, your best friends in the whole world? Jane laughed and lobbed a pillow at Abby. Not hardly. Phil is a philodendron, my houseplant. If I do decide to take some time off, will you water him for me? You're not going anywhere. Mona protested. Absolutely, Abby interrupted. Anything for you. Let's get dressed, then I can help you pack up your things from the house. It'll be daylight soon. I don't know if it's worth the trouble. Most of my stuff came from a secondhand shop. Why bother getting good stuff with the hours we work? Jane reached for her socks. On second thought, I do like some of my kitchen things and I need to grab my important papers. I'd appreciate you going over with me. The fire inspector is coming at 9. I'm not up to a bunch of questions. Leave that to Jack. I'd like to be there and gone before the inspector arrives. You're not going anywhere without a decent breakfast. Mona pulled her bathrobe around her. Everyone knows breakfast is the most important meal of the day. You'll thank me later. Chapter 5. As Mona set soft-boiled eggs and cold deli ham next to water glasses on the table, she kept up a running monologue on the evils of freedom. Sure, the country's founded on freedom and we'd be nowhere if the pilgrims and pioneers hadn't left their homes, but that was then and this is now. Honestly, Jane, the way you and Abby are always going out for ice cream and even dinner and movies is, why, it's just foolhardy. Unseemly. You should stay home where it's safe. And save your money for a rainy day. Jane set down her fork with a thump. My nitwit landlord blew up my water heater, took out the whole back wall of my home, then rooted through what he called my lacy things that I'd hung to dry overnight in the bathroom. It's not going to rain much harder than that. All I'm saying is you girls need to be more responsible. You're adults, after all, not devil-may-care children. When you start thinking about things you shouldn't, anything could happen. Bad things. Dark things. Things we shouldn't? Abby raised an eyebrow. Like what? Like adventure. Mona spat the word out. And going places. You don't know, before we get all wound up, I'm going to go see if I still own anything. Thanks for breakfast, Mona. Jane wiped her lips. Either of you coming with me? No way. Mona folded her arms. I have laundry and dusting and responsible things to do. Commitments. Besides, it might start raining again. I'm coming. I just need to slip on my shoes. Abby stood. I'll grab a couple of empty boxes, too. 20 minutes later, Jane gingerly pushed open the door of her rental, Mona's warnings still ringing in her ears. It seems foolish to unlock the front door when there's a hole the size of a Jeep in the back of the house. Watch your step. Gosh, this is worse than I imagined. Abby gasped as a beam overhead shifted. Let's just get the necessities and get out of here. Fast. Good idea. The inspector will be here any minute and he'd probably tell us to leave anyway. Unbidden tears filled Jane's eyes, matching the rain dripping from the ceiling. I don't even know if I can salvage anything. She quickly packed some clothing from the closet. Scanning the small room, she picked up the philodendron in front of the cracked window and grabbed a stack of folders from the crushed desk's drawer. Let's go. There's nothing else here I can't replace. Abby squeezed her friend's arm. How about we stop at that diner on 3rd Street? They have the best cinnamon rolls. Mona's on this no-carb kick and I'm craving some real food. Good idea. I detest soft-boiled eggs. Eating slime first thing in the morning is a terrible way to start the day. Jane put the safe from the front closet into a box and wiped Phil's leaves with her damp sleeve. I'm ready. Over warm cinnamon rolls and hot cocoa, Jane weighed her options. On the one hand, I could just go to work on Monday, like always. On the other hand, I have plenty of time off and anyone worth their salt would say I need a break after a trauma like losing just about everything I own. On the other hand, who else could finish that big grant contract I've been working on? On the other hand, a break might help me clear my mind. On the other hand, I have the rest of my life to explore, right? On the other hand, I'm not getting any younger. On the other hand, for all we know, I could meet a man and be married with triplets and a mortgage in 2 years and regret not doing anything important for the rest of my life. On the other hand, I'm not independently wealthy and isn't travel spendy. On the other hand, I do have a decent savings and I know how to be frugal. And not everything on my bucket list costs money. On the other hand, maybe Mona's right, I should go on with my life the way it is. I'm fine in my comfort zone. On the other hand, it's not very big as comfort zones go. On the other hand, I probably should be responsible, Mona's right, I'm not a kid. But on the other hand, I've always wanted to go somewhere, meet new people, do new things, and when else will I have the chance? Whoa, was that all bottled up? Abby blinked. You have enough other hands to make a fine octopus. I'm amazed at how calm you are about all this. Whatever you decide to do, remember you're welcome to stay at our place as long as you want. Take some time to figure things out, don't feel pressure to rush into anything, one way or the other. And for heaven's sake, don't let Mona's crazy ideas taint your plans. Jane nodded and bit her cinnamon roll. As the diner's door swung open, a man stood to greet his friend. Joe, my man, good to see you. What are you doing with your life? They shook hands with warm smiles and took their seats. Jane's jaw dropped. Did you hear what he said? Who? What? Abby looked around. What did I miss? Those 2 men over there. That one walked in and the other one said, what are you doing with your life, and not, hi, how's it going, like everybody else. Jane straightened. That's the answer I needed. I'm going. Going where? I'm confused. I can't go on like nothing happened. I'm going to live my life and I'm starting today. I need to be doing something of value with my life. My bucket list binder. I'll start with page 1, before we even go back to your place. Are you with me? What's page 1? Abby leaned forward. Red shoes. I've wanted some ever since I saw The Wizard of Oz when I was a little girl. Maybe ones with a strap. Mother always said they were impractical, that I'd get them dirty playing. She always bought sturdy brown shoes for me, like the kind Mona wears. I remember the clerks would smile and call them plain Jane shoes, as if they thought they were being original. Those shoes were as exciting as a rained-on rice cake. I think I can keep shoes clean these days, and if not, I'll just buy another pair. Jane checked her watch. The mall opens in 5 minutes. Will you come with me? To watch you fulfill a childhood wish? Count me in. Abby left a few bills on the table and stood. What are we waiting for? Chapter 6. Which do you think? The one with the kitten heel or the ballet flat? Jane turned in front of the mirror, a different red shoe on each foot. Is this heel too shiny? Do you think the strap looks okay? I guess the flat is more practical. They're not supposed to be practical. Abby wagged a finger with a grin. What kind does your little girl self want? Jane closed her eyes, then opened them with a start. Those over there by the mirror, the ones with the 5-inch heel and sequined strap. Oh, I'm being silly, aren't I? The shoe store clerk chuckled. Give me a minute, Mississippi. I'll bring out your size. What am I doing? Jane sank into a chair beside Abby. I bet I can't even walk in those. The shoes aren't for you, they're for your inner child, remember? Do you have to wear them, or is owning them enough? My inner child? You're right. I just want them. The clerk returned and knelt by Jane. Try these. Jane allowed him to slip the shoes onto her feet. Forget the Wizard of Oz, now we're in Cinderella territory. These shoes feel like they were made for me. Let's see if I can stand up. Taking the clerk's offered hand, she walked across the showroom, grinning. They're perfect. And I didn't even wobble. Wrap them up, please. Oh, and I'll take the kitten heel ones, too. And the flats. In for a penny, in for a pound, as they say. Yes, Mississippi. The clerk took them to the cash register. Oh, I see the high-heeled ones are marked down. They rang up at 65% off. Way to start a bucket list. Abby high-fived Jane. The cookie was right, today is a new you. The clerk raised an eyebrow as he took Jane's credit card. Bucket list, I understand, that old movie, but can I ask how a cookie could be right? We had Chinese takeout last night, Jane explained. One of my fortune cookies said I'd be a new me today. My second one said I'd have a life-changing adventure. I'd say new red heels are a great start to a new anybody. They look great on you and anyone can see they're making you happy. He paused and stared at her. Ain't that the darndest thing, now that I think about it? I had Chinese last night, too, and they put extra fortune cookies in the bag. I was so full, I didn't eat more than one. I stuck them in my lunch for later, but I don't really like them that much. The one I ate said I'd meet a fascinating woman today. Pretty sure that means you. Here, wait a minute while I get you the other cookies. You need them more than I do. Be right back. Jane giggled. Has it come to this? I'm not only following the advice of a fortune cookie but strangers are giving me theirs? The red shoes are beautiful. I haven't seen you smile this much in months. If this is the beginning of a new you, I'm all for it. Abby grinned. And haven't I always said the universe will talk to us if we listen? But fortune cookies? Mona would think we're nuts. Who cares what she thinks? Good point. Here you go, miss, 3 of them. The clerk returned with a smile. I hope they're what you need and I hope you enjoy the new shoes, too. It was a real pleasure meeting you. Back at Abby's apartment, Jane modeled her new shoes, much to Mona's disdain. You'll scuff them up the first time you wear them. And please never wear them around me, I don't want people to think my friend is a streetwalker. A streetwalker? That's pretty strong language, Abby scolded. Here Jane is transforming and I think we need to be supportive. That reminds me. Jane, what do the fortune cookies the clerk gave you say? Oh, I nearly forgot about them. Here, you take one, too. She tossed a cellophane-wrapped cookie to each of them. Mine says, a friend is a priceless treasure. That's true. I'm lucky to have you two in my life. Abby munched her cookie. Mona, what does yours say? Like it matters. Superstitious nonsense. It says rain makes the grass grow. Obvious, if you ask me. It also makes weeds grow. Way to see the positive. Jane cracked her cookie in half. Mine has 2 papers in it. Small plans make small people, and shake off the burdens of the past. I tell you, it's like these silly cookies are mind readers. Why haven't I been paying attention to them before now? Mona gave her a sharp look. Just what burdens do you have, I'd like to know. You have people who love you, a respectable job, even a houseplant of your own. If you look at it that way. I also have no real family, a boring job without a future, and not even a shelf of my own to set Phil on. Jane stood. Are we still on for that hike this afternoon? Count me out. I'm not going to walk anywhere just to come back again. I have ironing to do and the oven isn't going to clean itself. You two are away in the head. Away in the head? You sound like a leprechaun. Abby shook her head at Mona's retreating back. Absolutely, Jane. The rain stopped and it's a pretty day. Would you look at that lake? It looks like a smear of glitter on the horizon. Jane paused at the top of the rise to catch her breath. Phew, sitting at a desk all day is taking a toll. I used to be able to run up and down these trails. I know what you mean. My heart is pounding like a racehorse. Let's sit for a minute. Abby wiped her brow. Is it awful of me to admit I'm glad Mona decided to stay home? I can't recall the last time I used the oven, and I sure don't waste perfect afternoons like this one doing laundry chores. It's great being here with you. I agree, this afternoon is perfect. Look down there, the town spread out below us like a map. I love the mountains here, like a backdrop for a stage play. Wasn't it Shakespeare who said all the world is a stage and we're just players on it? Makes me wonder what my part in all this is. Abby tucked her ponytail through her cap. There must be more to life than getting up and going to work every day. I know. I keep thinking about that old statistic, the one that says humans use about 10% of our brains and the rest is for creative outlets we don't know about. I don't know if it's true. How would anyone using only 10% of their brain know that? Abby giggled. We're getting pretty philosophical. Maybe it's lack of oxygen. We're not that high up. I think we're just out of shape from sitting at our desks. Jane sobered. Still, my life took a turn when my place was damaged. I feel something, some force, pushing me to take advantage of it. My mind is made up. I'll accomplish page 2 in my binder on Monday, red shoes in hand. It's an easy one, I think. I want to hear all about your journey, every step. Are you ready to head back down? Race you to the trailhead. Chapter 7. Jane woke with a start on Monday morning. The pale dawn backlit the curtains, too early to be up for work. She stretched and rubbed her neck. Couch pillows weren't designed for a good night's sleep, that's for sure. She grinned in realization. Monday. Not the beginning of another dull week of paper pushing and dealing with grumpy clients, today had adventure written all over it. She tugged her tote bag from under the sofa and sat up. Opening her purple binder, she turned to the first page. Impracticable, beautiful red shoes, check. She flipped to the next page, running her fingers over the picture, shiny under the plastic sheet protector. 2 pages were in the plan today, an appointment this afternoon left the morning free for the first item. She'd booked a private lesson with a local potter. Try something artistic. Check. The other one triggered a bubble of optimism under her ribcage. Interact with friendly people. How hard could it be? She stuffed her tote bag under the bed and headed for the bathroom. After Abby and Mona left for the office, Jane closed the door with a thump. Mona's sharp voice still rang in her ears. This isn't like you, Jane. You need to come with us. You need to be at your desk, and if you hurry, you'll only be a little late. You can work harder to make up for it. Get going. She shook herself, wiped the kitchen counters, then folded her bedding and stuffed it under the couch. Deciding a luxurious bath would fortify her better than her usual quick shower before work, Jane lingered in the scented bathroom. After she combed her hair and checked her email, she pulled out her binder and flipped a page open. She pulled on her new red shoes, the flats, slipped her wallet into her pocket, and headed for the bakery on the corner. A new start called for sustenance, more than Mona's egg white tomato scramble. A few minutes later, Jane chose a sunny park bench and set her bag by her feet. Children played on the grass while knots of young mothers chatted and laughed nearby. How could she break into a conversation? Voices of young children rang in the sunshine. The moms must gather to let their kids play here daily. If only she knew how to approach them, she could use a friend who had something to talk about other than work projects. She'd do better with a child of her own in hand, but that wasn't in the cards. How did people meet others these days? She mentally shook herself. All I do is go to work and home again. I must figure out what needs to change. After a fruitless hour without so much as a glance from anyone, Jane sighed. Another day, perhaps. Mona's going on and on about the evils of carbohydrates had kicked her sweet tooth into overdrive. A quick stop at the bakery was in order, a cookie and some good bread to have with supper, and then she'd head off to her appointment. On her way, Jane spotted a kiosk with a yellow umbrella and a short line of people in front of it. A knot of people jostled her. She stepped aside to let them pass and spotted bright candies in clear plastic boxes. Better yet, cotton candy caught her eye. Her mind flashed back to yet another community picnic where her mother was speechifying again, running for school board or county council or dog catcher or some such. Mother never won an election and eventually she gave up trying, which didn't help her sour worldview. Why would I want to represent people not smart enough to recognize a real leader when they see one? Jane had pleaded for cotton candy that day, but her mother once again told her no. What would people think if her daughter spent good money on something that'd only last a minute? Constituents would think she was a spendthrift, not a frugal bone in her body, and anyway, sweets aren't good for your teeth. Remember what the dentist said. You need to learn discipline, Jane. Jane's mouth watered, watching a boy grab a wad of cotton candy with both hands. Mother wasn't here and that cotton candy looked like a soft cloud, deep enough to sink into. Impulsively, Jane joined the end of the confection line. As her turn neared, she heard the teen asking each customer what flavor of cotton candy they'd like, pointing to a bright array of small hard candies in a clear plastic case. Flavor? Jane had never imagined that ethereal fluff had options. The woman in front of her paid and gave the paper cone of pale pink floss to the child at her side. Turning to Jane, the bored teen with Jamie on his name tag asked, "What kind you want, lady?" Jane hesitated. Strawberry was safe, but what about grape? No, it might turn her tongue purple. The sour candies? Maybe lemon lime, you can't go wrong with lemon lime. Jamie shifted on his feet, impatient. Well, what kind does your kid like? She admitted, I don't have any children. It's for me. I never had cotton candy before. Never? Jamie stared at her. You like coffee? Adults like coffee-flavored candy. How about that? No, I don't like coffee. Maybe the raspberry, no, not that either. My, it's hard to decide. An impatient huff came from the lady behind her, the one with a toddler hanging onto each hand. Make up your mind, will you? The orange one. Jane closed her eyes and pointed. Jamie nodded. Orange is a good choice. Lots of people like orange. He poured sugar into the machine and tossed in a few hard candies. Jane watched, mesmerized by the soft strands of spun sugar whirling from the centrifuge. Jamie expertly twirled the pale fluff onto a paper cone and handed it to her. She paid him and moved to a nearby bench. As she pulled off strands of still warm sweetness, the pastel candy melting on her tongue transported to a place of peace and calm. How had she lived this long without cotton candy? No wonder people believed in unicorns and fairies, this was the very thing they'd eat. No wonder the Brits called it fairy floss. Yum. Jamie eyed her over the cotton candy machine. She looked old, maybe as old as 25. How could that be her first cotton candy? She sure was enjoying it, licking her fingers and smiling to no one at all. Be right back, Jamie told the girl bagging licorice next to him. He grabbed one of the display bags, made fresh this morning, and jogged to Jane's bench. For later, you know what I mean? Good for the soul. He grinned. And don't share with any kid, okay? That's for you. Before Jane could thank him, Jamie rushed back to the stand, calling, okay, who's next? What flavor you want? Jane gave a wave and a grin and Jamie smiled back. There are good people, I guess I'd forgotten that, working as much as I do. The only people who come to the office have a problem and a deadline. She finished her cotton candy and carefully placed the second bag into her tote bag. She crossed 2 streets and smiled as she neared the bakery. While she did appreciate having a place to stay while Jack fixed her house, Mona's constant harping about carbs and sugar was as annoying as a mosquito at a summer picnic. Her sweet tooth satisfied, a fresh loaf of bread would still go great with supper, whatever that turned out to be. Minutes later, Jane tucked the paper bag with the warm baguette into her tote and glanced at her watch. Just enough time for a quick call to shake off Mona's negative energy. She'd fumed this morning, going on and on about how artistic endeavors were for flakes and frauds. Messing with that part of the brain never comes to any good. You need to use the logical part, the part that accomplishes things that matter. And you need to get back to your work. Abby, am I bothering you? Jane spoke into her phone. I need a quick pep talk. I'm feeling a little guilty for taking time off and I admit I'm out of my element. The whole point of your bucket list binder is to shake you out of your element. Don't let Mona get in your head. Abby asked, what's next? I have that pottery lesson in 10 minutes. You don't think I'm being silly, do you? Are you kidding? I'm so envious, my teeth hurt. You'll have a great time. Abby chuckled. I'd better get back to work. Mona got stuck with the window today and she's been snapping off clients' heads all morning. I want to hear all about your day when we get home. Jane took another glance at her binder in her tote bag. This page showed a woman in a pottery studio, head lowered, hands forming a graceful vase on a potter's wheel. Jane's heart beat faster. What am I doing? I don't know anything about clay work. As she turned the corner, a flurry of voices from her past rang in her mind, mostly her mother's. Well, you're not going to be good at it anyway. You should call them and cancel. That's the polite thing to do, since you're quitting. You're no artist. Any child can fling paint around, but real people know how to make their way in the world. That's not a good use of your time. You could die tomorrow, and then what would you have to show for it? You're a numbers person, not the creative type. Stick to what you know, that's what I say. You need to be more responsible. Don't waste your time or money. Mud pies, at your age? Better to go to work late than to miss a full day of employment. The last thought was straight out of Mona's playbook. Jane straightened and murmured aloud, I can't expect to make anything as lovely as my binder's photo on my first try, but the trying is the important part. And I was lucky to find someone with a free afternoon to teach me. She double-checked the address and headed down 7th Avenue toward City Pottery. A while later, Jane wiped a wisp of unruly hair from her eyes with her wrist and sat back with a grin. Lancaster, look. I ruined 5 cylinders, but I made a little bowl. Not bad for a first try. Are you kidding me? Are you sure you've never thrown clay before? You caught on quick, Lancaster exclaimed. That's a fine bowl with a nice line. It'll have a lot of delicious soup in its future, once I fire it. It's actually my only bowl, Jane admitted. Yes, but you'll make more now that you know how, right? A set? No, I mean, it's the only bowl I own. What do you mean? The potter looked up from a vase he was carving. Your only handmade pottery bowl or what? Well, my water heater kind of blew up, right next to my kitchen, and my dishes were destroyed. And then the rain ruined the rest of my stuff and In a rush, Jane's story spilled out in a rush. And after moving around my whole life with my father in the Navy, we settled in a small town through high school. Since then, this is the first place I felt like I could call home. A place of my own, you know? And then the guy blew the wall off. And now it seems like I keep finding fortune cookies, as if they're messages from the universe or something. At last, she ducked her head, red-faced. Gosh, I'm so sorry. I don't usually tell people I just met my whole life's history. You must think. I think you're amazing and strong and interesting and, I could go on. You have nothing to be embarrassed about. Lancaster grinned, the vase he was carving forgotten in his hands. I can see where your landlord blowing a hole in your house would knock a person off track. You're smart to take some time off work and regroup. I hope learning to throw on a wheel is good for you. A lot of people find it healing, almost therapeutic. He set the vase down. Funny thing about your fortune cookies. One of the advertising companies in the city commissioned me to make a series of clay ones for a big dinner last year. They gave them to guests, one at each place setting. Each had a printed paper strip that some secretary came up with. They were a hit, I heard. I think I still have a couple around here somewhere. I'll find them for you. Lancaster winked. You're an interesting soul, my dear. And I'm serious, you caught on quick. No, I'm not. I'm just trying. You really can't see how talented you are? I can't wait to see what you make next. I'll have this bowl bisque fired in a week, then you can decide how to glaze it. I'm delighted to work with a natural. He eyed her critically. You clearly have the heart of an artist. Can't you see that? Are you sure you're not a closet potter? I'm not good at anything. Jane shrugged off his praise. I never touched clay until this morning. Not since kindergarten. Listen to me. You're good. And you know how to listen, which is more than I can say about any of my regular students. Can you come back next Saturday? Call it a standing date for as long as you have time for me. No fee, of course. I'd relish the chance to mentor you for a while, say, through your first show. A show? I can't take your time. It's mine to give. He stood. Look, all we can do is the best we know how while avoiding getting stuck in a rut. We get one turn on this merry-go-round they call life and we make the best of it. Grab that brass ring every chance you get. I wish I knew how. Jane swallowed over the sudden lump in her throat. My parents sure didn't teach me. All they did was work and worry. They were like abalone, stuck in place on their comfortable rocks, never letting anybody see their shine within. They wasted their lives and now they're gone. I don't want to waste the rest of mine. That's why I asked you to teach me to make a bowl. I want to do everything on my bucket list before it's too late. Abalone? That's downright poetic. He reached for a rag. You have a bucket list? Like that old movie? You're more fascinating by the minute. I'm going to pour some us orange ginger iced tea and you can tell me all about this list of yours. Lancaster wiped his hands. Set your bowl on the damp room shelf then wash up. I made some cranberry scones this morning. They're rather fabulous, if I do say so myself. Chapter 8. After she set 2 bags of produce in her car later that afternoon, Jane called Abby. Lancaster told me about a farm stand near the ball field. I don't know how I never knew that. I picked up some fresh corn and squash and peaches. He said grilled peaches with cream taste like summer and I'm going to try it. He gave me a recipe for garlic chicken, too. I'll have supper all ready when you and Mona come home, okay? I'm getting spoiled. Thanks. Wait, who's Lancaster? Is he dreamy? Oh,
Yeah.
he's a potter with a really great beard. I may be in love.
Oh.
Good for you. Romance is always a good thing, right? Tell me about him and hurry up, I need to run these forms to the 5th floor and the elevator's on the fritz again. I'm getting my steps in today. He's in his late 70s, sharp and funny. And he can cook. So can you. I can't wait to hear everything about him and what you've been up to today. Thanks for making supper, but don't feel like you have to all the time. Do you know how much I'm not spending on hotels? What are friends for? Abby lowered her voice. Maybe a good meal will improve Mona's mood. I told her to mind her own business, but she just won't stop. What's up with her? She's telling everybody how irresponsible you are. She says if you're not out of town or in a hospital, you need to be at work. Jane gulped. I hope Julie doesn't get wind of that. I left a voicemail last night and called her early this morning. No worries there. Julie's concerned about your place and asked me if you needed anything. And she said to tell you take as much time as you need. That's a relief. I don't need Mona sabotaging my job. See you in a while. Back at the apartment, Jane mixed up Lancaster's marinade recipe for the chicken, then cut the squash into rings to grill once the others came home. After she husked the corn, she set it aside and pulled the box Lancaster had given her from her bag. She unfolded the tissue paper and cupped 3 larger-than-life-sized clay fortune cookies in her hand. Delightful, she breathed. Abby's going to like them. She set them on the kitchen table, one at each plate, as the front door opened. Mona's griping blew through the apartment like an ill wind. I'm just saying, if Jane would hold up her end, Shauna wouldn't have to do so much. It's not right, that's all I'm saying. You've been saying it all the way home. Shauna's a secretary. It's her job to deal with paperwork and phones. Hi, Jane. It smells so good in here. I'm just saying, Jane, what are those gray lumps on my nice table? Mona growled. Welcome home, you two. Supper's nearly ready. Jane pointed at the table. Come see what my pottery teacher gave me. He made a bunch for a fancy dinner last year and these were left over. Not more fortune cookies, Mona snorted. These are charming. Abby turned one over in her hand. I want to hear all about your day. Look, they even have paper fortunes in them. Lancaster said somebody added them for the dinner. I haven't read them. They're probably generic messages about the company that commissioned them. Well, they're just tucked in there so we don't have to break them open. Let's see what they say. Abby draped her jacket on a chair. This one's mine. It says be kind to pigeons. One day you may be a statue. Pretty funny. What's all the giggling about? You too. Mona came in and set a napkin by each plate. We're reading our fortunes. Mine says a man with a beard speaks wisdom. Whoa, that's spooky. Jane rubbed her arms against a sudden chill. My new pottery teacher has a beard. Some people are so superstitious. Mona snatched the clay cookie off her plate. This paper says routine is the only safe path. Well, what have I been telling you? You two goofy gals need to buckle down. Life's serious, you know. She stalked out of the kitchen. What did she call us? Jane stared at Abby then burst out laughing. I'll check the chicken on the grill. Will you cut the peaches in half, please? After supper, they cleared the dishes and Abby suggested a walk. I ate too much. It was delicious. Who's with me? I am. And Jane reached for her shoes. Mona declined. She hustled them out the door, then paced the apartment, fuming. Before long, her mind was made up. She wants fortune cookies? I'll give her fortune cookies, more than she can handle. Then she'll know I'm right. She pulled out her cell phone. She had texted her neighbor's son at lunch and he'd readily agreed, in exchange for her buying more game tokens, whatever those are. He'd gone on about overseas routing and false front accounts. Mona understood all those words, but not in that order. Teenagers these days. Who else could figure out how to route emails overseas so they couldn't be traced? Maybe Abby was right, Mona was getting old before her years. On the other hand, Jane was a bad influence on Abby, no question about it. Since she'd moved into their living room, Abby hadn't had time to make popcorn and work on jigsaw puzzles in the evenings like she used to. Jane had to go, and the sooner the better. Startling at the elevator's hum a while later, Mona shoved Jane's purple binder back into the tote bag under the sofa. She'd missed photographing the last several pages, but it was enough for a start. With her computer skills and the help of Jimmy, Jane wasn't going anywhere fast. Her phone rang and Mona pounced on it. Jimmy? I was just thinking about you. You set up a what? VPN? I don't know what that is. To put messages on her phone, right? Overseas? Okay, that's just what I need. Oh, and I want you to deliver some in person, too. No, not to her directly, or she'll know who it is. Yes, I'll tell you what they need to say. What? No, it's not just like a video game. This is real life, young man. No, I didn't forget. Thanks, Jimmy. She shook her head. Kids these days. No wonder Mrs. Cully complained about Jimmy whenever they met up at the mailboxes. Still, he had his uses and Abby would never suspect. She'll thank me later. Chapter 9. The following morning, Jane flipped open her binder. Her next bucket list item was a simple one, but it'd take courage, stepping out of one's routine often does. The drawing showed two little girls sitting on a bench under a tree, their heads bowed together over an orange kitten. Jane had written engage in real conversation with a total stranger on that page. By the time she dealt with the last client of the workday, she was often too peopled out to do more than grab something simple for supper and pick up a book. Not today. She closed it as Abby came into the living room. Have a good day at the office. And thanks for cheering me on. It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a great day. I'm so proud of you, taking time to do things that matter. Abby slipped her light jacket on. You can hear about all the time Jane wasted tonight. Mona picked up her brown paper-bagged lunch. She should be doing things that really do matter, like hammering out the accounts people are having to do for her while she's loafing around. Don't listen to her, Jane. The office isn't going to go under because you're taking some time off. No one has said a thing about it, except Mona. Abby smiled. Let me know how it goes. Jane gave Abby a quick hug. You're a good friend. Her back turned, Mona winced. Her tote bag at her side, Jane settled on a park bench under a sprawling tree. She munched a Danish from the bakery across the street, brushing aside Mona's critical voice in her mind. How do I go about approaching a stranger just to have a conversation? Anybody will think I'm nuts. How do people meet one another these days? And how did I get so out of practice? It was easy in college, but that was a long time ago. Lost in her thoughts, she startled when a young woman sat on the other end of the bench. I'm not bothering you, am I? I don't want to get in your space, the girl asked. Listen, you're going to think I'm nuts for even talking to you, and I'm sorry to interrupt you when you're obviously thinking about something hard, but I want your face. I need it. You need my, what? Sorry, I should have started that better. I saw you from over there. I'm a makeup artist. Okay, that's not true, really. I'm just starting in cosmetology school and I'm not very good yet, but I watch a lot of YouTube videos, and I know I can be somebody someday. Maybe even get a job in Hollywood. A girl's got to have a dream, that's what I think, anyway. I suppose that's so. Jane eyed the girl. She looked harmless, but these days, she shifted uneasily. Ooh, your eyes are such a pretty color now that I'm looking closer, kind of a smoky gray. Like all the mysteries of the universe is in that color. Thanks. Pretty melodramatic. Who is she? And your hair. Are those curls natural? You think I do this on purpose? Flustered, Jane ran her hand through her unruly hair. It's pretty great just the way it is. I mean, people would pay a lot of money to get that breezy look. So, about your cheekbones. They're amazing. You have great structure in your brow line, too. I'd give anything to play with your face. Play with like a makeover. Please? Give me an hour, 2 at most, okay? Unless you have somewhere important to be. I live right over on that corner. We don't even have to drive anywhere. I don't know. Jane drew a breath. Makeovers are expensive and I don't even know you. Oh, no charge, for sure. I have everything I need. I'm Rachel. She stuck out her hand. Please? I need more practice. And if you'd let me take a couple of pictures when I'm done, I'm sure I can get extra credit at school. What have you got to lose? Jane's mind went to a meme that popped up on her social media feed this morning. If you always do what you've always done, you'll get what you've always got. Rachel looked harmless enough. Why, she might be another part of her goal to have a conversation with a new person, if she could get a word in edgewise. Wasn't the point of the bucket list binder to experience new things? A makeover was certainly new territory. She nodded. If you're sure, Rachel beamed. This is going to be so fun. I can't wait to play with your brows. Raising one of the aforementioned eyebrows, Jane followed her to a tiny studio apartment across the street. Rachel unlocked the door. Embarrassed, she moved a stack of glossy magazines from a kitchen chair. It's not grand. But it's home, you know? You're lucky. I don't have a place of my own just now. Really? I wouldn't have guessed. You seem different than the usual homeless folks. That must be why you were in the park in the middle of the morning, right? Come, sit here. I'm not actually homeless. Jane's cheeks flushed. I mean I'm between homes. Sure, I get it. I'm not judging, not everybody has a white picket fence, you know? Now, let me look at you. You really are gorgeous. The tip of her tongue firmly in the corner of her mouth in concentration, Rachel applied creams and powders and color to Jane's face, chattering about the weather, her parents, the cosmetology school, her opinion of Mr. JTL's hair at the awards show last week. I mean, did you ever see a man with hair that tall? I don't know how he fit through doorways. And that jacket he wore was the exact color of Pepto-Bismol. She giggled, then froze, and clapped her hand over her mouth. Gosh, my paying clients won't tolerate any silliness. I can't keep rambling on. It's just that I feel like I can be myself around you, you know? Like the sister I always wanted, that kind of feeling. I'm enjoying this too. It feels good to be pampered a little. Jane smiled. But I wish you'd let me see a mirror. The suspense is killing me. Hold on, I'm almost done. Next, Rachel turned to Jane's hair. It's nearly perfect already, but let me see what I can do with this headband. Oh, maybe a soft twist right here, a tiny braid. There, I'm done. And you're as pretty as I imagined you'd be. More, even. Rachel handed Jane a mirror. Jane whistled under her breath. You're a magician. I had no idea I could look like this. I can't take credit for making you that gorgeous. It's all you. All I did was highlight what was already there. Rachel pulled out her cell phone. Please? I need the extra credit. At Jane's nod, she snapped a few photos from different angles. You look incredible, ready to take on the world now. I can't believe it's really me. I am ready to take on the world. Jane handed Rachel a $50 bill and the second pastry she'd bought that morning. Wow, thanks. I can buy groceries with this. Rachel suddenly sobered. She extended her arm. No, I can't take money from a street person. You're homeless and I'm already blessed. I'm between places, remember? Jane laughed. You more than earned that. Take it. You redid my makeup and my confidence. Come on, I'll buy you an early lunch. After sandwiches and lemonade in the park, Jane thanked Rachel again. I'm really glad I met you. You were heaven sent. You made my day, too. Rachel hugged her. I hope we meet up again. I could use a friend, you know? Before Jane could reply, she was across the park. With a jaunty wave, Rachel ducked up the stairs to her apartment. Jane glanced at her watch. Abby would be on her lunch break now, time for a quick phone call. Have you got a minute? Good. This sounds really crazy, but a girl came up to me this morning in the park and said she needed to practice her makeup skills for a course she's taking. She did a complete makeover. She shook her head. I can't believe I actually went home with a stranger and let her practice on me. Don't tell Mona. She'd have a cow. Abby's chuckle came through the phone. The new you, what your cookie said. I'm delighted you let her, and you know I think you're already drop-dead gorgeous. You're even beautiful with no makeup at all. I can't wait to see the new you. I'd better run. Mona's coming in and she looks like she's on the verge of another come apart. Chapter 10. Jane spent an hour in the bookstore. She glanced up as the old clock tower rang too, still a couple of hours before Abby and Mona finished their workday. Maybe I'll pick up something interesting for supper. Although she enjoyed trying new things in the kitchen, it wasn't much fun to cook for just herself. Abby was always appreciative, and Jane had noticed Mona cleaned her plate of anything she made for her, too, once she finished complaining about carbs and calories and criticizing whatever seasoning Jane had used. She pushed the door open and stepped into the sunshine. A boy about 6 years old sat on the curb next to the bookstore holding a tiny orange kitten. He wiped his forehead with a grimy hand and called, Hey, missus, want to pet my kitten for a quarter? I'm saving up for an ice cream cone. Jane stopped. That's a nice kitten.
Yeah.
He's a good one. You want to pet him? Thanks. She rooted in her purse for a quarter then patted the kitten's head. He's so soft. He's hot because he's made of fur. I'm hot, too. He wiped his forehead again. It's a warm one, all right. What kind of ice cream do you like? Chocolate, silly. Everybody likes chocolate. Wait here. Jane hurried into the ice cream store and came out with 2 cones, 1 chocolate, 1 strawberry. She folded her legs and sat beside him on the curb. Do you live around here?
Yeah.
My mama owns the bookstore. She says I have to stay here and not wander off. He licked the ice cream. Thanks, lady. Oh, I'm supposed to tell you something. She grinned. You are? What is it? I'm supposed to say. Oh, I know. I'm supposed to tell you use your mind and not your feet. Use my mind and not my feet? What does that mean? Jane caught a drip of pink ice cream. I don't know. A big boy on a bike stopped and said to tell it to a woman with a blue flowered shirt on. I figured that was you. He made me say it 2 times so I'd remember. He didn't want to pet my kitten, but it's okay. I just wanted some ice cream. While I was in the store. Just now? She shook off a chill and not from the ice cream. That can't be a coincidence. I'd better go. Thanks for letting me pet your kitten. Is someone watching me right now? Jane hurried down the block toward the grocery store. Concentrating on the child's words, she bumped into a woman on the sidewalk. Oh, excuse me. Not a problem. I'm just looking at my new window display. The woman nodded at the boutique's display window. Can I get your opinion? What does it need? Jane stopped. She stared at the styrofoam snowman holding a fishing net full of fake snowballs, standing in a mound of pink shredded paper. Black and red paper snowflakes hung on ribbons against a backdrop of neon blue tulips. In the corner, a round plastic hippopotamus grinned, its mouth full of striped socks. She said slowly, well, it looks like a snowman, if you ignore the two perfect styrofoam balls. I've never seen a snowman in a bikini. And the tulips seem out of place to me. Are the socks supposed to represent something? It's amazing, isn't it? Perhaps you could tweak, Jane blurted, look, it's still autumn. It's not winter yet and there's not a lot of snow just now. Not this far south. The woman beamed. I know, that's what's so fine about it, the incongruity of it all. Life's like that. If you get what you expect, where's the surprise? Oh, excuse me, that's my phone. I'm so glad you like it. She darted back into her store. True, life is full of surprises. Jane glanced at the shredded papers by the snowman's base. Is that writing on the strips? No, don't look too closely. She headed toward the grocery store. Maybe seafood tonight, broiled fish with a tossed salad sounds good. And something gooey for dessert. Mona could skip it if she chose. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. In the grocery store's seafood department, Jane debated. Is the cod or rockfish better for broiling, do you think? The clerk started to answer, interrupted by a man in a blue plaid shirt. Rockfish, get the rockfish. Much better. Broil some lemon halves and top it with cilantro, that's what I say. Oh, okay. Jane nodded. 3 fillets of rockfish, please. You got it. The clerk reached for tongs. 3? Just my luck. You have a family already. Here I was about to ask you out, but if you need 3 fillets, I'm too late. Story of my life. The man sighed dramatically. What did I expect? You're beautiful and you can cook. I wish I could sculpt you. Are you an artist? Jane took a step back. I'm making dinner for 2 of my friends. Friends? You don't have a husband and a little daughter as pretty as you? Hope springs eternal. He grinned, his teeth very white in his tanned face. I'm Timber Pines. Nice to meet you. I'm not a sculptor, not an artistic bone in my body, but if I could, you'd be my first subject. Exquisite. I'm not, really? You don't know? He cocked his head. How can you not see it? Those dusky eyes, the way your hair swings when you nod, your perfect chin, you're drop-dead gorgeous. And you not knowing it makes you even prettier. You're not like those other women who mince around, flaunting what they think they've got. There's a naturalness about you. I'm telling you, it's awfully appealing. Thanks, I guess. Blushing, Jane took the wrapped packet from the clerk. Please, don't go. Can we get a drink or something? Timber met her eyes. Look, I know I sound forward, but I'm not a creeper. I'm not usually like this. There's something about you. I just want to talk with you. Really? I'm not a drinker. Jane hesitated, then slowly nodded. But I have a little time. What am I doing? The guy's name is clearly made up. Who'd name a kid Timber? Great. My day just improved. Timber's eyes lit up. My man, keep the ladies' rockfish fresh for a few minutes, will you? Here, watch both of our baskets. He thanked the clerk and grabbed 2 bottles of orange juice from a refrigerated counter. We'll be back. On the street, he grinned at Jane. What a lucky guy am I. I get to spend some lovely time on a lovely day with lovely Poe. I don't even know your name. I'm Jane. She hesitated. I don't usually go off with strange men. I don't know what came over me. Is Timber really your name? Jane, nice to meet you. Yes, it's my real name. My father and his before him were loggers. I guess they figured saddling me with that same name would lead me down that same path, like hanging a painting of a ship on a boy's bedroom wall tends them to going to sea when they grow up. They shook their heads when I came to the city. Come to think of it, my mother shook her head a lot as I was growing up. I can see her with her hands on her hips, shaking her head at me, then patching me up from another mishap. He grinned. Accident prone, you know. My name is Timber, but it's more like timber, look out, here he comes. I broke more bones than I can count. Bodies, these human shells we wear, are pretty durable. What else can you damage that heals itself? You cut your arm, right away your body sends clotting agents and sealing.
Go.
To keep the damage down. People say there are no more miracles. Take a look at the majesty of your own body. Let's go sit under this tree, okay? He settled himself on a park bench and handed Jane a bottle of juice. I'm afraid I'm a people watcher. And a talker. Occupational hazard. I sold cars for a few years and I could tell who was going to buy and who were looky-loose. Gave that up when I realized it was bringing out a competitive side in me that I didn't like. What do you do now? Jane sipped her juice, wondering how she got there. I compose jingles for commercials and local businesses. Boring as all get out, but it pays the bills. And lets me take time in the middle of the day to catch some sun and meet you. Timber sang, dirty laundry? No, I say. Let Tommy's cleaners wash stains away. Call 555-7406 today. Really, you wrote that? Jane giggled. You have a nice voice. Thanks. Well, it's not my finest work, I admit, but it does stick in the mind and that's my goal. He leaned closer. You have the most beautiful eyes. That color. If they were in a box of crayons, I don't even know what the label would say. Oh, I need to stop. I'm embarrassing you. Tell me all about yourself. I'm enthralled already. You were born at an early age, I assume, and I'm afraid there's not much to tell. Navy brat, moved around a lot, no siblings, parents gone, uninteresting job. Jane shifted. I should go. I haven't finished shopping. No, please don't walk out of my life so soon. You're here for a reason. He tilted his head. Like I said, I can read people and I can tell there's a lot more interesting things about you. What are you doing in a grocery store on a sunny afternoon? What is it that makes your eyes sparkle? What dreams are you chasing these days? You'll really think I'm nuts. Jane stared at him, debating whether or not to confide in him. What can it hurt? I'll never see him again. Well, my house had a problem and I can't stay there. I'm taking a little time off work and camping on my friend's couch. That explains the fish for dinner. Timber nodded. What happened to your house? Renovation run amok or what? My incompetent landlord was too cheap to hire a plumber. He tried to fix the gas water heater himself and blew off the back wall. Then it rained and most of my stuff was ruined. Whoa. Sorry to hear it. He eyed her. But oddly, you don't seem upset by that. I guess I see it as a chance to do some things I've been putting off. Make some changes, maybe. Jane tucked her hair behind her ear. And then there was this fortune cookie. A fortune cookie? Man, I love Chinese food. What did it say? Seeing her hesitation, he chuckled. Oh, one of those creepy types? Some of them hit close to home. I got one a while ago that said, there will be a bridge in your future. I left the restaurant and, not 10 minutes later, cut my hand on the Henders Bridge's railing. Can you tell me what yours said? It said, you will embark on a life-changing adventure. I know it sounds nuts, but I had a lot of vacation time saved up and my bucket list binder is just getting fatter and I never take time for myself and sometimes I feel like the routine is crushing the light out of me and when my home got destroyed it seemed like a good time for a change. Life's not meant to be all vanilla, after all, and what's wrong with a little adventure and, sorry, I'm blathering. Jane stood. I'd better go. I have things to do and I'm sure you do, too. Please, we just sat down. You're not blathering in the least. Everything we have to do will wait. It always does. He spread his fingers. Tell me about your bucket list binder. Please? I'm interested. You'll think I'm silly. She sank onto the bench. My friend, Mona, says I'm childish and impractical. Children are the best people on earth, everyone knows that. If you can emulate them, you're ahead of the game. Mona sounds like a workhorse. You nailed it. Jane nodded. Kids are the best. Now, about that binder. Okay, I'll tell you. Try not to laugh. It's a plain purple binder. I dream of seeing places, going and doing and getting out of the routine of work and household stuff. There's a big wide world out there. I have a page for things I'd like to do or accomplish or try, ideas that pop up. I stick in things in there, thinking maybe if they're corralled, one days, I'll actually do them. Jane drew a deep breath. See, I told you it's foolish. It's magic. I love it. The idea of putting dreams on paper, laying them out to look at so you can aim for them is brilliant. I knew I liked you right off. She studied her fingernail. You don't think it's ridiculous? Not one bit. I think you're smarter than most people I've met. How can you go after what you want if you haven't identified it? Tell me more about that fortune cookie you mentioned. Well, I guess I needed a push. I wasn't sure what to do when my house was damaged so badly. It was a dump, I admit, but it was my home. My job is so boring, it's like Groundhog Day. I've been feeling like I needed a change of some sort, And there it was, ready or not. I picked up Chinese takeout and it came with fortune cookies. I had two that night. One talked about a life-changing adventure and the other one said something about a new me. So, I'm taking a little time off from work to see what happens. Jane stared at the grass. You must think I'm crazy. On the contrary, I think you're wonderful. I look for messages from the universe, too, things meant just for me. They're all around us, in the form of ideas or memories or maybe something someone says at the right time. Sometimes they're even in writing in front of our faces. Here, let me show you the napkin the coffee shop gave me this morning. He pulled out a wadded paper from his shirt pocket. I kept it because it seemed important. Here, read this. Don't dream little dreams. Keep your eyes on the goal. Small plans are for small-minded people. Plan B only distracts from Plan A, be a little foolish, fools get things done. A smile crossed her lips. There's wisdom there. Like a bunch of fortune cookie messages all in one spot. She handed the wrinkled napkin back to him. Jane, dear Jane, can't you see it's meant for you? There are no coincidences. He took her hand. Your future is so bright, you need sunglasses to even think about it. I'm honored to be a conduit, the person who's designated to send you on the next step of your quest. Quest? She withdrew her hand. That's strong language. And you're a strong woman. Look again. He held up the napkin. I'd call this confirmation that you're on the right track. You already have the plan, your binder. You just need to go for it. You should begin now. Maybe I should start small. No, small plans are for small-minded people, like the napkin says, not bright women like you. Tell me what you've done so far. Well, I bought totally impractical red shoes. Jane extended her foot. 3 pair. These flats, one's with a short heel and the other pair has shiny straps and higher heels than I've ever worn. If that's not foolish, I don't know what is. Great start. Did they make you happy? At her slow nod, he asked, what else do you have planned? I know you haven't been doing this long. I had a personal lesson with a local potter. Jane shrugged. I can just imagine my mother scolding about adults playing with mud pies, but I've always wanted to try a potter's wheel. My favorite uncle is a potter. Makes good money and he's a happy man. Timber chuckled. Terrific beginning. What are you working on today? Jane reddened. What? Bungee jumping? Camel riding? Come on, you can tell me. She drew a deep breath and mumbled, engage in a real conversation with a total stranger. Timber let out a loud laugh. 2 women across the street stopped, stared, then hurried on. He wiped his eyes. Jane, you're wonderful. I'm so glad we met, and I'm glad you trust me enough to have a real conversation with me. The world is so superficial these days, this is a gift. You are a gift. You're on a journey to find yourself and I'm envious. He snapped his fingers. Look, I can write jingles anywhere. How about we join forces? After meeting you, I can see I need to find myself again, too. Your energy is contagious. I want to come with you. Can we follow your bucket list together? I think I need to do this on my own. Jane said slowly, I kind of think that's the point. That's valid. I can't say I'm not disappointed, but that's valid. It's probably the right way. But I'm going to start my own bucket list binder today. I wish you well and I hope our paths cross again. Wherever your journey takes you, know that I'll be thinking about you and cheering you on. He gave Jane a quick hug and quickly crossed the street, waving before disappearing into an alley. After a minute, Jane glanced at her watch. The girls would be off work soon. She hurried back to the apartment. As she turned the doorknob, she clapped her hand to her forehead. I can't believe I forgot the groceries. Chapter 12. Without rockfish for dinner, Jane chopped ham and bell peppers for omelets, cobbled together a cucumber salad with tomatoes, then reached for the flour. If I arrange it nicely, maybe they won't notice it's thrown together. I can't believe I forgot the fish. And I didn't even get Timber's phone number. I'll probably never see him again. Her face flushed from rushing, she felt a warm glow in her midsection. When was the last time anyone encouraged her like he had? Knowing someone was cheering her on made all the difference. She slid a pan of quick bread sticks into the oven as the front door opened. She's being totally irresponsible. Mona's voice wafted into the kitchen. If you were a decent person, you'd set her straight. You're doing her no favors by encouraging her in this nonsense, that's all I'm saying. You've been saying it all day, and you need to stop. What Jane does is her business, not yours or mine. Hush, already. Abby poked her head around the kitchen doorway. Hi, Jane. Something smells great. Let me wash my hands, then I'll help with whatever you need. What are you doing with the flour? You're not baking, are you? Mona groused. How much more of this can I take? Every meal is like a carb fest with you. Oh, go hang up your coat. Jane, tell me all about your day. And thanks for making supper. It's like having a personal chef. Don't get spoiled, Mona muttered. Jane will get this flightiness out of her mind soon enough and be back to work where she belongs. Flightiness? I haven't taken time off in years, you know that. I'm entitled to a break. Wow, you look incredible. Abby circled Jane. I should have looked closer when I came in. You look like you just came back from a vacation. Well, even head in the clouds Jane can't take a vacation that fast. Mona set her briefcase on a chair. Let me see. Turn around. Dutifully, Jane slowly pivoted. You're stunning, like movie star material, only more natural. That makeup really plays up your eyes. Abby smiled. And the twist in your hair makes your curls look like a halo. A halo? Ridiculous. I don't want to think about what all that cost you, and here you don't even have a place to live. Mona put her hands on her ample hips. All that makeup. Your face looks plastic, like one of those dolls in the store. A fancy hairstyle like that had to cost a pretty penny. That's harsh, coming from a woman who whacked off her hair in the bathroom with my sewing scissors, Abby scoffed. You look beautiful, Jane, and if this is the new you, I'm all for it. It's smart and prudent to cut my own hair and it's easier to style now that it's short, Mona defended. I'll have you know, you call that a style? Abby scoffed. I didn't have a haircut and the makeover didn't cost anything, Jane interrupted. I met a girl in the park and she offered to do it. What? Mona stared. You let a strange child. She wasn't strange and she wasn't a child. Rachel is studying hair and makeup and needed someone to practice on. That's all. What happened to your common sense? Mona snarled. You never had a lot to begin with, but I think you've sprung a leak. A leak? Jane giggled. I'd better check the breadsticks. When Mona went to take a shower after supper, Abby pulled Jane into the living room. Okay, spill. You've been smiling all evening. You really do look terrific, but there's more to your day than what you said, isn't there? Well, I met a man. Yes, your new pottery guy. No, a new man. Besides Lancaster, I mean. A man? What kind of a man? Tell me all about him, Abby ordered with a grin. And hurry up. Mona's been going on lately about wasting water. We may not have much time and I want to hear everything. I was in the grocery store and he just began talking and then he invited me for a drink and, a drink? In the middle of the day? Abby leaned in. Was he totally dreamy? Jane cocked her head. Kind of ordinary looking, now that I think about it, but he had that good listener thing going, like he actually cared. We bought orange juice and ended up sitting on a park bench. He said he's a people watcher and he said there was something about me. Well, of course, any guy would have to be blind to not see how great you look, especially today. And then what? Jane said she'd told Timber about the fortune cookies and her bucket list. And he didn't even laugh. He was totally encouraging, even offered to go with me on my quest, that's what he called it. A quest? How romantic. You just started your bucket list and already you seem happier, lighter. Good for you. What else did he say? They talked until Mona returned from her shower and clicked on a documentary. Who cares about ancient spoons of Ireland? After Abby and Jane were asleep, Mona sat on her bed, shaking. Jane's lost all judgment. I can't have her upsetting everything. Meeting new men, doing new things. Next thing you know, she'll talk Abby into going off somewhere with her and where will that leave me? Her face burned, thinking about the binder and the fortune cookies. She wants fortune cookies? I'll give her fortune cookies. I'll call Jimmy again. He's smart for a 15-year-old and he'll help me stop Jane before she takes my only real friend from me. Chapter 13. On Wednesday morning, Jane woke to the sound of Mona slamming the lid of the washer, followed by the dryer door banging. Barely daylight and already on a tear. Jane waited until Mona went to get dressed, then whipped up a quick breakfast. I know work has been hectic and I'm not there to carry my share of the load. I'm going to make a breakfast Abby will enjoy. She's been so supportive and it's my fault we stayed up so late talking last night. Humming softly, she sliced bread for French toast and arranged bacon in a pan. What treat it was to prepare meals in a kitchen that worked. No dead stove burners, a sink that didn't require pliers and banged knuckles to fill a pot with water, a refrigerator with every shelf intact. How did I put up living in Jack's rental so long? I need a change, for sure. She heard the shower starting as she finished cutting strawberries. By the time Mona came to the kitchen door, Jane was almost done whipping the cream. What are you doing? Using up all the eggs, it looks like, and dirtying every bowl in the kitchen. Mona surveyed the kitchen. What am I supposed to eat, I ask you? There's plenty here. Jane poured juice into glasses, unfazed. No, thank you. I'm not eating straight carbs. Mona took a hard-boiled egg from the refrigerator. What smells so good? Abby smiled as she entered. Oh, wow, real food. Ignoring Mona's baleful glare, she slid French toast on her plate and spooned berries on top. This looks wonderful. Thanks, Jane. You act like I've been starving you, Mona griped. Pass the bacon. Abby shook her head. It's just that you usually get up before I do and breakfast is ready by the time I get out here. Jane, this is such a treat. You had a really full day yesterday. What's your plan today, Jane? Oh, are you starting that up again? Mona reached for a slice of bacon. You go get ready for work, Jane. You'll thank me later. I'll clean up your mess. I think you used every pan in the kitchen. There's a notice on the bulletin board you need to read when you get to the office. I'm taking time off, remember? I have plans for later this morning, but I thought I'd walk around the park first and figure out what I want to do next. Over Mona's snort, Abby nodded. Good idea. Who says you have to follow your bucket list in order? If you're open to inspiration, you're more apt to find it. This is so good. I don't really have time for another slice of French toast, but pass it, will you? Those carbs will go straight to your hips. Mona snapped, don't make supper tonight, Jane. I'll make my special kale salad with tuna. Abby wrinkled her nose. Let's worry about supper later, okay? Jane, you said you had plans for later. What's next on your bucket list? The next page in my binder is learn something new / something out of my comfort zone. I'm going to spend the morning in the Natural History Museum downtown. I haven't been there in years. Museums are for children on field trips and tourists, Mona hissed. Your work is piling up at the office. I had to reorganize new folders on your desk again yesterday. By color, no doubt. Jane set down her fork. I've asked you 100 times not to touch my desk. It's my space, not yours. Leave my things alone. I'm taking a little time off, as you well know, but when I go back, I need my folders organized by priority, not color. They look terrible, all mishmash hacky hash like that. I can't stand walking by your desk. And you should know. Okay, you two, back in your box, Abby interrupted. Jane, everyone at the office is covering for you. You're fine. Now, finish telling me what else you have planned. The museum covers your learn something. What's the out of comfort zone thing? You'll never guess. I made an appointment at the fire station at 1:30. I'm meeting a Chief Payson. There, that's the first sensible thing you've said, Mona exclaimed. Community service is a fine and practical use of time, although you do have a job of work to keep in mind. You're no lady of leisure. Are you going to serve food or polish the fire trucks or what? Not exactly. Jane drew a deep breath. I've always wanted to, Chief Payson said it's a fine idea and the crew would be happy to help me learn. They're actually looking forward to me coming in, they said. Coming in to do what, exactly? Chief Payson said I'm the first person who ever asked. I've always wanted to slide down a fire pole. That takes the cake. One step above pole dancing and stripping. That's probably just a matter of time. Mona wadded her napkin into a ball. We pay those firefighters. Don't they have better things to do? Who's going to keep the city safe while you're playing, I ask you? Oh, come on. People expect better from you, that's all I'm saying. Mona spent the rest of the meal muttering dark warnings, certain Jane would regret her decision, then stomped off to get ready for work. Jane closed the door on Mona's protests. Ah, silence. That woman sure could get under a person's skin. Jane quickly set the kitchen to rights and picked up her ever-present tote bag. Chapter 14. After a couple of turns around the town square, Jane headed for the museum. Her shoulders relaxed as she lingered over a weaving display at the museum. Such intricacy. She stepped back as a group of children passed her, clutching little clipboards. Several little girls offered shy waves and Jane smiled back. Come along, class. Keep your eyes open for new things. We'll stop after this next room for a snack. You can draw what you've seen then. What's that, Jilly? A teacher with a ponytail slowed the group. Can you wait? I can't leave the class, you can't go alone, and Mrs. Marsh isn't back yet. Jane glanced at the child, dancing the potty dance with skill and precision, and recalled the urgency of her own childhood. A full bladder waited for no one. Can I help? Jane offered. I'll take her, if you like. Before the teacher could respond, Jilly grabbed Jane's hand. Please? I need to go really bad. The teacher hesitated, then decided Jane looked harmless enough. She gave her a grateful nod. Thanks. Jane escorted Jilly to the ladies' room around the corner, waited, then reminded her to wash her hands. And use the nice smooth soap, too. Thanks for taking me to the bathroom. Crisis averted, Jilly kept up a running monologue. You're a nice lady. Miss Peterson said we're having hamburgers for lunch. I love hamburgers. I can ask if you can eat with my class, too. That would be fun, right? What's your favorite food? You're somebody's mommy, right? Is your kid having a field trip, too? Whoa, that's a lot of questions. Jane laughed, delighted by the girl. Come on, sweetie, we'd better get you back to your class. You don't want to miss the dinosaurs. They walked back toward the class hand in hand. Jilly wrapped her arms around Jane in a quick hug, then skipped away to tell her teacher she'd returned. Jane cast one last glance at Jilly and turned to the gemstones of the world display. What would it be like to have a child of my own? I'll add another page in my binder. A girl can dream. 20 minutes later, a woman approached Jane near the early baskets display. Excuse me. I'm Mrs. Marsh, with the first graders' field trip. Their teacher, Miss Peterson, asked me to invite you to have lunch with the group. There's plenty of food and the kids would be delighted. Apparently, little Jilly can't stop talking about you. Will you join us for burgers and chips? I'm sure you have better things to do than eat lunch with a lot of 6-year-olds, but I said I'd ask you. Taken aback, Jane paused, then grinned. Definitely out of my comfort zone. Why not? That's the best offer I've had all day. Great, you'll make the kids happy. Jilly is so excited and the others are just as sweet as she is. They're all doing a bathroom run now. We'll meet on the side lawn as soon as everybody's done. Come with me, please. Although the children had been relatively subdued in the museum, once outdoors, their happy voices scared a flock of blackbirds from the nearby trees. Jane walked with Mrs. Marsh, slowing as she neared the group. There are a lot of them, aren't there? Only 2 classes. Mrs. Marsh chuckled. They seem to multiply when they're in motion. Here comes Jilly. Jilly ran to Jane and grabbed her hand. You came. Yay. Come sit with my friends. I told them all about you. She pulled Jane to a group of children, who promptly formed a circle on the grass. Sit here. Can you do crisscross applesauce? Jane took the empty spot next to Jilly and folded her legs. Miss Peterson walked to them and smiled. Glad you could join us. The food truck will be here any minute. Class, remember to use your manners. You have a guest. Food truck? Jane asked. Yes, it's a treat for the children and easier than keeping track of 43 sack lunches from home. Oh, here they come now. Excuse me. The children chattered, eagerly relating the things they'd seen in the museum. Jane tried to follow the conversations, but there were so many youngsters talking at once. She sat back, soaking in the children's happy energy. Soon Miss Peterson called them to line up. Jilly clung to Jane's hand. You have to go first. You're the guest. Oh, no, you kids get your food and then I will, Jane demurred. That's the rule. Jilly shook her head so hard, her braids bounced. Miss Peterson said it's manners. Okay, then. I know all about manners and rules. Can you come with me? Sure. In surprisingly short order, box lunches were handed out, along with half-pint milk cartons with straws. Seeing her tug at the carton, Jilly offered to help Jane open her drink. Here you go. Mommy says I'm the best at opening milks. Thanks. It's been a long time since I had a cute little milk carton. Jane opened her box. Let's see what's for lunch. With varying degrees of table manners, the class dug into their burgers and chips and apple wedges. After a few minutes, Miss Peterson stood and clapped her hands 3 times. The children fell silent. When you're done eating, be sure to gather all your wrappers and put them in the trash, then come get your dessert. You can read them to your neighbor. How do you read dessert? Jane asked. Jilly shrugged. Miss Peterson says funny things. They threw their trash in the bin and joined a line of children. The teacher passed out wrapped items from a bag. Jane took a mini chocolate bar and stared at a wrapped fortune cookie in her hand. They're everywhere. Seeing her expression, Miss Peterson explained. The candy bar is for a treat. I thought they'd get a kick out of the fortune cookie. I do all I can to get them to read anything at all. You should have heard the clamor on the bus today, with all of them shouting out street signs as we drove here. Really? When I was a child, we had to be silent on the school bus. We couldn't even whisper. I'm glad those days are over, aren't you? Miss Peterson grabbed a boy's shoulder. No pushing in line. I have plenty for everyone. Jane returned to the knot of children. Okay, everybody, what does your fortune cookie say? Will you read them to me? A few minutes later, Jane hugged Jilly, thanked Miss Peterson, and picked up her tote bag. Bye, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to have lunch with you. She grinned as she hurried to her car. It's as if these fortune cookies that keep popping up know me. Spooky. She fingered the paper in her pocket with a contented smile. You made someone happy today. Chapter 15. Hearing the church bell chime 5 o'clock, Jane quickened her pace. She'd told Abby she'd have dinner ready when they came home to save her from Mona's promise of kale and sardine salad, but there wasn't time to cook anything now. She sniffed her arm with a grin. I need a shower. Mona would have a cow if she knew I spent the afternoon at a fire. Maybe 2 cows. An A-frame sign advertising a new Greek restaurant in the next block drew her in. Jane placed a takeout order for spanakopita, stuffed grape leaves, Greek salad, and gyro with extra tzatziki sauce on the side. While she waited, the fire chief's comments about the fragility of life came to her mind. We have to make the most of our life, every day of it. In my work, I see people in trouble, people injured, people afraid. No one calls the fire department when they're at their best, that's for certain. Humans are designed to help each other, to interact with others. Why else are we here? Even a quick word or a simple smile can raise somebody's spirits. Melissa Payson went on, do you know solitary confinement is the worst punishment in society? People think it's capital punishment, but it's not. People in solitary can lose their minds, go mad, just from not being around other people. We need each other, that's all I'm saying. We sure do, and I'm happy to be noticing that again. The job is sucking the light out of my soul. I needed this break more than I knew. And it might be time to make a change. Think about it, at least. I'd miss seeing Abby, but what else is holding me there? Ma'am? Your order is ready. I can't wait to try it. Jane paid the waiter and smiled. Thanks for making my day easier. I hadn't looked at it that way. The waiter grinned. I hope you enjoy your dinner. I put a coupon for next time in the bag, oh, and some extra pita right out of the oven. Thanks for coming in. Jane blotted her hair dry and set plates on the table just as Abby and Mona came in. Abby said, something smells wonderful. What stinks? Mona grumbled at the same moment. What are those, wet cigars? She pointed at the rolled grape leaves. Why can't we have normal food? Cut it out, will you? Abby elbowed her. Jane, this looks so good. Thanks for getting supper for us. I'm feeling spoiled. It's more fun than eating alone. I hadn't tried that Greek place before. Come on, you too. You're going to love what I picked up. They dug in, Abby and Jane enthusiastically, Mona tentatively. Abby asked about Jane's day and she told her about cute little Jilly and the first grade class field trip. That sounds like a delightful morning. Way more fun than wading through quarterly numbers. Abby speared another chunk of gyro meat. This is delicious. I'll definitely go back to this restaurant again. Not me. You wasted your money. I like home-cooked food, where you know what everything is and you don't have to hunt for breath mints after you eat it. Too much garlic. There's nothing wrong with kale and sardine salad. Mona pushed her plate away. I can fry myself an egg later. Suit yourself. Abby turned to Jane. Finish telling us about your day with the firefighters. No, I think we should talk about work. The contract's waiting for Jane to get to them. People need their projects done. Mona snapped her fingers. Vacation is over. Jane ignored her. I guess I knew the crew lives at the house, that's what they call the fire station, when they're on shift, but they really do try to outcook each other, like that magazine article said. Chief Payson said their 72-hour shifts are total tedium broken by all heck broke loose, and nothing in between so they have time to experiment with food. They're compiling a cookbook, too. She swallowed a bite of grape leaf. The crew showed me around. I was amazed at how hard they work, keeping everything shined and clean. They took me upstairs to their turnout gear room, too. Did you know they have everything all set out, ready to go? They even arrange their boots inside their pants legs, so they can jump into everything in one swoop. When the bell sounds, they can get geared up and down the pole to the truck in under 50 seconds. Boots and all. Less than a minute. That's really interesting. I haven't been inside a firehouse since I was in school. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Abby said, please pass the pita bread, will you? That bread is loaded with carbs, and don't think I'm not watching you put jam all over it. Sugar. Mona groused, there I was, slaving over a hot stove to keep you healthy, until she moved in. Abby giggled. I seriously doubt anyone slaved over a hot stove to make a chef's salad, and that's what you made for dinner for weeks. Jane, tell me about the firefighters' pole. Did they let you try it out? It was the best. It's a long way down from the third story, where the crew sleeps, all the way down to the ground floor next to the truck. They end on a thick mat. They explained someone could get hurt going that far down at once, so they actually have two poles, one to the turnout room and another down to the truck, about 3 feet apart. I tried them both. I don't know who came up with the idea, but it's sure faster than everybody clomping downstairs in their gear when they're rushing to a fire. Jane sipped her lemonade. Chief Payson was so good to me, taking time to explain everything. You should be ashamed, tying up a man's time at work. And seeing where the firemen sleep is just not, well, it's not appropriate. Mona sniffed. They're firefighters, not firemen. There are 4 women on the crew. Melissa introduced me to them. Who's Melissa? Mona couldn't help asking. Chief Payson. I thought you knew she's a woman. They were so encouraging when I tried sliding down the pole. I managed to land standing up on the second try and they clapped. Jane beamed. I didn't tell you about the very best part. While I was there, the fire bells clanged. I think I jumped at least a foot. Melissa was right beside me and she invited me to ride along to a fire. That had to be so exciting. Abby exclaimed. Was it the fire on 7th? We had to detour on the way home from the office. You went to a fire? Mona glared. You shouldn't get in the way when they're working. People could have been hurt. Jane tore her pita in half. Yes, on 7th, more smoke than flame, fortunately. The crew beat it back in a few minutes. I loved seeing how they worked together, hardly even speaking, but every person knew what to do. She smoothed her damp hair. I had to grab a quick shower. My hair smelled like an old ashtray. I'm proud of you, doing new things. Abby grinned. I spent the day tied to my desk. I need to think about making some changes myself. No, you don't. Change is bad. You have a job and responsibilities. Mona waved a fork at Jane. And you need to get back to work yourself. Life's not a picnic, you know. Who said anything about a picnic? Jane glared at Mona. Don't you ever lighten up? Okay, you too, let it go. Abby said, speaking of changes, I'm looking forward to line dancing tonight. We're leaving about 7, right? Mona, are you sure you don't want to come? Bubba Gumtree and the Lights on the Bay are performing. A bunch of sweaty people gyrating to twangy music about pickup trucks and bad romance sung by scruffy-looking people who haven't bathed in longer than I care to think about? No, thanks. I'd rather organize the hall closet. Mona shot a baleful glare Jane's direction. Besides, some of us have to work in the morning. You're missing out. Oh, that's my phone. Excuse me while I take this call. Jane took her phone out onto the balcony. Hello? Oh, Sam, good to hear from you. What's up? Sam told her someone had delivered a big bouquet of star irises at the end of the day. They're for you and they're beautiful. They came right after everyone had left. Except me. I'm staying late to finish the Capelson reports. There's a card, too. I'm telling you so they won't wilt before you get back to the office. I wonder who sent them. I'll ask Abby to bring them home with her tomorrow. I'm staying with her and Mona for a bit while my landlord fixes my place. Jane leaned on the railing. Everything going okay, for you? Actually, things aren't great here. You picked a good time to avoid the office. It's been a little tense here the last few days. Something's up and the managers have been downright testy after a big secret meeting they had. Rumors are flying about possible layoffs or maybe a new head manager coming in. There's a pay freeze in place as of the first of the month and you know we're already paid below industry standard. Sam sighed. My wife's right. I need to start polishing my resume. I can do so much better. You, too, Jane. Gosh, I had no idea. Abby and Mona didn't say anything about this. Well, Mona is going around telling everyone to keep their heads down, don't make waves, you know how she is. If the Titanic was halfway under, she'd still be telling people to make sure the tables were straight. And Abby is so upbeat and positive. She wouldn't have accepted the gossip even if she heard any of it. I'll make sure she brings the flowers to you tomorrow. Thanks. I hope things smooth out. Jane straightened. I hate to bother you when you're already working late, but did you say the flowers had a card? Would you read it to me? Sure thing. Give me a minute. Oh, okay. There's a photo of a fortune cookie on the front. That's funny. A what? A chill ran down Jane's spine. You know, one of those Chinese takeout fortune cookies. Inside it says, what if all you know is wrong? And under that it says, you're just one step ahead of being found out, in pencil, like an afterthought. Weird, isn't it? It almost sounds like a threat, but who takes fortune cookies seriously? Jane forced a chuckle. I know, right? Thanks, Sam. Good to hear from you. Have a good evening, once you get home, I mean.
Bye.
She shook herself and drew a couple of breaths before heading back into the apartment. Girls, did you know anything about what Sam just told me? You didn't tell me things haven't been going well at work. Before Jane finished telling Abby about Sam's concerns, Mona interrupted. That's what I've been telling you. This is no time to be gaddying about like a sorority girl, not a care in the world. You need to get back to your job of work and show them you're of some value before you're out on your ear. Oh, now, nobody's going out on their ears. I'm sure it's nothing. Abby carried her plate to the sink. You know how people like to talk. My mom always says, don't borrow trouble. If anything happens, we'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, we'll just go about our job like always. No, that's not right. We need to work harder, go to work earlier, stay a little later. Remind the managers we're valuable workers. Whatever happens, we need to still be at our desks when the dust settles. Keep our heads down and take care not to make a ripple. You really think that? Jane stared at Mona. I'm learning there's a time and a place to make a ripple. Mona waved her hand derisively. You don't know anything. Jane drew a deep breath. Abby, Sam said someone sent flowers to me at the office after hours. Would you please bring them to me tomorrow? Flowers? That's so romantic. Abby gushed. Sure, I'll bring them home for you. There's no romance involved. With the hours we work, who has time to even meet anybody? Jane nodded at Mona's suddenly retreating back. What's up with her? Who knows? Who are the flowers from? It didn't say. I asked Sam to read the card. Jane repeated what Sam had read. Cryptic, don't you think? Whoa, that sounds dark. And more fortune cookies, like someone is trying to get a message to you. Not knowing what you know might be wrong is a little discouraging, but one step ahead of being found out is, Abby cocked her head. Wait. What does that even mean? I don't know. I admit it's making me feel uneasy, as if the ghost of my domineering mother is back to put me down. And what's up with Mona? She shot out of here like a bee stung her. Who knows? She's been weird at work, too, really short with everybody. This afternoon she barked at Sana. Sana's the best receptionist we've ever had, but I found her in the ladies, crying, a little while later. I think Mona knows something is going on and it's making her cross, not being able to figure out what it is. It doesn't matter to me. I can't control what the company does. Abby tucked her feet under her on the couch. I'm going to take some time off next week anyway. By the time I get back, maybe they'll have things sorted out. Time off? Is everything all right? Are you starting your own bucket list? That'll put Mona over the edge, for sure. Abby giggled. That edge isn't all that far away some days, is it? No, it's my dad. He's having surgery on Tuesday. It's not serious and I'm sure he'll be fine, but I want to make sure he's getting good care. I'll be back as soon as I get him settled at home. A few days at most. Oh, okay. I hope things go well for him. You're lucky to have a good relationship with him. Jane paused. You know, I'm not comfortable being here alone with Mona. You're a kind of buffer. I think it's time for me to move to the next phase of my binder, the bucket list items that are out of town. I've been thinking I need to get braver. If I get brave enough, I may even go back to my hometown and sort out the craziness my parents left as a legacy. A legacy? What do you mean? Abby plumped a pillow behind her head. I know you came from Troy, same as me and Mona, but we didn't meet until college. That's the trouble with having two high schools in town. You don't talk much about your family. Most people get a tangible inheritance. I got years of emotional baggage to unpack, enough baggage for a good long vacation. Jane shrugged. Someday I'll face my past and sort it all out. No hurry, mind you. They sat in silence, lost in their own thoughts. At last, Jane clapped her hands. Hey, we'd better get our jeans on and get over to the Dewdrop-In. My cowboy boots were in my closet at home, probably ruined by now. Do you have an extra pair I could borrow? Sure do, partner, Abby drawled. I have black tooled leather and brown snakeskin. You choose. I'll take the ones that know how to boot scoot and do-si-do, whichever pair you're not going to wear. Jane hugged Abby. You're a good friend, you know that? Jane pulled into a parking spot across from the Dewdrop Bar and Grill downtown. Whoa, I can hear the band from here. This is going to be fun. Arm in arm, she and Abby entered the venue. They surveyed the sea of smiling people in cowboy boots and denim, thumbs hooked in belt loops, dancing to the left, kick, twist, swaying to the right. On stage, the band played Ain't Cha My Baby, country music pulsating from speakers. They moved like a single entity. Jane grinned. Mona would have hated this. What? I can't hear you. Abby shouted. Good thing Mona's not here. She'd hate this. Come on, let's dance, Jane mouthed. They joined the end of the line dancers and quickly picked up the rhythm. Chapter 16. 10:30, and not even a weekend. Jane had to go, no two ways about it. Hearing the elevator, Mona hurried to the bathroom and turned on the shower. I won't give them the satisfaction of thinking I was waiting up for them. Abby turned the key and pushed open the apartment door, laughing. I had so much fun. We should do that more often. It was a blast, Jane agreed. My feet hurt from all that dancing. That guy with the guitar had some real talent. I think Mona is still up. The shower is running. What a dud. She's really missing out. Jane shrugged out of her jacket. I'll get us some ice water. A couple of minutes later, Abby nodded toward the hallway, hearing the bathroom door open. You say he has 7 kids? That'll be a new you, all right. Divorced 4 times? Oh, you're not going to let that stop you, are you? I mean, if he's good looking, that's all that matters, right? Playing along, Jane grinned and raised her voice slightly. Mona's probably right. She said I'm not being responsible, and it's time I found a place of my own. Moving in with him and his snake collection seems to be the best option. So what if he plays drums all night? At least I'll know where he is. Who knows, I might even go on the road with his band, once they get some jobs. I mean, gigs. Isn't that what they call it? Mona came in the room, hair in a towel, hands on hips, her face bright red. You. Who are you calling a you? Abby giggled. Mona glared. I'm sorry, Jane, but this takes the cake. Ever since you had that little water heater problem, I don't know what's come over you. A little problem? The back of my house is gone. Jane raised incredulous eyebrows. Stuff and nonsense. It'll get repaired and you should just behave yourself meanwhile. It's like you lost every bit of common sense, not that you had much to spare. I don't want that kind of influence around me or Abby. You'll have to be out of here by the weekend. She wagged a stern finger at Abby. She's a bad influence. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 17. Whoa, calm down. We were joking, Abby protested. Jane's not taking up with any snake-loving drummer, on the road or anywhere else. Well, I wouldn't put it past her, the way she's been acting lately. Skipping work to gallivant around town, talking to strangers, getting her face painted like a mannequin, pole dancing with working people, who knows what's next? I want her gone and that's final. Hey, I'm right here. Don't talk about me like I don't exist. And it was a fire pole, for Pete's sake. Mona, be reasonable. Abby held up her hand. Jane's our friend, remember? You can't order her out. I pay half the rent. It's my place, too. Can you pay all of it? Mona stood firm. She goes or I will. Jane sputtered, you're overreacting. Just because I'm taking a little vacation time. Not on my couch, you're not. Not anymore. You have until Saturday. I'm entitled to a peaceful weekend. Mona headed down the hall, trailing wet footprints. She's seriously losing it. Abby stared at Jane. I mean, she's always been a little off her rocker, but this, don't worry, I'll talk to her. She sounded serious to me. Jane stood and stretched. I need some fresh air. A walk around the block will clear my head. I'm too wound up to sleep. I'll come with you. And let's get a hot fudge sundae. They're good for the soul. Mine feels kind of sore. That diner on the corner is open 24 hours. They slipped on sneakers and headed out. After a couple of turns around the block, Jane and Abby settled into a booth at the diner. While they waited for their sundaes, Jane nodded toward a group of middle-aged women at a nearby table. They look like good friends, don't they? Abby licked her spoon. This time of night, they probably put their kids to bed and left their husbands in charge so they could grab a quick break with friends. But are you listening? At first, I thought they were a book club or something. Jane paused then grinned. That's no book club. They're trying to scare the daylights out of each other. I agree, really creepy stuff. It's not bad to listen in, is it? Jane grinned. I'm telling you, it was Bigfoot, right in front of me, as close as you are to that front door. Stank to high heaven. A woman picked up her coffee cup. I can still see his beady eyes.
Yeah,
Well, that's not as bad as the night I stayed in a bed and breakfast outside Smithville. A woman in a red shirt interrupted. It was a dance hall back in the day and the ruckus that night was awful. I mean, I could ignore the fiddle and the sound of feet dancing on the floor, but once the shooting started, I didn't get a wink of sleep. I finally convinced myself it was just somebody's TV on too loud in one of the other rooms. I had to use the bathroom in the night, my age, you know, and there in the hall was a man. A man, her friend scoffed. So what? You've seen men before. I'll tell you so what. He'd been shot. He had a big hole in the middle of his plaid shirt and blood running down both legs. He had to be dead with an injury that bad, but he was standing there like anybody. Good manners, too. He touched the brim of his hat and said good evening. And then he walked through the wallpaper, calm as a summer afternoon. Jane shook her head. Some people. The main drawback to eavesdropping is that I can't ask clarifying questions. Don't you want to know more? Abby nodded. It reminds me of that story the preacher told when we were in high school, about the World War II war crime files one of his previous parishioners found in an attic. I wondered about that for years. Where had they been hidden all those decades? In a town as small as Troy, whose family had them? Had the box belonged to a war criminal in hiding? Who had inherited them and what became of the papers once they came to light? Whose records were they originally? Who all knew about them? Wow, all that was in your mind? Jane stared. People are strange things, for sure. And they all have their own story. Yesterday as I was passing the coffee shop, I overheard a man tell someone his grandmother's wedding dress had 3 gold necklaces sewn into the hem. They found out about it when the dry cleaner discovered them. Don't you want to know the rest of the story? Yes, like who put them in there and why. There must have been a good reason. Maybe someone was worried their daughter's new husband wouldn't be a good provider or something. Abby chuckled. I love hearing your stories and the enthusiasm in your voice. That fortune cookie was right. An adventure is good for you. I agree. I wish you could do my bucket list with me. I've felt like someone is watching me and an extra pair of eyes would be good. Jane took a spoon of whipped cream. It's weird, though. 2 more of those cookie cutter memes showed up on my social media feed yesterday. I'm starting to wonder if someone hacked my phone. Is that possible? How could that be? It must be a coincidence, right? I'm not sure I believe in coincidences anymore. Jane shrugged. Oh, ignore me, I'm probably paranoid from all of Mona's warnings. I don't know what's up with her. Abby licked her spoon. She wasn't this bad a few months ago. I think she resents us coming and going when her nose is to the grindstone. She seems 100 years older than you and me. Maybe she's afraid we'll have fun and she won't. Or maybe she's jealous. You're good about inviting her places, but she always says no. Abby paused. I almost think she's up to something. I hope I'm wrong. She's really against you taking time off to hunt down your bucket list. You don't think she'd do anything to stop you, do you? For all we know, she could have been the one who sent you flowers as a warning to get back to work. What are you talking about? She's too cheap to spend money on flowers. Stop me? How would she do that? Don't let her get into your head. Jane wiped her lips with a paper napkin. She doesn't even know what I have in mind. Actually, either do I. I'll come up with a plan before I go to bed. Meanwhile, I want to take a couple more laps around the block. Sundays have more calories than kale, you know. Chapter 18. After a night of tossing and turning on the couch, Jane sat up before the first light of day peeked through the curtains. She'd been awake since around 4 o'clock, when the voice of her old psychology professor came into her mind as clearly as had he stood in front of her. She'd yawned through that lecture at the time, now it came back to her, word for word. Status quo, the existing state of affairs, can be a powerful motivator, as well as a deterrent to joy. Some people, especially terribly insecure ones or those who have come through a trauma, believe it must be maintained at any price. That price may be very dear, to the point of driving away others or turning away from people they love, refusing a career they dreamed of, turning their backs on the promise of happiness. Craving stability and predictability at any cost, they see change in any form as a serious threat. They would rather have a familiar stale potato chip than face the glorious unknown of an endless buffet of choices. In that state, they will often lash out, doing damage both in their own lives and to those around them, all in an effort to preserve the familiar, the safe, the comfortable, the known. Often, if confronted by another person with differing views, one who chooses a brighter, more imaginative lifestyle, for example, they panic. If you happen to find yourself in the line of fire from such a person, I'd advise you to move left or right, up or down, whatever it takes to stay on your own course. They cannot be reasoned with, and if you try, it just makes them dig their heels in deeper. Imagine, if you will, a donkey. It's a fine, useful, docile creature when fed apples and grain, but get out of the way if it starts to kick. Jane pondered. 2 days, I have 2 days to figure out what to do next. Mona's not budging and I don't want to make life harder for Abby by trying to stay here. What am I going to do? I'll figure out something, but for now, I'll stick to my plan. She pulled the bag from under the couch and opened her purple binder to a random page. A shaded trail wound up a daisy-covered hill. Jane felt her shoulders relax. She stared at the picture, pulled back the curtains, and made up her mind. Glorious weather, perfect day for a hike. Maybe the fresh air will clear my mind. Quietly, so as not to wake Abby or Mona, Jane dressed and carried her sneakers to the front door. She sat on the top step and tied her shoes, relishing the idea of a new day about to dawn. 20 minutes later, she parked at the trailhead. She stuffed her tote bag in the trunk and walked toward the trail marker, her steps slowing. She stopped. What am I doing? I haven't hiked Red Sun Mountain in years and it's never a good idea to go alone. It's not even going to be light for another half hour. I'd better go back. You ready? Don't want to waste this pretty morning, do you? Jane stepped aside as an older man approached the trailhead. Sorry. I didn't mean to block your way. No problem. I got all the time in the world. The man rubbed his grizzled chin. Speaking of blocking, how come you're not scampering up the trail, a woman your age? I thought a hike was a good idea, but I'm reconsidering. Oh, no, you don't. He chuckled. If you got yourself up early on this beautiful morning and here you stand, you're not quitting before you start. By the looks of you, you even took off work today to hike Old Red Sun. I guess I'm not up to it after all. Sure, you are. It's not so far up, once you get going. 1 foot in front of the other, that's how it's done, same as the rest of life. And this time of day, if we move along smartly, we'll be rewarded with a sunrise over the peaks those slugabeds in town miss out on. The sky is already thinking about turning soft pink. Soon the sun will throw off her night blankets and get to work. The sun has blankets? Jane grinned. I love that image. Oh,
Yeah.
that's what makes a fine sunset, her pulling the warm colors around herself and she kicks them off in the morning. Let's get moving. I don't know. I don't want to be in your way. She scuffed her shoe against a rock. You came here to be alone. Not one bit. It's always better to be alone together. You sound like one of those fortune cookie messages I keep encountering. Jane surveyed his ragged plaid jacket and scraggly hair. She headed up the slope. Thanks for the push. I needed that this morning. I can't recall the last time I hiked alone. Mona's scolding voice rang in her mind. Now that he knows you're alone, he'll probably kill you behind the first big rock. Jane countered, he's just a harmless old guy who needs a haircut and it is safer walking with somebody. I'm sorry, my mind wandered. What were you saying? You're not a truck tire. Get out of that rut. It's a beautiful world, worth exploring while most folks plod along. Mind that rock there, it looks loose. Here, let's help each other up. He offered a calloused hand. Name's Daniel. Who might you be, lass? Are you an explorer? An explorer? No. I've never done anything, never been anywhere. I guess I've been stuck in a routine. I'm realizing how stuck I've been in my life in general. I'm just plain Jane. Nice to meet you, Jane. You're not plain to me. Tell me about your family. Everybody has one of those at some point. Not much to say. Not much of a family either. I'm an only child. I went to school upstate, a little town called Troy, then to the state college. I work at the same job I found right after I graduated. I work with my good friend, so that's a positive. Phew, it gets steep fast. My parents. Jane clambered over a rock outcropping. I should never have been born. They were fine without me. Probably even better off without me. I was just in the way. They used to talk about places they wanted to go and things they wanted to do. Then they'd look at me and sigh. Now they're gone and it's my fault they never did any of those things. Jane glanced back, embarrassed. I'm sorry to go on like this. You came out for a peaceful hike and I'm spoiling it. Not the case at all. Keep talking. Those boys with the dog ran on ahead. Daniel blew out his breath. They were so wrong, your folks. If they didn't appreciate how great you are, that's their problem. You have a right to live, really live. I'm glad we met up. The world would be less without you in it. Mind that loose rock there. One more rise and we'll be at the top. Now, what did you say about fortune cookies a while back? It sounds crazy, but they keep popping up, like somebody is trying to tell me something. In between drawing deep breaths, Jane found herself opening up. The old guy was sure easy to talk to. I think there are messages for us all around. The trick is knowing which ones to listen to and which to cast aside. Daniel reached for her hand and helped her over a narrow crevasse. Up and over those last boulders and we'll see a view few notice. Jane ignored her pounding heart. If the old guy can make it, so can I. A few minutes later, she raised her head and caught her breath. Wow. Did I tell you? Daniel grinned, as pleased as if he'd created the sunrise himself. God pulled out the big box of crayons today, just for us. They stood in silence, watching the new day spread streaks of amber, pink, and gold across the wide sky. Good spot for some breakfast, this outcropping. I always pack extra in case I meet someone to share with. Join me, will you? I couldn't. Jane shook her head. Sure, you can. Ever tried crab salad sandwiches with mustard? I brought sweet potato chips, too. No, thanks. She wrinkled her nose. It's too early for that. Might be your new favorite, lass. You'll never know if you don't try it. She hesitated then nodded. You have a point. It won't hurt to stretch a little. She took a nibble of her sandwich. Hey, this is really good. There you go. It's the pickled red onions that make it so good. Daniel waved a chip pointedly. That place they call the comfort zone is mighty small. That's why so many people retrace their steps back to childhood, trying to see where they made a turn that took them where they're not happy. A pivot point, that's what it is, a place where things could have gone either way. Let's sit over here, off the trail a mite. Hard to eat standing up. Over sandwiches and chips, Daniel continued, life is fragile. You never know when your number will be called. Have to make the most of it, live while we're alive. I think we're here to impact people, to make things better for everyone around us. Just think, what would the world be like if everyone did that, made things just a tiny bit better for somebody else? Why else are we here? And most folks are better than we can tell by looking. Serendipity, that's what life is, surprises and opportunities to connect with our fellow humans. You're a wise man. A wordy one, too. I do tend to lecture. The wan warmth of the new day on her face, Jane relaxed in the sunshine, the knots in her shoulders easing. A mouse scampered beside her foot, a seed stalk in its mouth. I guess it's breakfast time for mice, too. Looks, he's starting his day. Yes, and oblivious to the stressed humans down below. We shouldn't pick up that tension, not after such a fine start to our day. You ready to head back down the trail, my dear? Linking arms over the rough spots is the way to go. At the bottom of the trail, Jane bandaged a cut on the old man's arm. There you go. It's already stopped bleeding. Thank you. That rock had a sharp edge. You're welcome. Thanks, Daniel, for this hike. I really am glad we met. As am I, my dear. Meeting you is a bright spot in my day. Here, take my card. Anytime you want to tackle Red Sun before dawn again, give me a call. He dug in his jeans pocket, handed her a worn business card and turned toward his van with a jaunty wave. Jane settled in her seat and buckled her seatbelt. She set the business card on the dashboard. At the first red light, she glanced at it. Dr. Daniel Emerson Lakewood, MD, PhD, Director of Physiology, and Family Studies Department Chair, Smithson University. Daniel had scrawled a line through the printing. In block letters, he'd written, "Happily Emeritus." Jane gulped. He was somebody important. I had no idea. She changed lanes. He's right. You can't tell by looking. He might be right about retracing steps, too. Before she reached city limits, her mind was made up. I'm going home. Chapter 19. Later that morning, Jane passed the office and briefly considered stopping in, just to make sure there was nothing pressing on her desk. No, I'm not giving Mona the satisfaction. What I need is an old-fashioned pro and con list. Going home's a big step. I'll buy a notebook and sit someplace to think. She pulled her car into a lot behind a restaurant and stepped out. A woman in a paint-splattered apron sat at an easel near the dumpster, palette in hand, brush poised over a canvas. Jane turned back, curious. What are you painting? There's nothing of beauty here. You're wasting your talent. Talent is never wasted. There is beauty all around. The woman glanced up. I'm pretty quick. I only have half an hour on my lunch break and I need to get away from customers demanding this and that. I'll sneak a handful of nuts back at the shop to tide me through the afternoon. Let me see what you see. Jane moved around to the front of the canvas and gasped. A Chinese takeout box? I was expecting something else. Anything else? I was going to paint the cars here. The way the light glints on them is remarkable this time of day, but a young man left his lunch trash here by the dumpster right after I sat down. It caught my eye, the way he pointed at it before he ran off, like he wanted me to notice it. I'm just getting started. Is that a fortune cookie in the corner of your painting? Jane shifted her feet uneasily. What were the chances? It sure is. I moved it up here where I can see the details. She picked up the wrapped cookie from the easel tray. Would you just look at the curve on it? If you look closer, you can even see bubbles from the batter. Work of art, that's what I think. Why, I'm thinking my next painting will be one solitary fortune cookie, giant-sized so you can see the intricacy. Or maybe a chocolate chip. It could be a whole new line for me. Jane swallowed hard. I guess I never looked at it that way. That's what art does, why it's important. It lets us see ordinary things we'd otherwise overlook. Here, have one. I've already caught the main lines. She lobbed an unwrapped fortune cookie to Jane and snapped the second one in half. Plus, they come with a little bit of wisdom inside. What a deal. Mine says today is the day. Can't argue that kind of logic. Jane read the narrow slip of white paper in her hand. Time is shorter than you know. She cringed. Not again. A young man, you say? What did he look like? Did he say anything? Look like? The painter frowned. I can't say. He might have had a sweatshirt on. Maybe a hat of some sort. I'm afraid I only notice things of beauty. People tend to blur together in my mind. Want some water to wash that down? At supper a few hours later, Jane cut her tomato slice and said, I didn't get much done this afternoon. I was going to write I should say you didn't get anything done. Mona interrupted. I don't know what you had in mind to write on, but I know it wasn't the pile of work on your desk. What a mess. Before you know it, you'll be homeless and out of a job if you don't take it seriously. There's no pile on her desk. Quit trying to make her feel bad, Abby scolded. There's just a couple of incoming files tucked neatly in your inbox, Jane. You know, if they needed immediate attention, Shauna would have given them to me instead. Tell me what you were going to write. Are you starting a novel? That will be the day. Jane's no author. Mona speared another pork chop. Chef either. Jane, I'm interested, even if she isn't. Abby reached for the jam jar. I want to hear all about it, after you write down this recipe. This biscuit tastes like the kind they serve in heaven. They serve hot biscuits in heaven? Jane smiled. I'll tell you my plan later on. Mona, I see you're at risk of losing your appetite. That's only your third pork chop. Mona stalked across the kitchen and slid her plate into the sink without a word. I was going to make a pro and con list. After all, I haven't been back in years. Jane told Abby she was thinking about going back to Troy as they put away the leftovers. It sounds crazy, but turns out this guy was a fancy professor with a string of degrees. Both a PhD and a medical doctorate. He knows stuff, and he said people often find going back to their roots helps them. He called it retracing steps to a pivot point. Plus, that's the third time in a few days someone has mentioned going back home, back to my roots. Sure, why not? I just hope it's not weird without your parents being there. Memories can be tricky. I'm sure it'll be fine. Abby closed the refrigerator door. You know my family moved from Troy while we were in college. I haven't been back since either, but it's nice small town. I hope you find what you're looking for. I feel like I'm slogging through glue lately, just not going anywhere. And that cookie today said make no small plans. Hearing the bathroom door slam, Jane shook her head. Plus, it's clear Mona thinks I've overstayed my welcome. I'll leave in the morning, but I'll take my time getting there. Maybe a couple of days. I can pretend I'm one of the tourists and stop wherever I please. Let me know if they're still doing Christmas in Troy. I never grew tired of Christmas carols. Remember how they started celebrating so early? Jane grinned. Do I ever? My mother nearly pulled me out of the marching band at school, insisting it was wrong to play Christmas music in October. It made sense to me, putting lights up at the first snowfall. If it looks like winter, maybe it is. I guess Troy has its own microclimate. It snows there a lot earlier than elsewhere, and it's not that far north. I decided I'm leaving after work tomorrow. They moved up my dad's surgery. Be really careful driving and keep me up to date, okay? Thanks. You, too, and I hope your dad will be okay. It's minor. I'm sure he'll be fine. Abby gave Jane an impulsive hug. You're on the right track, I'm sure of it. After Abby and Mona left for the office the next day, Jane tidied the kitchen and packed up her few belongings. Mona hadn't said a word to her, but who else could have left the note in Jane's shoe? Even if you're on the right track, you can still get run over. No one else wrote like a robot in font size 10. Mona must have been listening in last night. Jane growled, well, your mean-spirited attitude can't touch me now. I'm out of here. Maybe a few days to herself with both Jane and Abby away would be good for Mona. Jane tucked her binder into her bag and slung it over her shoulder. With a thump, she pulled the apartment door shut behind her. I got this. As she drove north, Jane's shoulders relaxed back down where they belonged, away from her ears. A chilly breeze blew through the crack in the rear window, and Jane didn't mind. As the miles passed, she began to hum, then sang out loud.
Ah.
Freedom. A couple of hours later, she stopped at a park to stretch her legs. Music wafted on the frosty wind from across the way where a crowd had gathered. She pulled her jacket around her shoulders and headed that way, pausing to buy a cup of hot cocoa from a stand. As she drew near, the music grew louder. In between the gathered crowd, Jane saw a man with a saxophone. Another man with long braids played a tambourine and the people clapped along as he sang. Cupping her hands around the warm cup, Jane found a spot on the edge of the group. A woman nearby grinned. "I'm telling you, Tennessee Taylor should be on the radio, he's that good. I should be at work, but when I heard he'd be playing today, well, work can wait, right?" She dropped a few dollars into a quart canning jar on the ground. "He really has talent." The musicians went into another song, a familiar one, and Jane felt her spirits rising. She tossed her cup into a trash bin and clapped along. When the fourth song ended, both musicians took a bow. As he rose, the singer made eye contact. He held out his hand to Jane. "Dance with me, pretty lady, won't you?" "Me?" Jane took a step back. "Yes, if you please. Tennessee Taylor, at your service." He held out his hand and the crowd called encouragement. Blushing, Jane nodded. He took Jane's hand and the crowd moved to encircle them. The sax played an upbeat tune and the crowd clapped as Tennessee led Jane in a two-step. Left, right, across the concrete pad, Jane kept up. He spun her in a quick move and ended with a flourish. Phew. That was so fun. She patted her hair back into place. Tennessee kept hold of her hand and took a deep bow. "Let's give this charming lady here some love." The crowd roared approval. Under the sound, he said, "Thanks. You really are a darn good sport and gorgeous, too. If you need a job as a backup dancer, I can give you some contacts." Stepping out of the path of people surging forward to drop money in the jar, Jane shook her head. "Not for me, thanks." "What about a drink? Can I buy you a drink? I can end this right now." In the middle of a set? Jane declined. "I need to be on my way and I can't let you disappoint your fans." "Wait for me, then, will you? Just another number, maybe two. Please?" "There's something about you." At a disapproving squawk from the saxophone, Tennessee picked up his tambourine. "Something about me?" Jane shook her head and returned to her place by the tree. Several spectators patted her arm as she passed. "Lucky girl. I've never seen him do that. If Mona or Abby could see me now." The group played song after song to the delight of the crowd. Jane shivered in her thin coat. Abby had told her to borrow whatever she might need from her closet, but rather than bother digging for a warmer one in her trunk, Jane decided she'd better drive on. She waved to Tennessee, who nodded with a grin and played on. Chapter 20. Something was wrong with her car. Jane could see that at 50 paces. The right side, closer to the curb, sagged lower than the left. Picking up her pace, her heart sank as low as she identified the problem with a glance. She bent to check out the tires. Flat as a proverbial pancake, both of them. Who gets two flat tires at once? I must have run over nails or something. Buying new ones is going to cost a week's pay. Remembering she'd passed a service station on the last corner, Jane brushed off her knees. Before she'd gone 10 steps, a man's voice called to her. "Pretty lady, wait for me. I told the guys to pack up for me when I saw you were still nearby. I don't know where you're bound, but let them wait. Can we get a coffee or something?" Tennessee Taylor crossed the street. He stopped with his hands on his hips. "Whoa, what happened here?" Jane sighed. "I was headed to Troy, but my car has two flat tires. I'm going to ask that service station for help." Two flats at the same time? That's weird. Tennessee fell into step beside her. "Listen, if you have a car jack, I can take them off for you. That's what the grease monkeys would do, first thing. While they're fixing you up, I can get us something to drink at that coffee shop. After all that singing, I need to wet my whistle. They make the best hot cocoa this side of Missouri." What do you say? I hate to be a bother, Jane began, then smiled. Thanks, I'd appreciate the help. They turned back toward her car. Jane pulled out her car keys, thank goodness she put the car jack back in the trunk. Tennessee knelt on the cold sidewalk. Before he arranged the scissor jack under the frame, he let out a low whistle. Pretty lady, would you look at this? What is it? Jane bent to see what was in his cupped hand. What are those little things? Valve stem caps, the things you unscrew to put air in the tires. Or, in this care, take it out. I don't understand. Jane's brow creased. The good news is, you don't need new tires, just need to pump them up. He stood. The bad news is, somebody let the air out of your tires. What kind of a low-down lily-livered lowlife does that? That makes no sense. Tennessee growled, and they taped the valve stem caps to the car's frame, insult to injury, like rubbing it in your face. Here, this paper was taped with the caps. Mean anything to you? Jane shivered, but not from the cold. She took the small white strip of paper, meeting Tennessee's eyes before reading it. Turn back now, come with me. I can see you're rattled. Tennessee guided Jane into the coffee shop and pulled out his phone. Jason? Tennessee Taylor here.
Yeah.
We're just passing through. Can you bring that portable air pump of yours along Martin Street?
Yeah.
By the coffee shop. I got it jacked up for you already. Oh, I don't have to tell you which car it is. You'll see it. Thanks, man. He ordered 2 hot cocos and sat across from Jane at a small booth. Extra whipped cream. First off, are you in danger? I can get the sheriff here right quick if there's a need. Was it just a prank? Oh, good, they're already here with the air compressor. Thanks for calling them. Jane wrapped her hands around the mug and drew a deep breath. I was startled, but I'm okay, now. It's probably nothing. Don't look like nothing to me. What's that the kids say these days? A nothing burger? He wrinkled his nose. Now, pretty lady, it looks like you have a story for me. Nothing burger? The slang changes all the time, doesn't it? She chuckled then sobered. I think someone is following me. I'll tell you about it, but don't laugh, okay? She gave a quick overview, ending with, and it seems like whoever it is escalating. Whoa, that's not good. What can I do to help? Tennessee met her eyes. You're heading to Troy, you said? I'll come with you. I can tell the band to go on to Murphy Center without me. Give me the thumbs up and I'll make the call. You can't come with me. You have a job and people depending on you. Jane lowered her eyes. Me, on the other hand, I'm a wanderer and apparently someone doesn't want me wandering anymore. Maybe I'd be better off just going back home. Well, I'd need a new home, but to my job at least. Give up on your bucket list? And quit the adventure? Tennessee reached across the table and took her hand. Don't do it. Tell me what you're going to Troy for. A town that small is no great shakes in my book. I'm not sure. I went to high school there and I feel something pulling me back. I want to go further afield, but I think seeing Troy again will help me get my bearings. Sounds wise. But are you sure you're safe? I care about you. Jane pulled her hand free. You don't even know my name. A man in coveralls opened the door. Whose car had the flat tires? Kids these days. I got M filled up for you and no damage done. No charge. That's me. I'm Jane. It's my car. She stood and thanked the mechanic. Are you sure I don't owe you anything? No, miss, I couldn't charge for air, not if I want to sleep at night. He touched the brim of his greasy cap and left. Jane. Jane. Tennessee turned it over in his mouth. Your name suits you. Steady, a touch of class. Stopping here was just a last-minute decision for me and the band, not scheduled. My mother would call it serendipity, me meeting you. 10. Your adoring fans await. The sax player stuck his head through the door. If you're done making eyes at this poor girl, get a move on. We need to get on the road if we're going to make it to Murphy Center in time to set up. Tennessee watched the sax players retreating back. The thing with an indoor gig, there's all the sound equipment to test. Lighting. I'd better not let the guys down, but wherever you go, know that I'll be cheering you on. He dug in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled receipt. After quickly writing on it, he pressed it into Jane's hand and rushed out the door with a jaunty wave. In her car, Jane unfolded the paper in her hand. Tennessee had written, "I see you put stock in little papers. This one says to go chase your dreams with dignity and dimples." She turned the car's ignition on. Dignity and dimples. I can do that. Chapter 21. A couple of hours down the road, Jane punched a different radio station. The closer she drove to Troy, the more that knot in her stomach tightened. What am I doing? Mona was right. I should go back, find a place to live, and get back to work. Maybe Abby's apartment complex has an opening. Her stomach rumbled. Too late for lunch, too early for dinner. Maybe I should have taken Tennessee up on his offer. And ruin a concert? The way people were dropping cash in the jar, he'd have missed out on a lot if he stopped on my account. And there could have been a mutiny among his fans. Plus, Mona would have a cow if she knew I was even considering having a strange man come with me. A cow? Maybe a whole herd of them. A billboard proclaimed best barbecue north of the state line, next exit. Her mouth watering, Jane veered off the highway. Snowflakes flittered through her headlights as she pulled into a spot in the crowded parking lot. Jane gave her name to the host. She breathed in the steamy scent of barbecue sauce and leaned against the wall. I'm hungry. After a good meal, I can try that dignity and dimples thing. Her eyes closed, she jerked at a tug on her sleeve. Miss, I hate to bother you, but this place is mobbed and it's not even supper time yet. They say it'll be another 40 minutes if I put my name on their list for a table, and my stomach will have eaten me inside out by then. Mandy there said she's about to call you up. Would you let an old man slide a chair under your table? I won't put you out none. I'm harmless, really, I am. Just an old country singer moving on down the road. A hungry one. Jane, your table is ready. The host held up a menu. Jane surveyed the old man. His faded jeans and denim jacket had seen better days, and not recently, but he had a kind face, and judging by the size of his turquoise bolo tie, he wasn't a criminal. Mona would have disagreed. I'll show you to your table now. The host glanced at the people waiting. Hold your horses, folks. I'll get to you as soon as I can. Jane shook Mona's image from her mind and smiled at the man. Sure, why not? Thank you kindly. Jane and the man followed the host to a greasy table by the bar. My name is Prairie Rhodes, and I'm guessing you're Jane. That's what Mandy called you. Am I right? Yes. Nice to meet you. Jane opened the menu. Is that your real name? Sounds like a Hollywood label. Prairie winked one Caribbean blue eye. My mama had a romantic streak. She liked to watch them old spaghetti westerns. I guess she could have stuck me with a worse moniker, seeing's how my old man's name was Rhodes. Dusty roads, country roads, dead-end roads, dirt roads, washboard roads. Could have been worse, to my mind. Jane laughed. You have a point. Can I give you some advice? Try the brisket. Can't be beat. On the other hand, folks come from miles around to try the ribs. They're the kind where you need a whole pile of them paper napkins and you have to wash your face after you eat. It's all good here, whatever you order. The mashed potatoes even have lumps in them, like Mama used to make when I went back to the old place. Don't tell me, a lovely girl like you can't be watching her weight. Jane ordered the ribs. While they waited for their supper, she found herself eyeing the other diners. If someone was following her, they could be right here, right now. It could even be Prairie. What am I doing, eating in a strange place with a strange man? You all right, girl? Prairie set down his water glass. What's with the sudden dark cloud over your head? Somebody walk across your grave? It's nothing. I was just thinking. Jane forced a smile. So, do you live around here? Sounds like you've eaten here before. Yes, ma'am, down the road a piece. Once I retired, it suits me just fine. He raised one bushy eyebrow. Looks like you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders. I'm an old man with time on my side. Come on, if you can't trust a washed-up old country singer with a name like Prairie Roads, who can you trust? Tell me all about it. Jane sipped her lemonade. What could it hurt? I'll never see him again. Her story spilled out. And so I decided to go back home, to the place I went to high school. But the closer I get, I'm second-guessing myself. It's like I'm afraid something will happen, but how could that be? No one knows I'm going there. Well, except my friends and a singer I met in a park this morning. She nodded thanks as the server slid a plate of ribs and coleslaw on the table. She concluded with a sigh. I'm getting these weird messages, over and over, popping up in odd places. One on my phone last night said, "You have a lot to lose." On top of my landlord telling me my home may have to be demolished, I'm feeling uneasy. I've always had stability in my life and now I'm a wanderer. What's that old saying? Not all who wander are lost. Prairie smiled as the server set down a plate of brisket in front of him. Thank you. Don't that look fine? Lumps. That's how you can tell they're real, not from a package. He took a forkful of mashed potatoes and gravy and closed his eyes, appreciating. You know about helium balloons? The kiddies love them. The thing is, they're only fun when they're in the air and they only float if you let up on the string some. Life's like that. You got to let the happiness in. Yes, you've had some bumps in your road and your life might be taking a path you didn't plan on, but don't let it pull you down. The way you were talking, seems to me every time the balloon of happiness rises, you put a weight on the string, keeping it down, making sure and certain it doesn't soar to heaven, as if you have to control it, as if you have no right to be happy. And it sounds like that gal Mona you talked about put all that in your head. You don't want to listen to folks like that. But what if? What ifs are all that, all right? That's where the joy is, in the finding out the what if of things. He waved his fork at Jane. It's okay, to be happy, that's what we're put here on earth for, to see all the good around us and make other people happy, too. Mind, I'm not saying you ain't got cause to step back and catch your breath, but you deserve to be happy. Let that old balloon go as high as it can. There's plenty of happiness to go around. By you taking yours, it doesn't take from anyone else. He gave a wry grin. Eat up now. I'll talk both of your ears clean off if you let me. You know, you're right. Jane swallowed. And you were right about the ribs, too. This sauce is fabulous. Delicious, but I may need a bath after I finish eating. Tell me about yourself, Prairie. I've gone on and on about myself. I was a high school history teacher for many a year, but that's just a job of work, not what kept me alive. As they ate, he regaled her with stories of his prospecting days out west during school holidays. I'm not saying it was easy. Some days, the mosquitoes were the size of cupcakes. Can't say I ever hit the mother lode, but there's a heap more to life than what glitters. Many a man lost his way by chasing money. I need to go wash my hands and face. Jane wadded her third paper napkin. Thanks for eating with me, Prairie. I'm glad I met you. I'm glad, too. We ain't meant to be alone on our life's journey. You're adding to my people list. Your what? Jane raised an eyebrow. My people list. You know how some people keep track of what concerts they've gone to or cities they've visited in. Me, I like to remember interesting people I meet. You're a good one, Jane. He shook her hand solemnly. By the time she returned from the restroom, Prairie was gone. Jane shook her head as she walked to the host's stand. I should have known he'd stick me with the bill. She sighed and pulled out her wallet. No, miss, he paid for both your food and his. He said to give you this for the road. The host handed her a small paper bag and brushed off her thanks. On her way to her car, Jane opened the bag. Inside were 2 warm corn muffins, split and buttered, and a note scrawled on the back of a receipt. Maybe the reason you feel like you have a lot to lose is because you have a lot. You have freedom, friends, a great smile, courage, dreams. That's more than most folks can lay claim to. Safe journeys. Prairie. Chapter 22. Jane glanced at her car in the crowded parking lot, already coated in a couple inches of snow. After the noise of the crowded restaurant, the park across the street called to her. She pulled her coat tighter around her and aimed for the gazebo in the middle of the park. Just like the one in Troy, this part of the country did love its little town centers. She paused to sniff. Lemon cookies? Although she'd just eaten, her mouth watered. A tiny bakery's bright light spilled onto the sidewalk. She quickened her pace. One for the road, to go with the corn muffins. Make up for carb deprivation, staying with Mona. She pulled the door behind her and breathed in. The warm bakery air smelled like sugar and childhood dreams. She paid a woman in a frilly apron for a half-dozen lemon creams and turned to leave. Hey, there, my lady, you need a ride somewhere? Storm moving in. Snow's really picking up. She's startled. No, thanks. I'm good. I can see that. A tattooed man with a braided beard nodded to a chair across from him. These chairs look like they came out of a dollhouse, but they do just fine. Take a seat. You can't rightly enjoy a treat on the run. I'd better not. On second thought, for just a minute. She sat across from him at the tiny bistro table and pulled out a cookie. This whole place looks like something from a movie, doesn't it? Those giant hearts on the walls make me feel like I'm inside a circus funhouse. I can't even tell what all's hanging from the ceiling. Are those buckets really full of Barbie dolls? His beard quaked from his laughter. Looks like, and some Ken dolls, too. The owner, Miss Mary, has a crazy streak when it comes to decorating, but that lady can bake like nobody's business. Here, try a ginger snap. She hesitated. He slid his bag over closer to her. Take some. Half the pleasure in a sack of fresh cookies is in the sharing. Come to think of it, that's half the pleasure of life. Thanks. This is good. Jane held her open bag of lemon creams to him. She said slowly, I think I'm just now learning that. The way my life's been this lately, I feel like my eyes are open for the first time in years. Life'll do that to you, shake you off your rocker and make you see with new eyes. And this country is the place to see, to really see. We got mountains, valleys, big shining cities, rivers and prairies and miles of not much at all for as far as you can dream. In late summer, you can drive across the middle of America and pass wheat harvesting going on. Hours on the road, passing miles upon miles of wheat, those amber waves of grain like the song says, being cut and threshed and hauled off in trucks. Amazing. I ride my Harley and I seen things. Those dunderheads in DC go on about crowding and overpopulation. That ain't the trouble, America's got plenty of space. The trouble is, a lot of folks want to huddle together in cities and along the edges of the map, like they're afraid of Mother Nature herself. Plenty of room, just people ain't willing to spread out in it. Some people want to live on top of each other, in those high rises. Crumbs flew from his cookie as he waved it, making a point. I was in New York City some time back, passing through on my way to Maine. Craved me a lobster roll and folks know how to make them there. A school bus stopped in front of me there in Midtown Manhattan. A little kid clambered down the big steps, no more than 6 or 7 years old. His mom met him at the door and hugged him, then they went in that high rise. He likely lives in a fancy apartment the size of a shoebox and the poor kid thinks that's normal. How's a boy going to grow up right without stars to count and trees to climb, a place to run when his imagination calls him? And the noise of the city. That constant noise, pounding into a young brain day and night, that can't be good. I think about that boy once in a while. No life at all, if you ask me. He sat back. You ever been out to Sturgis? Fine folks gather there. Some crazies, too, but like I said, life's for the living, am I right? If you want to come along next summer, I'd be pleased to show you America, at least the part between here and Sturgis. America the Beautiful is at her best from atop a Harley. What is it with these men lately? No one noticed her for months on end, and here they were wanting to run off with her. Jane shook her head. Accepting her decline, he brushed crumbs from his beard and stood. Keep the rest of them cookies. I'll get me another sack next time I'm passing through town. Best frosted sugar cookies anywhere. She watched him mount his Harley and drive off. You meet all kinds. Although Troy was just a few hours away, the snow was picking up steam and Jane was in no hurry. She drove another half hour and pulled into an art gallery parking lot promoting a local painter's work. By the time she came out at closing time, darkness had fallen and the snow was up to her hubcaps. The art museum docent had told her there was only one place to stay the night nearby. The Riverstone Inn down on North Street sounds classier than it is. Only has 6 rooms, never fills up. Josiah does make a good breakfast, I'll give him that. Most folks drive on into the city, but with the roads as bad as they are, you're better off stopping overnight. Maybe the plows will be out before you leave. With the windshield wipers on as high as they would go, Jane drove to the Riverstone, the kind of place a real estate agent would call quaint, but it was clean and dry and better than risking her life driving through the snowstorm. She checked in then watched a movie until she fell asleep. Sometime later, Jane awoke, unsure where she was for a moment. She rolled over, trying to ignore her stomach's complaints. She shouldn't have skipped supper, but after her big lunch, she wasn't hungry. Until now. Tossing and turning, she couldn't get back to sleep. She sat up, recalling a bowl of apples on the front desk and the clerk's offer of take some anytime. You'll sleep better if all the corners of your innards are filled up. Rather than getting dressed, who'd be awake at this late hour? She pulled on a sweatshirt over her pajamas and slipped down the dim staircase outside her room. Tiptoeing across the little lobby, she reached for an apple just as the front door creaked open. She gasped and ducked behind the counter. Chapter 23. Anyone here? A woman called. Who's up and about? I know you're there, I saw your shadow. Show yourself. Sheepishly, Jane ignored her pounding heart and emerged from behind the counter. A woman wearing a framed backpack stared back. You're not Josiah. I should have known. That man can sleep like one of the boulders. You're backpacking? Do you know what time it is? Jane shivered, from cold or fear, who could tell? 2:18, if my watch still works after falling in that creek a while back. It's the middle of the night. And snowing. What are you doing this late at night with a backpack on? Gotta carry it somehow and my back seems best fit for the task, the woman grinned. Snow's over. The clouds nearly wrung themselves out. I been on the trail a week or more and decided I could do with a shower. When you only have a few miles to go, might as well keep on keeping on, I say. You're up awfully late yourself. Jane held up the apple guiltily. I was hungry. Well, I can help with that. The woman slid her pack from her shoulders to the floor. No future in trying to wake Josiah. That man sleeps like the dead. I can tell him I'm here after daylight. Name's Mason, Sandy Mason. She extended a calloused hand. I'm Jane, just plain Jane. Nothing just plain about any of God's daughters. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Sandy brushed snow from her pack and extracted a worn plastic bag. Here, have some salmon jerky. Josiah wouldn't mind if we rustled up something in the kitchen, but as you said, it's late. Set yourself down. I can just eat this apple. Jane reconsidered and slowly sank into a chair where the streetlight cast a wan streak. On second thought, thanks. I've never had salmon. Jerky either, now that I think about it. It's good. Teriyaki. Made it myself. Quick protein and light to carry. Sandy raised an eyebrow. How'd you reach your age and never taste salmon? Jane flushed. I just haven't, that's all. Can I ask, where did you come from? I didn't know there were trails around here. Country's laced with them, if you know where to look. Meet all sorts on the trails, good folks, most of them. The bad apples aren't much for hiking, I find. She eyed Jane. Here, have another piece. You look like a stiff breeze could blow you plumb over. Now, I can see, you're a traveler yourself. Are you running away from or towards something? Jane bit the jerky, considering. I'm not sure. Maybe a little of both. I had a dull life and lately it seems to be a little sideways. Okay, a lot sideways. Soon her journey spilled out, unbidden. I'm glad for the chance to follow some dreams, but it's these fortune cookie papers, as if they're telling me something. I can't tell if they're a real threat or if I'm imagining it. And so, I'm on my way back to the town where I grew up. I feel like something is pulling me there, but I admit I'm taking my time. Jane sat back, her head lowered. I'm so sorry. This isn't like me, blurting all that to a stranger, and in the middle of the night, yet. You must be exhausted. She stood and jammed her sweaty hands into her hoodie pockets. Thanks for my first ever salmon jerky. Jane, not plain Jane, don't go. Sit back down. Sandy's voice brooked no argument. You're a fascinating young woman and I'm right pleased to hear your story. Story is what matters, don't you know that? Humans share stories and that's what makes us human. That, and opposable thumbs. You don't see bears or raccoons sitting around in the dark, telling each other about their lives, do you? I never looked at it that way. Now, the sun will be up before long, like always. You can't count on much in this world, but the sun always rises and the waves keep on rolling up on the beach. Sandy yawned. We women need to get some sleep, but I'd favor a talk in the morning, before we move on down the road, if you can spare the time. It's too dark to be rooting in my pack and turning on the light will only draw moths to the window. But once daylight shows up, we'll have us a good breakfast, Josiah puts on a decent spread, and I have something I've been carrying and I think it's yours. Sleep well now. Something of mine? Jane raised an eyebrow. Sleep now, talk later. Without another word, Sandy kicked off her boots and sprawled on the battered lounge chair, pulling her hat down over her face. Jane returned to her room, the apple still in her hand. Sure she wouldn't be able to sleep, she covered up with the worn comforter on the bed and stared at the cracks in the ceiling. What could a woman she just met possibly have for her? Maybe Mona was right. You meet all kinds when you leave the security of home. Sandy Mason was also right. Most of them are good. A streak of bright sunshine on her face roused Jane hours later. Good, the snow had stopped, for a while, at least. Unsure if she had imagined the late-night talk with Sandy in the night, she yawned, her breath fishy. What if she'd had already left? Jane scrambled into slacks and a shirt and rushed down the stairs, running her fingers through her hair. The owner greeted her with a grin. Howdy, Miss Jane. Heard you were up and wandering in the night. Sandy's been chomping at the bit, waiting for Sleeping Beauty to rise up. Come get you some victuals. I have ham and eggs and fresh biscuits with sausage gravy. Fruit and that gloppy yogurt, too, if you're one of those ladies who don't eat real food. Jane chuckled. Ham and biscuits sounds like heaven. She followed the warm aromas wafting from a nearby room. Sandy waved a fork when she entered. There you are. I was hoping you hadn't slipped away before dawn. Sit yourself down. Jane sighed ruefully. How could Sandy look so bright-eyed when she'd come in so late? Good morning. I guess I was more tired than I thought. She sat at Sandy's table as Josiah slid a heaped plate of steaming ham and eggs in front of her. Thanks. It looks delicious. And Josiah, that bed was so comfortable, I wish I had one like it at home. He cackled. Never had a city lady say she favored straw and ticking before. Eat up, there's plenty more where that came from. That family who stayed here took off when they heard I was the cook around here. Would have hurt a lesser man's feelings. I'll be back with the sausage gravy in a jiffy. He wiped his hands on his stained jeans and headed toward the kitchen. Jane split open her hot biscuit, not wanting to rush Sandy but eager to hear what she had to say. They ate in companionable silence. The way the sunlight sparkles on the new snow, it looks like somebody scattered diamonds. Sandy set her juice down. I have me some miles to put in before I lay my head down tonight, and there's more snow in the forecast. The weather is just catching its breath. I'm meeting up with some old friends this evening. Needed to load up the feed bag, and Josiah's a fine cook. Surprised some lady didn't snatch him up years ago. Rare, I'd say, to find a good man who knows how to cook and make a bed. She took a bite of ham. I wanted to show you something first. She pulled a ragged notebook from her back pocket and flipped the pages. Here, look right here. I can't say why, but when I met you in the night, it came to me that this message is for you. Jane's stomach dropped as she stared at the now familiar printed strip of white paper crudely taped on a page. You won't get where you're going if you don't move your feet. Below the printing, someone had penciled, "No one ever goes home successfully." Where did you get this? Jane's hands shook. Chapter 24. I was resting at the Tempic trailhead yesterday about noon, right where it meets the 4-lane. This kid, I mean a teenager, popped his hand out of his car and handed me one of those fortune cookies in the little plastic wrapper. He said to give it to a skinny lady with short blonde curls, traveling this area. I'd know her when I met her, he said. I'm sorry to say it cracked in my jacket pocket. I ate the cookie and kept the paper. Last night when we were talking and you told me about Chinese fortune cookies, I figured it might be you, although I couldn't rightly make out your hair in the dark lobby. And I'd call you slender, not skinny. Sandy cocked her head. Does it mean anything to you? It's another message. Jane set down her fork in frustration. I don't understand how they keep finding me. Who was the teen? Did he say anything else to you? Not a thing, just that he wanted me to give it to you when I found you, and here you are. It's a mite creepy, if you ask me. I've seen these messages all over the place. Jane rubbed her forehead. How did the teenager know you and I would meet up? Is someone following me? Maybe I'd better change my plans. How did anyone know where I was going? I can't say. I see where you're coming from. It's more than a little spooky. Eerie, I'd say. But don't fret yourself. We'll figure this out. Sandy nodded thanks as Josiah set a bowl of steaming sausage gravy on the table. You said you've seen messages before. Can I ask where else, specifically? I bought some Chinese food for my friends, and there were fortune cookies in there. I expected those. Then my pottery teacher gave me some clay ones, and somebody sent me flowers with a fortune cookie on the card. I met a woman who was painting a fortune cookie. Like that, just popping up everywhere. At first, I thought it was funny, but now it feels like someone is one step ahead of me, warning me. Maybe even threatening me. A few even showed up on my phone, like a meme. What's that? Josiah refilled their juice glasses, then pulled up a chair. My mama would smack me good for listening in, but she's not here and I couldn't help hearing what you were saying. You don't mind, do you? It's okay. A meme, like a picture of a fortune cookie with a written message on it. I tried to trace it but I couldn't find out who texted them to me. Jane squirmed in her seat. I'm trying to convince myself those were random. Otherwise, someone hacked into my phone. If somebody's trying to tell you something, why don't they say it to your face? I'd like to know. Josiah drummed his fingers on the table. Are you in any danger? You want me to have the deputy over for a chat? No, I'm probably imagining it. You know how that goes, once you get something stuck in your mind, it sticks. Like when someone says not to notice the red flowers, and then that's all you can see. Jane pasted a reassuring smile on her face. Thanks for breakfast. It's delicious. Seeing her discomfort, Josiah headed to the kitchen and Sandy began a story about a moose and her baby she'd encountered last summer. Half an hour later, Jane waved goodbye to Sandy and thanked Josiah. You have a great place here and breakfast was so good, I may not eat again until tomorrow. Are you sure I can't give you a lift, Sandy? No. Safe travels, then. Jane brushed a couple of inches of fresh snow from her windshield, settled her bag in the footwell, then phoned Abby. Do you have a minute? Yes, I'm okay, just a little freaked out. A weird thing happened. Yes, another fortune cookie message, only without the cookie this time. Jane related what Sandy had told her. Creepy, don't you think? Who could have given her the slip of paper? How could anyone know she'd meet up with me? I mean, she was just a random hiker. How could anyone know she and I would stay at the same place? As I recall, there isn't much lodging around there. For all we know, he might have been sprinkling fortune cookies all over the county in hopes of one reaching you. And that sounds pretty outlandish, you must admit. Abby said, maybe a funny story will get your blood pressure back down where it belongs. Betsy down at shipping told me something she'd overheard and I thought of you right away. You know how we both like to eavesdrop. I do not. Jane defended herself. Okay, yes, I do. What did she say? Betsy said she was in the corner store and she overheard a woman telling her friend she'd just come back from a couple of months at their cabin in Colorado. She went on about how her husband utterly destroyed their front landscaping by pulling up the lacy ferns along the driveway. She hollered at him and he said, carrots aren't landscaping. Seems he'd planted carrots last time they were there and she didn't recognize them until she saw the muddy mess in the kitchen. It was pretty funny, the way Betsy told it. I can just see it. Jane laughed. That's what I needed this morning. I was pretty rattled. Glad to help. I think you should ignore the message that hiker gave you. Loads of people go home again and I think going to Troy might be just what you need. And when I get back from Dad's, I want to take some time off and go on one of your bucket list adventures with you, okay? Something not too far, maybe. I keep thinking about how happy you were when you tried on those red shoes. We're supposed to be happy. I'd love that. You're right. We let ourselves get stressed out over nothing. I'm taking my time. I'm feeling rested and ready to tackle whatever lays ahead. The owner of this quirky little place I stayed at last night said the mattress was stuffed with straw. I didn't believe him, but I slept well and I'm on my way. Jane put the key in the ignition. I'd better let you go before Mona nags you about taking a personal call at work. Travel safely tonight and tell your dad my thoughts are with him. Even with a couple of stops, I should reach Troy before the snow moves back in. It's sunny so far today. It looks bad on the news. They're calling for white-out conditions, a real blizzard, by this evening. Be careful out there. Chapter 25. Jane turned the car key and put it into drive. The engine started but the car didn't move. She gunned the motor. Nothing. Maybe Josiah has a snow shovel, but I didn't think the snow was that deep. Is it frozen to the ground? Is that even possible? She stepped out and bent to look at one of the tires. What on earth? Jane marched back into the inn. Josiah? Josiah? I hate to bother you again, but I need some help. My car starts, but I can't get it to go anywhere. I'm not sure what to do. It looks like it's off the ground. Off the ground? Let me see. He grabbed a jacket from behind the desk and hurried outside. He knelt and looked at the car's undercarriage. I see the problem. Is it bad? Can we fix it? Oh, sure. Just need to jack it up a mite and kick these cement blocks out from the axles. I see 3, close to the tires. That's why you didn't see them when you looked. Might be another. Cement blocks? How did those get there? Did I run over them when I parked last night? Jane crammed her hands in her coat pocket. I didn't notice anything when I parked. No way. Somebody had to jack up your car's frame one tire at a time and jam them under there. Then when you turn the car on, it starts but doesn't go nowhere. It's an old prank. I did the same thing to the school principal's car back in the day, but why would anyone do it to yours? Josiah wiped his hands on his jeans. Get your tire jack out of the trunk, will you? Jane opened the trunk. Here you go. That family that left earlier didn't have a problem, did they? Nobody said anything to me. Looks like you might have been targeted. And I'm right sorry about that. Us walking round the car, whatever tracks they left are gone now. Well, the snow likely covered them up before you came out. He knelt in the snow and jacked up the front passenger side of the car. These newfangled car jacks are like toys. The spare tires are even worse, like little bouncy donuts meant to get you to the next service station. Here in the country, it's a joke. Jane scanned the nearby woods and pulled her jacket closer around her. Was someone watching her? Here, hold this, will you? I'll do the back one next so the car won't tip over. Seeing her expression, Josiah chuckled. I'm teasing. This car's no more than 3 inches off the ground. You're a little tightly wound, my girl. 20 minutes later, Jane set the last cement block by the step and thanked Josiah. You saved the day. Can I pay you for your trouble? No, ma'am. You're having a rough start to your day. Come on in and thaw yourself out. How about we make you a sandwich for your travels? I have leftover ham from breakfast. You're a good man. Jane stamped the snow off her boots. I think I'll take you up on that offer, but I insist on paying you. I won't hear of it. Give me a minute to put on some dry clothes. I'll be back before you can whistle Greensleeves. Jane shrugged out of her coat and rubbed her hands in front of the fireplace to warm them. On a whim, she pursed her lips, but only one note came out. She made a mental note. Add learn to whistle Greensleeves to my bucket list. Josiah insisted Jane have a warm drink before she left and she didn't argue. Over hot cocoa and a leftover biscuit with jam, she asked, You think I'm paranoid, don't you? Well, now, I could see right off you're a jumpy soul. Yes, I admit I pegged you for one of those city ladies, afraid of her own shadow and seeing things in your own mind. Josiah buttered his biscuit. Howsomever, you telling Sandy about those fortune cookies got me to thinking you might be right. And now with somebody messing with your car in front of my place, I can't say what's going on rightly, but it's clear to me someone is following you. If you want, I can call the deputy. No, it's okay. Jane hoped she was right. At the least, somebody needs to know where you're headed. A sudden giggle escaped Jane. You reminded me of my mother for a second. When I was a teen, she always insisted on knowing where I was going. One time I thanked her for caring so much about me. She took a step back and said, No, it just was so they'd know where to look for the body if I missed curfew. I admit, it didn't make me feel loved. A lot of people have children. Not all of them should. He shook his head. I'm not saying you're at risk of body and soul coming apart, but will you tell me where you're bound? I get the feeling you have a story that wants telling. I'm curious. Nosy, maybe. I heard what you told Sandy at breakfast, but I'd favor hearing the beginning. The rest of the story, like old Paul Harvey used to say. If you have time, I'll tell you the long version. Jane began, The house I rented is owned by a tightwad. He'd do anything to save $1. After he put off dealing with it as long as he could, I insisted he take a look at my gas water heater. 5 minutes later, she stopped. Whoa, sorry. I didn't mean to tell you my whole life history. You're an interesting young woman and I do love me a good story. Smart of you to put your dreams on paper, in that book of yours. Most folks get to be my age and look back with regret, wondering where the years went and not much to show for it. You're laying out your path ahead of you and that's smart. Josiah refilled her mug. So, you think the fortune cookie messages are trying to tell you something? Who could be doing it? Sending them to you, I mean. Sounds like they're coming from every which way. I've gone over and over it in my mind. I don't have any enemies that I know of. My pool of friends is small, too, just the people I work with, pretty much. That's one of the reasons I decided to take advantage of the upheaval, to chase a few dreams while my house gets fixed. I felt like I was spinning my wheels, the same routine every day. I see that. Sometimes life knocks us upside the head to get us to really see. Tell me, where are you heading next? He glanced out the window. Don't think I'm shooing you off. What with the way this snowstorm is blowing in this morning, you're welcome to stay here long as you like. Thanks, but I think I'd better be going. It sounds funny, but I feel something pulling me home. Well, such as it is, my family moved a lot when I was growing up. I went to high school in Troy. I remember Christmas time there was wonderful. Maybe I can soak some of that up before I figure out my next steps. Folks in Troy do up Christmas right, that's for sure and certain. Who else starts having nightly tree lightings before Thanksgiving? Come to think of it, they do Thanksgiving right well, too. He rubbed his chin. Maybe I'll make a trip up that way next week myself. I'd better be on my way. Thanks for everything, Josiah. Jane stood. I want to pack you a lunch for your drive. You want your sandwich with another biscuit? I got some white bread, too. Made it myself yesterday. You made bread? You're a man of many talents. I've eaten so many biscuits. They're wonderful, but maybe the bread would be easier to eat while I drive. He assembled a sandwich and added 2 cookies to a brown paper bag. Drive careful, now, the way that snow's coming down looks like Old Man Winter has him an attitude. Jane planted a quick kiss on his cheek then shrugged into her coat. I got this. Before long, Jane doubted her words. Snowflakes beat against the windshield as she pulled off the highway into Troy. She strained to make out the welcome sign. Darkness fell suddenly here, and if not for the bright lights of the few businesses still open, a driver could pass by Troy and not see it in weather like this. Josiah had recommended a new inn there, run by a friend of his, and she gratefully pulled into the parking lot. She dropped her bag and sprawled across the bed. This place is charming. Good thing, because after that drive, I may not be able to leave until spring. She'd forgotten how the lake effect snow hit harder here than in the city. She studied the peppermint-scented events paper the proprietor had given her. Cookie decorating at 3 o'clock, tree lighting at 6, caroling until 8 o'clock. Troy really knows how to do Christmas. It's still early November and already this place is decorated like a magazine spread. Her phone dinged and Jane ignored the text. I'm here to relax, not deal with another fortune cookie meme. I'm going to be okay here. Chapter 26. Mona cranked up the car's defrost button. If she missed the turnoff, she could drive on until she reached the lakeshore and backtracking wasn't what she wanted to do, not in this weather, not after dark. How could it only be 4:15? This time of year, dusk fell before the school buses passed. The car's wipers fought the falling snow. She glanced at the dashboard then squinted to make out the township sign and pulled off the highway. A fool's errand, this. She turned down the main street, the only street, by any sensible person's reckoning, and pulled into a recently plowed parking place. She swiped at the side window with her fist, clearing condensation. A wave of familiarity washed over her and she pushed it away. Familiar, but not really. Her family had only lived here March through October, and for only 4 or 5 years. She'd heard the town really did up Christmas, but Mother insisted they spend the worst of the winters down south, saying it'd be a healthier climate. Although she'd been treated like a new girl in class every time they came back, this was one of the few places that felt like home to Mona. Of course, she didn't allow more than a bit of longing now and again. Adulthood was serious business, not a time for pining for what might have been. Still, she recalled friendly people. That man at the corner candy store came to mind. On allowance days, Mona traipsed down there. He never rushed her to make a decision and he always tucked an extra piece of candy or 2 in her bag. And there was Miss Peabody, her Sunday school teacher who had spread love like she had a never-ending supply. Miss Peabody would be disappointed to see what Mona had become, but childhood was a long time ago. Things were different now. She shook off that thought and stepped out of her car. The snow seemed less, or maybe the clouds were merely gearing up for another blast. Is that you, girl? Come on over here. Hurry up, now, before you and I both turn to icicles. An older man called from the door of the craftsman across the street. I've been waiting for you for a time and a time. Mona stared, then turned away. He called louder, beckoning to her. Unsure why, she slowly approached the bearded man. Do I know you? You don't remember me? Sure, you do. Beckham's the name. Your folks lived over yonder some years back. You look some different, of course, but I knew you'd show up. That's what I told Melody, if she dropped the breadcrumbs, one day, you'd follow the trail back to old Beckham. You know my sister? Mona edged closer. Who did you say you are? How do you know who I am? And how did you think I'd come back? I knew you'd try. I just hoped you'd get here before the great beyond called my name. His breath made smoke rings in the frigid air. Come right on in, it's a mite chilly for standing here and I'm letting the heat out. Chance of snow due this weekend. That's what the lad on the television said, but I think it'll be knee-deep long before then. Them weather folks need to look out their own front window before they go to talking on the television. Come in and set yourself down. As if her feet had a mind of their own, Mona slowly climbed the steps, crossed the porch, and kicked snow off her boots. She perched on the edge of the sofa the man indicated. You said you were waiting for me. What did you mean? I don't know you. Take your coat off, you'll warm up faster that way. He pushed the door shut against a gust of wind. It'll come to you. Give it a moment. He studied her. You know, my ma said if you hold your face all mad like that, one day it'll get stuck. What have you got to be so het up about, I'd like to know? Life is good and the earth is a fine place. Mona didn't respond. Not after all she'd been through. The old man went on with a half-smile. I can still see your family, all of you, on the day you came to Troy. You and little Melody laughing and playing, likely just glad to be out of the car. Your mama looked under every rock and bush like she expected a lion to leap out. Jumpy, she was, but a good woman, no question there. You two were skinny little scamps, missing 2 front teeth in your grins. Before the moving truck even came up the road, your papa was over here, helping me get that GOL darn chain off my bike. Harley riders ain't ones for asking for help, but that thing got so hot, when I slid under that semi, it fused the chain and it took both of us to pry it loose. That accident brought me closer to seeing my maker than I'd ever been. I never rode again and I got this fool cane. The way he ran right over to help, I knew right then they'd be good neighbors. He wiped his hands on his overalls. I didn't count on him being the best friend a man ever had. You knew my family? I'm sorry, I don't remember you. I don't think we lived here long. We moved away after my parents lost the business and Dad left us not long after that. I should go. Mona stared at his face. Wait. I do remember you. The beard is new, right? Beckham chuckled. There you go. I wore it shorter back in the day and it wasn't this snowy color then either. I grow it long this time of year so's the kiddies think I'm Father Christmas. Gives me pleasure, them coming up to me on the street, in the stores, chatting to me like I'm the great elf himself. A child's entitled to believe. Oh, I don't know. The world's a tough place. Kids may as well learn it early on. No point in hanging on to magic. Mona shifted on the sofa. Hopes either. Big people, too, need hope. If you open your eyes, you can see magic and goodness all around. He waved his hand dismissively. I grant you, the world can be harsh. It's our job to push that darkness back. So, Mona Fiona from Barcelona, here you are at last. Nobody's called you that in a lot of years, I wager. That was my name for you and it made you smile, every time. Beckham raised a bushy eyebrow. Not today, I see. Where's your smile these days? What is there to smile about? Just a bunch of facial muscles contorting. He sank back in the wing chair. I can still see you. Must have been 5 years old, 6, maybe. You used to come sit on my bottom step right there and chatter like a sweet little bird. Told me every thought in your head. A girl with an imagination, I knew that right off, and a sharp mind. You were going to take on the world. I can still see your skinned knees and the way you'd chew on your braids when you were thinking hard on something. Sometimes Melody came, too, but more likely, she was home helping your mama. That sounds like her. Mona stiffened. She always was a suck-up, trying to make herself look good in front of everybody. Beckham continued as if she hadn't tried to interject. Then the other kiddies would come by and you'd be off and running, but never without a hug for old Beckham. I've missed you, gal. I remember you now. Mother used to fix a plate and have me run it over to you sometimes. You always seem to have time to listen to me. Mona sighed. People don't do that these days. After my accident, I turned into an old man, whittling on my porch, watching the world go by. You were a bright spot in my days. I loved you, Mona Fiona, like I loved your papa. He cleared his throat. I heard he's gone too soon. You must miss him like a piece of your heart fell off. Not really. Mona's hands clenched in her lap. Dad left us after we moved away. And then he died a few years ago. His third wife called to tell me, 2 months after the fact. That must have hurt. He was a good man, but lost in his own head. He was a real help to me those years ago. He's likely the reason I can still walk, the way he forced me to get back on my feet after the accident. He spent hours over here, helping me get the use of my legs again. They sent a nurse to teach me what to do to get my muscles and bones back on speaking terms, and your daddy stood right beside her, taking it all in. He made it his mission to see I got better. I didn't want to, mind you. I had enough pain in my life without hunting for more. Beckham absently rubbed his leg. Taskmaster, he was, insisting I had to do those fool exercises even when they hurt, encouraging me and telling me I couldn't give up. He said to be sure the scars went no deeper than skin deep. That sounds like him, full of silly adages. Mona wished he'd stopped talking. Who cared about an old man with an injury decades old? Beckham stared across the street. We talked, him and me, about what failure looked like. Plenty of time for gabbing. At first, we talked about what my life would look like if I quit them fool exercises. He said I had to keep trying, working at it so's I could walk again. And I told him to quit slinking around through life like he had something to hide. Get involved, I told him, be part of the townsfolk. He surprised me, turned around all choked up like. And he admitted his business was struggling and he was having trouble making ends meet. Felt like he was letting your mama down, and you girls, too. That one time, he bared his soul. A dark place, it was. I couldn't do much, but I offered to help, give him enough money to get him over the hump. I could have even called it a loan, so his pride wouldn't flare up like a peacock's feathers. He shook his head. I never had much use for money. So long as I have a roof over my head and some meat in my skillet, that's all I want. That's not much. Mona pulled her gloves off, rubbing warmth into her cold fingers. Figured, an old man with no ambition, the kind of person her father would have been drawn to. Did he take your money? Beckham shook his head. No, ma'am. He did not. Pride's been the downfall of many a man, and I guess your papa was one of them. Much as he encouraged me to seek help and take it when offered, he couldn't do it himself. Not long after, your family up and moved away. I've thought of him more times than I can count over the years. He left us soon after we moved away from here. Later, Mother said the business failed and he had a lot of debts. She said it was too much for him. She was so trusting. Gullible. Mona shrugged. But we were fine. Fine, you say? Your sister said your mother was never the same and died too young, likely of a broken heart. Those don't show up in the medical journals, but I know they're real. And I can see the toll living's taken on you by looking at your face. You're likely no good at trusting anybody, any more so than was your daddy. He eyed her, waiting. You ready to tell me what brings you back here? Mona looked away. None of his business, or why she'd avoided her do-gooder twin all these years either. He was just a nosy old man, the kind of person who lived a small life in a small town. Be that water under the bridge. Your papa had a way of hiding the truth, pretending nothing was amiss. And he was about as bad at it as you are. Seeing Mona's face redden, he went on. When he finally opened up, he told me he actually did have something to hide, a secret he hoped no one would ever find out. I don't know if he ever told you girls about it. I figure it colored the way he looked at the world. Seeing your face today, hard as it is, I wonder if knowing it now might be a help to you. This secret ain't mine for keeping no more. Mona grasped the old man's hand. What was it? A secret? What kind of secret? Chapter 27. Mona insisted, look, they're both gone, my parents. You can't hurt anybody by keeping any old secret. I'd appreciate you telling me whatever you know. Well, you know your folks were on the run. You know that much, right? Beckham studied her face. They never did tell you why you moved around so many times? Well, you're here, so it's up to me, I can see that. You're a grown lady now and I figure you have a right to know. Your papa said he and your mama decided when you and Melody were babies to move away from their hometown and start a new life. A new life, that's what he said, for his wife and twins. Trouble was, he never found the peace he needed. He shook his head. All those hours he spent bending my legs this way and that, we needed something to take my mind off the pain. At first when he began talking, I figured he was spinning a tale, then he came clean and told me all about it. He said he needed to keep you girls and your mama safe, best as he could, and that's why they were on the run. Seemed he was afraid the winter'd bring danger, like maybe he couldn't up and leave if he needed to. Snowed in is what we do around here. He said it were better I didn't know the details in case someone came asking after them. He coughed lightly, staring across the snowy lawn into times past. A man can't tell what he doesn't know and that's a fact. Are you serious? I never knew that. I know we moved a lot when I was little. Why were they running? What were they running from, I mean? It's a story, all right. I'm not sure you'll believe it. I did, I looked at your papa's eyes and I saw nothing but truth. You can tell when a man can't keep things bottled up anymore. And of course, you mama being so flittery, he had to wear a brave face in front of her. That's a man's duty, protect the womenfolk, but it does take a toll. He smiled. All right, all right. I can see you're impatient. You always were. I want you to tell me everything. Mona leaned forward. But first, whatever you think you know, does my sister know about it? Still competing for the biggest cookie, are you? Beckham chuckled. She knows, has known for many years. She moped a bit then decided it was up to her to find happiness, never mind what her old man did or didn't do. Sounds like Melody. Mona sniffed. She always was a Pollyanna. You taking a dar look at the world's goings-on, are you? I can see you lost your little girl trust over the years. Never mind me. I'm not a child. She waved her hand dismissively. Finish telling me. Yes, ma'am. I hear my marching orders. He threw a mock salute. Seems your daddy found himself in the wrong place, wrong time, as they say. He was working over at the mill up in Scottsville, working nights. He saw a man abusing a woman in an alley. Had her up against a wall. Made him mad, like it should. Your papa said he took a swing at the man. Lost control, like a prize fighter. No. My dad wasn't a violent man. He was that night. As he told it, the man fell back, hitting his head on the brickwork. The woman ran off and your daddy did, too. He heard on the radio the next morning a man had died in an alley, the same alley. The police were looking for the culprit. With no one there to see, it looked like a random attack. Well, if that's true and there were no witnesses, no one could blame Dad. It's not like he killed the guy on purpose. Beckham nodded. You could look at it that way. And maybe Jeff should have told the police what happened. At any rate, your papa said he couldn't stay there, going about his days, feeling like he was one step ahead of being found out. He said he never told your mama the details so she wouldn't worry. And what if she didn't want to live with anybody who'd killed a man? He just told her they were leaving town right quick. Your ma knew something was up, anybody would, but he didn't tell her. That's when your family moved here, but he never was at ease once the snow fell. He admitted he could still see the blood on the snow in his mind's eye, playing over and over, buzzing around his mind like a summer mosquito. I think the holding it inside ate at your papa, all those years. Jeff wasn't looking for forgiveness, that's a gift for people who seek it, but he never felt no remorse for what he did. After I heard what he did, I can't say I blame him. Well, I blame him. Mona snapped, him keeping that inside and moving us around like pieces on a game board wasn't right. It's like I've always said, the world is cruel. Not if you look for the bright spots. You sound like my sappy sister. She drummed her fingers. If the guy hitting his head was an accident, why didn't Dad just tell somebody? He was more of a wimp than I thought. No, lass. He wasn't afraid, just worried about keeping his family safe. He said he planned to go back to their hometown once the dust settled, but he never felt right doing that. He did let your mama take you away when the weather turned chill. Mona stood. I don't know why you're telling me all this. I can't do anything about it. The hardest thing about all this, from what I could tell, was what it did to your mama. Jeff said she wasn't the same woman. Beckham motioned her to take her seat. While he stretched my leg muscles from here to Mars and back, felt like, he opened up. He told me she used to be a laughing, happy woman, going to dances, working in the church, organizing things down at the school, a real go-getter. The Nan I knew was a wispy thing, scared of her own shadow, as likely to bust into tears as walk across a room. Mona sank back into her seat. I wish I could have known her then. It sounds like she was a different person. I loved her, don't get me wrong, but she was a bundle of nerves. Like her daughter? He raised an eyebrow. Is that why you hold on so tight, so you won't spin off like your mama? I have to protect myself. The world isn't a safe place. It's better not to allow myself to feel. That way, I can't get hurt. I can see you lost your faith in humanity along your path. And why wouldn't I? My own father abandoned me and now you're saying he was a killer. He didn't love me enough to tell me any of this, just walked out of my life. Well, I didn't care then and I don't care twice as much now. Mona lowered her head and blurted, I let myself care, once. In college. There was a man who I thought loved me. We were going to marry, have children, a cottage with a white picket fence, the whole 9 yards. He left me in the dust, me and my foolish hopes. And now, oh, never mind. No one cares what I think. Seems like the world left a hard stamp on you and that's a shame. I will say, any man who couldn't see the woman you are didn't deserve you. That's just what people say. Mona brushed his words aside with a swipe of her hand. When the man I thought loved me broke off our engagement, I retreated. I have to keep myself safe. The world is dangerous. And full of pleasures and adventure and dreams, Beckham observed. It's not as harsh as you think. That man is in the past. That bridge has sailed, so to say, but if you open your heart, you'll see glorious things ahead of you. Not for me. Your sister will be mighty glad to see you, I know that for a fact. Melody has missed you like a hole in her heart. Her father left her, too, you know, and then her mama passed, same as you. The only blood relative she has left is her sister, her twin. You. She'll be happier than a kitten in a dairy barn to see you. I doubt that. I'm not here to see Melody. I'm not going to let her know I'm here. She's not why I came to Troy. What did bring you back, lassie? Beckham waited for an answer. Mona examined a thread on her coat. A log in the fireplace popped. At last, she spoke. I have to stop someone. If I control things, they don't spin out of control. Father left me. Thad left me. I can't lose Abby, too. I have to control people. Control people? Beckham snorted. You're not that powerful, my dear girl. You can't control the universe. The world rolls on day by day. We're just passengers on the planet. People, that's what matters. Relationships. Family. Go see your sister. I don't have to see Melody. You say family matters, but where was she when Thad broke my heart? I tried to talk to her, but she kept going on about how mother had always wanted grandchildren, and here I was, letting her down like I always did. As if that helped. Melody didn't care. Mona snapped, you said I don't trust people, and you're right. I've lost so many people I care about, I have to hang on tight to the ones I have left, the ones who matter. Your sister matters. She needs you. Beckham stroked his white beard. You always were a headstrong girl, even as a child. Make up your mind and never change it, that's what I used to think. Still the same, I see. But if you change your mind this one time, she's living in the big house where your family used to live. She bought it some years back. The big house on Ash? Melody bought our family's house? Mona stared. How could she do that? Why is she here, anyway? I could ask you the same thing. What brings you here? You didn't say. There's this woman. She's trying to take my best friend, my only friend, away from me. I have to stop her. Stop her? Why are you trying to live somebody else's life? Don't be banging your shin on a stool that's not in the way. But I don't expect an answer, any more than Melody knows what brought her back here. She thinks she's running a sleeping place for traveling folks. But I do. I have known for years. Deep down, she's hoping you'd find her in the last place you were both happy, where your family was together. And here you are. Beckham slowly pulled himself to his feet. Seeing you again makes my heart smile, but it's time for me to watch Green Acres on the television. I've seen every episode so many times, I can recite the words right along with the actors. Getting old. He held out his arms. Got a hug for an old man, Mona Fiona from Barcelona? Chapter 28. On the sidewalk, Mona shivered and pulled her collar up around her neck. After the warmth of Beckham's small living room, the icy air coiled around her like a living entity, squeezing the breath from her lungs. She turned toward Ash Street. I have to sleep somewhere tonight. I'll catch up with Jane the Pain in the morning. In this weather, how far can she have gone? She glared at the holiday decorations as she walked around the block, wreaths on every lamppost, red ribbons on doorways, fat snowflakes dancing in the warm light spilling from the windows of every house she passed. Maybe I should see Melody for a minute, since I'm right here in Troy. At the corner of Taylor Street and Marsh Avenue, she reconsidered. I'm not up to any mushy old family reunion. I haven't seen Melody in years, why start now? I'll get a hot drink then find a hotel. She ducked into a diner on the corner and slid into a booth by the steamy window. A smiling woman in a Christmas-patterned apron hurried to the table with a dog-eared menu. You poor dear, out on such a bitter cold night. Cold enough to freeze penguins, if we had any. I'll bring a cup of hot cocoa to warm your insides, then you can tell me what you'd like to eat. She bustled away before Mona could get a word out. No way would I eat anything in a place like this. Mona pushed the greasy menu aside. I'm better off cooking my own food. At least then I know it's safe. A sudden memory flashed through her mind. Over there on those very bar stools, the three of them sat with milkshakes in front of them. As usual, Melody sat between Mona and their mother, talking up a storm about some project or other. She was always going on about designing a hotel or flying to the moon or something. Mona seldom listened to her incessant chatter. Mother, however, focused, nodding, not reacting when Melody swiped the cherry from Mona's milkshake and popped it in her ever-talking mouth. Mother reached over and swiped a dab of whipped cream from Mona's face before turning back to Melody. Melody, the outgoing one, the funny one, the smart one. Always Melody. Mother never listened to me, never cared about what I wanted to show her or tell her. I barely existed. The old resentment washed over Mona, heat rushing to her face, even as she knew that wasn't entirely true. She startled as the woman set a steaming cup of cocoa in front of her. So much whipped cream, like I'm a child. You're here at a great time. The woman beamed. The town Christmas tree lighting is in an hour and they'll be caroling, too. I'll fix you some supper then close up for the night so I can get myself down there. Caroling? In this weather? It must be 5 degrees out there. And it's only November 14th. Mona shrugged. Sounds hokey to me. Not at all. Troy knows how to do up Christmas right. You really should go. It's at the town square, just around the corner and down 2 blocks. If you walk fast, you'll be warm enough. Not my kind of thing. Mona scooped the whipped cream into the saucer then pushed the cup away. Is there a hotel near here? I know it's a small town, but is there anywhere to stay? The roads are pretty bad. Oh, yes, it's lovely, isn't it? I think the falling snow makes everything feel like Christmas, like being inside one of those snow globes. A woman moved back here and opened a charming little inn just a couple of blocks away. It's called the Do Come Back and I must say, it's delightful. I'd be happy to give Melody a call for you. Seeing a cloud cross Mona's face, she apologized. There isn't another place to stay for miles, I'm afraid. You'd like the owner of the Do Come Back, everyone does. I'm sure. Mona rubbed her forehead, another headache was brewing. I must say, you favor her. Why, you could be her twin, except Melody smiles all the time. Wait, are you her sister? She said she had a twin, but, the woman turned her head away and wiped her hands on her apron. Now, about your supper. What can I get you? I don't want anything from you, from anybody. Without another word, Mona stalked across the diner and into the cold night. In the short time she'd been in the diner, snow had drifted against the side of her car. She pushed forward, filling her boots with snow before she reached the driver's side door. Deciding trying to drive on through the snowstorm would be futile, as well as dangerous, she turned on her heel and headed down Ash Street. I'll think more clearly after I get some rest. With any luck, she won't recognize me. The car's not going anywhere, not in this weather. Wrapping her scarf around her face against the bitter wind, Mona approached the house where she'd lived as a child. Great. With my luck, this blizzard will get worse overnight. What could be worse than being marooned with Melody? The one good thing about not being able to go onward is that neither could Jane, wherever she was. She'd lost her earlier this afternoon. If Jane had any brains at all, she'd have hunkered down somewhere until the storm passed. Even wild creatures know to do that. The Do Come Back in sign shone in the dark, snowflakes dancing in the light. Night came on suddenly this time of year and most of the curtains were open in the windows. Grudgingly, Mona admitted the place looked appealing. Like one of those sappy Christmas cards, the ones that get glitter everywhere when you open the envelope. The whole town looks like a Hallmark movie set reject, if you like that sort of thing. Who lives like this? She kicked an icicle from the mailbox, decorated with grinning reindeer wearing stocking caps, and trudged up the walk pausing a few feet from the old porch where she used to play with her paper dolls. Dreaming of being a fashion designer, she tugged her scarf around her chin and shivered again. I'm not nervous. My heart's just pounding from all the walking. She flexed her sweaty fingers in their gloves. Through the kitchen window, Melody's silhouette moved smoothly from table to stove, stirring something in a pot. Melody cooking, that's a joke. Mother had always said Melody was the creative one, the clever one, the darling talented one, and most of the household chores fell to Mona, at least, that's the way she remembered it. When had Melody learned to turn on a stove, let alone cook anything? Melody raised her eyes to the window and froze. Although she couldn't hear through the glass, Mona recognized a scream when she saw one. Melody flung open the door, hurried down the walk, and enveloped her in a bear hug. It's really you. Meg from the diner called me and I didn't believe her. You're really here. Come in, come in. I'm warming some soup for you. The rolls will be out of the oven soon. My own sister, home at last. Come in, out of this dreadful weather. She pulled Mona into the warm kitchen. Let go of me. You're getting flour on my sleeve. Mona surveyed the bright room. What have you done to this place? It sure wasn't this color when I lived here. Those beige walls were depressing. I thought orange would be cheerier. Melody hugged Mona again. I'm so glad you're here. I always hoped you'd come back to stay. You can't go wrong with a neutral. Mona sniffed. I'm not staying. Well, if you have an extra bed, I'll take it, just until the snow stops. And I'll pay well, of course. What kind of forsaken town only has one inn? That's just what my accountant said. Ideal business model, that's what it is, filing a need. Melody laughed merrily. And, of course, you're staying. As long as you can and don't even think of paying. Why, your family. Oh, I've waited so long for you to come home. This isn't my home. Mona ignored her grumbling stomach. Are you sure you have an extra room? Yes, of course, it's a bed and breakfast, that's what I do. Melody ladled steaming soup into a bowl. Actually, I only have one other guest tonight. The off-season, you know. And the snow keeps tourists away. Hang your coat over on that hook. Come sit down and eat. Oh, I can't believe you're really here. I feel like pinching myself. I kept telling myself, if I go back to where we were happy as children, Mona will come back. And here you are. You're prattling on, going on like you used to do. Mona sniffed the soup dubiously. You always were the small-town type, not me. I'm just delighted to see you. Plum delighted. Eat up, there's more where that came from. Oh, the rolls are done. Melody pulled a pan from the oven, releasing the yeasty warm fragrance into the kitchen. None for me. I'm avoiding carbs. Mona dipped her spoon into the thick soup. This isn't bad, considering. What's that? You avoid carbohydrates? At Christmas? No cookies or fruitcake or even plum pudding. Well, never mind all that. You're here and that's what matters. Melody smoothed her apron and replaced her brief frown with a smile. Oh, my goodness gracious, would you look at the streetlight? Snow coming down to beat the band. If this keeps up, we'll have us a real white Christmas like in the old days. Mona shrugged. So long as I can get back on the road in the morning, I don't care. What? You can't leave so soon, Melody protested. You just arrived. Quit telling me what to do. You always told me what to do and I'm not taking it. Oh, I'm sorry. You seem a little prickly. Must be from driving. Melody took a seat across the red check table. We have so much to catch up on. I don't even know where you live these days. I was so sad when you moved and I didn't have your address. My own sister and I didn't know where you were. We can stay up all night talking like we used to do. That wasn't me. You stayed up talking to your friends on sleepovers. I did. You'll at least go to the Christmas tree lighting in the town square with me, won't you? It starts in, 20 minutes from now. Eat up and let's go. I'm not interested in any well, I can't let my own sister miss out. Let me show you where you'll be sleeping tonight, then we'll bundle up and head out. You'll love it, I'm sure. It's just like stepping into an old-fashioned Christmas movie. I must insist. Mona heaved a sigh. Same old Melody, bossing her around. Well, I'll be gone by morning and never see her again. Let me wash my hands before we go. A few minutes later, Mona followed Melody to the town square where a small crowd surrounded a darkened Christmas tree in a circle of light. This is stupid. The snow is still falling and I'm cold. Why are we standing out here freezing, just to see a dark tree? I'm going back. You can't leave now. Melody grabbed her arm. Silly. They light the tree after a countdown. You'll love it. Listen, the music is starting. Oh, what child is this? You can't go wrong with what child is this? Look, the snow is falling faster. Isn't it gorgeous, the way all those Christmas lights above us shine in the darkness? Must be 500 strands of lights overhead, not counting the ones on the tree itself. It's a terrible waste of electricity. Maybe if we move closer, those people can block the wind. Mona pulled her collar up and scanned the group singing along with tinny Christmas music wafted from unseen speakers. They must be crazy, standing outdoors on a night like this. She blinked. Can't be. Left of the gazebo, a woman in a familiar coat turned in the wan streetlight caught her face. Jane. In Abby's good coat. Mona turned her back, her heart pounding. Well, would you look at that? I don't know how she got here before me, but I can stop her for good now. Mel, I'm just going to walk around a little to, warm up. Oh, that's fine, good idea, get your blood circulating. I'll wait for you right here. Melody called to someone. Yoo-hoo, Jennifer. How's your dear aunt? Mona slipped to the edge of the light, keeping her face averted. She slowly followed the extension cord snaking toward a gray electrical box near the telephone pole and knelt on the icy concrete. It didn't take long. The knot of people, happily calling to friends, didn't look her way. A couple of minutes later, Mona moved back into the circle of light. She crammed her freezing hands back into her gloves. Oh, come all ye faithful rang across the town square. Melody scanned the singing crowd and beckoned to her with a jaunty wave. Hurry, now, the tree lights always turn on at the end of Joy to the World. I'm so happy. My very own sister is home at last. It really feels like Christmas now. Mona didn't reply. Keeping her face averted, she watched Jane. Her head thrown back, Jane laughed at something a perfect stranger said to her. Foolish woman. Mona growled under her breath. I warned you to stay home. You have responsibilities. At the last note of the familiar carol, Christmas lights rolled up snaked up the giant tree, bulbs twinkling, pushing back the darkness. The crowd applauded amid oohs and ahs. A split second later, the Christmas tree went dark, then fingers of flame licked the branches, threatening to engulf the tree. A woman screamed. Someone ran to get a fire extinguisher from a nearby building. Sparks cascaded from strings of overhead Christmas lights, gay bulbs exploding in the sudden power surge. 2 strands fell across Jane's back and she fell to the ground, covering her face with her arms. Bystanders gasped then rushed to help while others stepped back, mesmerized. Live wires danced on the icy pavement like snakes on a hot tin roof. The music crackled then went silent. A child shouted, Mommy, you didn't tell me there'd be fireworks, too. Chapter 29. Come along, children, and watch your step. There's broken glass everywhere. It's hard to see with all the snow. Mothers hustled their young ones to safety, away from the flaming tree. Mona strained to see how badly Jane was hurt, but several people in the churning crowd blocked her view. In a moment, the circle around Jane cleared. Mona saw her brush glass shards from her coat, red streaking down her face. Dazed, Jane spied Mona in the crowd of concerned townspeople. You. How did you FND me? Come with me, dear, let's get you cleaned up before that blood freezes on your face. I feel responsible. You're a guest in our fine town. Melody pulled Jane to her feet and down the sidewalk, apparently forgetting her sister. Jane craned her neck to see Mona one last time. Mona faltered, her eyes wide. She brushed falling ash from the lapel of her coat. What have I done? What was Melody doing with Jane? The way she had her arm around Jane, she clearly knows her. I needed to stop Jane, but I never intended to really hurt her. All that blood on her head. A distant siren's keening brought those lingering to their senses. Whatever had happened was in the hands of trained professionals now. People turned toward their homes, heads bowed against the falling snow, all thoughts of bright caroling fled. You come with me. A woman took her arm firmly. You're young Mona, aren't you? I knew you right away. I was coming to speak to you when I saw what you did with the electrical box. That woman could have been seriously injured or worse. That fire could have spread, taken out downtown. You have some explaining to do. Let go of me. Mona focused on her coat sleeve, firmly in the woman's grasp. Do I know you? Of course, you do. I'm Miss Maple. The fire truck parked at the curb and figured leaped out, running with extinguishers in their hands. Miss Maple? From 4th grade? Yes, I was your teacher. Come along now. The fire truck's here and they'll have it well in hand. You come with me. Her tone brooked no argument. Dazed, Mona allowed herself to be steered down a side street and into a warm house. I'll put the kettle on. You take some deep breaths, then tell me what on earth possessed you this evening. Miss Maple pressed a frosted cookie into her hand. You came back after many years just to ruin the town's Christmas caroling? I saw you do something to the electrical box. Sabotage, I'd call it. There must be more to the story. I expect you to tell me. Mona stared at the smiling Santa in her hand, then set it on the table as if it was on fire. I avoid carbs. Stuff and nonsense. Eat the cookie. It'll do you good. Your soul needs it, even if you don't know it. Miss Maple poured tea into a delicate cup and added 3 spoons of sugar. Sugared and stirred. Drink up. Good girl. Now, tell me what you're doing in Troy after so long. Come to see your sister, I'm certain, but the episode with the I'm not here to see Melody, Mona spat. Why do people keep saying that? Did you see the way she acted at the town square, holding court like always, her head thrown back laughing like she always does? It reminded me why I've stayed away all these years. She's such a do-gooder. I saw her take Jane home. It'd be just like her to take her from me. She always took what I wanted. Why'd you come all the way back here if not to see your only kin? Miss Maple leaned in. Who's Jane? Mona, I'm waiting for an answer. Feeling every bit a 4th grader all over again, Mona took a deep breath. There's this woman, I need to stop her once and for all. She's ruining my life. When I saw her tonight, it'll sound silly if I say it out loud. Say it anyway. The teacher nodded encouragement. Tell it all to Miss Maple like you used to do. Ruining your life sounds pretty dramatic, but I expect you to tell me. There's this woman, a friend of my roommate. We work at the same place. Jane. She had a problem with her house and went off the deep end, and decided to have an adventure, waving her arms and hollering in glee. Instead of staying there to find a new home and keep up with her work responsibilities, she took off with her purple binder in hand, determined to experience every silly thing on every single page. A bucket list, she calls it. What gives her the right to do that? I sure wouldn't. Mona shook her head. The words of her mother rang in her mind. Keep your expectations low. That's not for the likes of you. Just keep your head down and work hard. Life will pass by. Don't make any ripples. Just once, Mona longed to make a ripple. Why should Jane have all the fun? What if she dared to stretch, to reach, to enjoy life and throw caution to the winds just once? Just once, Mona longed to make a ripple. Why should Jane have all the fun? What if she dared to stretch, to reach, to enjoy life and throw caution to the winds just once? Go on. Well, I can see the bad influence she's being on Abby. Abby's my roommate, my friend, my only friend in the world. If I don't stop her, who knows what Abby might do? She laughs when she's with Jane, like she thinks Jane is doing the right thing. She doesn't laugh with me. I'm worried Abby might take off like Jane did. And then I'd be all alone again. Now to see Jane running around following her silly bucket list like she has a right and as happy as it just galls me, that's all. Mona spoke faster. She's a nobody. That happiness, it should have been mine. I made up my mind to stop her. I've been following her. It wasn't hard, not with my computer skills. Jane's pretty gullible, which is another reason she needs to stay home, where it's safe and predictable. And boring. That's not how life is supposed to be lived. She's taking happiness you think should have been yours, you say? Well, when you say it like that, Mona stared at the floor. I know how this goes. You start to wondering if there's enough happiness in the world for everybody who wants a piece of it. Thinking you'd best grab as much as you can, even if you don't know what to do with it. I used to be like you, thinking I had to hard scrabble to get what's mine, trampling on the souls of anybody in my way. It took me a lot of years to unlearn that. Miss Maple sighed. I turned away from a lot of potential happiness just because it didn't exactly fit my image of what it should be. And look at me now. 71 years old, all alone, still teaching, with no family of my own. Some of my students are the grandchildren of my first students. All these years and I have nothing to show for it. She paused. Ah, little one, don't you know how things work? There's plenty of happiness for anyone who's brave enough to reach for it. The world's full of it, if you know where to look. Others being happy doesn't take away from you. If anything, their being happy makes the world a tiny bit brighter, and that's a good thing, see? Sounds like hooey to me. Mona crushed a cookie crumb with her thumb. Give it a try. Let this Jane woman live her own life as she sees fit. You only go around once, so grab that brass ring. Remember I always told my class that? I still do. I wasted my life, but you mustn't waste yours. The brass ring? I remember. Mona pulled on her gloves. No. No, I can't. I won't. I've come too far. I have to stop Jane, once and for all. You certainly slowed her down this evening. You'd be better off living your own life and letting her live hers as she sees fit. Ms. Maple glanced at the clock on the wall. It's late. I'm sure Melody has a place for you to stay. Go see your family. I don't have any family. Your folks are gone, that's true, but I know your sister would give her favorite arm to see you again. Your leaving hit her hard and she's never quit looking for you. Melody looked for me? Mona raised her eyes to meet hers. She most certainly did. She had the whole town helping her follow your tracks. She even hired a detective. Overpaid him, by my view, but she was desperate to find her sister. Her twin. You. After what I did tonight, she won't want to have anything to do with me. Mona blinked back tears. The whole town will know what an awful person I am. You are not an awful person. You behaved badly this evening, true, but there's not much on earth that cannot be put right. I'm afraid. I know, dear. I remember you being a brave little girl in my class all those years ago. Be brave now. Miss Maple patted her hand. Go see your sister. It'll do you both good. Chapter 30. Mona slogged through the shin-deep snow up Ash Street, her heart an anchor in her chest. She paused outside the do come back in. Through the window, she saw Melody bustling back and forth in the kitchen. Jane sat at the table, holding a cloth to her head. Where did Jane get the courage to live her own life on her own terms? How come she's bold enough to try new things? Who am I to stop her from finding happiness, whatever that looks like? Mona hiccuped. I hate my life, what I've become. She tapped on the kitchen door. Melody opened the door with a frown. You? Did you really cause all that commotion? It's cold out there. You'd better come in. As Mona shook the snow from her hood and entered, Jane backed into a corner. How did you find me, here of all places? I thought you'd never find me in a tiny town. Find you? Melody frowned, hands on ample hips. Do you two know each other? Do we ever? Jane nodded, flinching at the pain. I have to get out of here. She tried to kill me. Now, we'll talk all this out. For now, let's begin nicely, shall we? Introductions are at hand. Melody pulled Jane to the table and motioned Mona to take a seat. Jane here is my guest. Mona is my twin, my long-lost sister, who's come home at last. Now, how do you know one another? What are the odds of meeting here in Troy? Your sister? Jane bolted to her feet. You've been following me. It was you all along. I knew you resented me, but I have to leave right now. Mona reached out her hand. Jane, I've been selfish and wicked and I can't hope you'll forgive me. Stay. I won't hurt you. Jane, you're not going anywhere. Nobody's going anywhere, not tonight. It's getting late and the roads aren't safe. I insist you stay overnight at least. Melody looked from Mona to Jane and back. You too, oh, goodness, sit down, both of you. I'm sure we can work this out. Let me get some more cookies and hot cocoa. We can work out this little misunderstanding. Mona, I know you wouldn't hurt anyone. You don't know me at all. Mona sighed. I'm not the sweet little girl I used to be. That's for sure. Jane stood again. I have to go. No, I'm the one who ruined everything. You stay, I'll go. Tears filled Mona's eyes. What have I done? What would father and mother think of what I've become? I even ruined the Christmas caroling. Never you mind. We sing at the town gazebo every night until Christmas. If the tree is ruined, they'll get another. Melody folded her arms across her ample chest. I'm sure whatever happened at the town square can be fixed once daylight comes. And I'm not letting either of you leave, not this late, not with the weather forecast calling for more snow overnight. I'm not staying here one more minute, not now that I know it was you who's been trying to wreck my life. Mona blocked the door. I've been following you. And I hacked your phone. I admit that. I took pictures of your stupid bucket list binder pages so I knew where you'd be off to next. You wouldn't listen to me. I was just trying to help. I had to protect you. Protect me? You nearly got me killed. Jane pointed at the raw wound on her forehead. Who uses Christmas lights as a weapon? Why are you after me, anyway? I want you to have a good, stable life. I want you safe, not out in the unpredictable world. Change is bad. Everything changes, can't you see that? Jane lowered her voice. The world is a glorious place with good people and interesting things, and the fact that it's unpredictable is what makes it great. I can't be kept in a box. Melody pursed her lips. Mona, you remember how Dad was always pruning the willow tree because he didn't like its shape? It wasn't meant to be an elm tree. Jane's supposed to make her own way in the world, same as everybody else. She's a freestanding young woman, perfectly capable of figuring out her own path in life. Quit meddling, trying to shape her into an elm tree. I see that now. I'm so sorry and I won't interfere again. I promise I'll let you do whatever you want. I'll even help you. Mona swept her hand across the table. Oh, I've made a mess of everything. Nothing that can't be made right. Isn't that so, Jane? Melody pleaded. It's nearly Christmas, a time of goodwill to all. Can't we just, who can that be at this time of night? I don't have any more guests booked for tonight. She hurried to answer the front door. Well, Jane heaved a huge sigh. I'm willing to start over. But let me live my own life and quit following me, will you? Count on it. I'll have a big red reset button the size of that. Mona pointed at a red ornament on Melody's Christmas tree. You're not the only one with an imagination. If this is the new you, I like it. Jane blinked. Do you hear that? It sounds like, it can't be. Share. Jane, your head. Is that blood? Are you okay? What is going on here? You missed some excitement tonight. Jane grinned. I can't tell you how glad I am to see you here. Melody poured another cup of hot cocoa. Isn't this nice, all together? With you all talking at once, it's clear you already know each other, anybody can see that, but I need an introduction. I'm Melody, Mona's twin sister. Mona, you never said you had a twin. Abby cupped the mug with both hands. I know. That was wrong. In college, I was determined to stand on my own 2 feet, not in Melody's shadow. Mona hung her head. And then time just passed. Mel, this is Abby, my friend. We share an apartment and work in the same office. With Jane. Not for long, Abby sang out. Have you heard from Sam? He called me before I left Dad's place. What did Sam say? Mona interjected. Are we needed back at the office? I knew it. He said he'd been trying to call you both. I guess the snow messed with the lines or something. I have some ideas, I thought about it on the road, and I wanted to run it by you, Jane. I didn't expect to find you both here. What do you mean, not for long? Mona leaned in, her brow furrowed. What's going on? Sam said the big boss from Indianapolis, he called him the grand boss, flew in and had a meeting. All the staff and we weren't there. Mona held her head in her hands. Not one of us. I knew it was wrong to take time off. I knew it. But when Abby went to her dad's place, I figured that was my chance to stop Jane. Oh, how stupid was I? I should have been at the office. We all should have. If you can quit lamenting like a cartoon character, I want to hear what Sam said. Jane flinched as a wave of pain surged through her head. Abby, go on. Well, there's a big shakeup coming. Sam said over the next 3 months, the company is going to phase in new contracts. It'll be more retail, less law-based, and they'll be bringing in a bunch of data entry interns. Sam said it sounded like fluff work, not at all the skilled research we've been doing all along, but the boss seemed sure it'll bring in more money, long term. I don't want to work with a bunch of giggling interns, Mona protested. It gets worse. Abby reached for a cookie on the oilcloth-covered table. Good. It's never too early for Christmas cookies. Sam talked to the head honcho's assistant. You know he's not subtle. I guess he cornered the guy in the men's room. He told Sam they did this same transition in Baltimore 2 years and it was a train wreck from the employee's standpoint. He said they used the skilled team to train the new interns then fired the old ones within a year. They can pay the new hires a lot less, and that's how the company makes more money. Is that even ethical? Jane asked. Who cares about ethics? What that means is, we'll be out on our ears. I knew something bad was going to happen. Now, Mona, don't be so negative. Often the dawn comes after the dark. Melody slid the plate of cookies closer to Mona. I have no idea what that means. Mona pushed it away. You always were so cockeyed optimistic. You can harp at your sister later, okay? Abby held up her hand. I told you, I was thinking while I was driving. I had an idea. Jane, you're my inspiration. I don't have a bucket list binder, but I've always dreamed of being my own boss. Now's our chance. Rather than putting up with the status quo, which we agree we're going to hate, why not start our own business? Together, we 3. That's a good idea. A slow smile spread across Jane's face. We certainly have the skills, and if the company's turning to retail, there'll be an increased need for the law-based work we know so well. It'd be a lot better than job hunting. We already work well together and there's no guarantee a different company would hire us all. You're dreaming. We don't have the money to start a new business. And I'm sure Jane won't want to work with me. Mona lowered her head. Not after what I did. I can manage, so long as you stay in your own lane and let me live my life as I see fit. And keep your big red reset button in mind. Jane sat back in her chair. But the money is going to be a problem. Starting a business is spendy, even without much overhead. No, that's the best news. Abby smiled. Sam said the guy told him it'd be best to jump ship sooner rather than later. Get out before even the rats know the ship is sinking, he said. In Baltimore, the company offered a deal. He says they're going to do the same thing in our case. They said anyone who wasn't willing to make the transition was offered a severance package of 3 months' pay. Only a few employees took the offer, and the ones who did even bargained for a full half-year's pay. If we 3 pooled our money, that'd get us through until we build up a customer base of our own. So we have an insider's knowledge. This could actually work to our advantage. Jane grinned. I love this idea. You know, we can work from anywhere. Living in the city is so expensive. The kind of work we do doesn't even require a face-to-face customer base. It can all be done online. True, and I know computers well. Too well, maybe. Mona shot a rueful glance at Jane's head. You could all move here, to Troy. Melody clapped her hands. Don't look at me like that. All 3 of you were happy here at one time. Why not reclaim that happiness? I'd have my own sister nearby. Troy is a nice town with low overhead. You can start your new business right here. It's perfect. And it's closer to my parents. Dad's doing fine, but I know he and Mom will need more help down the road. Abby asked, what do you think, girls? It's a great idea. Let's do it. Jane high-fived Abby. I'm in, on one condition. Oh, Mona, what is it with you? Jane frowned. Can't you, just once, be agreeable? I am being agreeable. The new me, remember? I was thinking about Sam. He's a good guy, we know he's a hard worker, and he has the accounting skills we'd need. With that young family of his, he could use steady work. Let's hire him on, not as a partner, necessarily. With him taking some of the workload, it'd give us some free time. We can even ask him, while he's still at the office, to start making lists of law-based clients. It's not unethical if the company isn't servicing their needs anymore, right? Brilliant idea. Jane blinked. But did you actually say you want some free time? You're not the only one with dreams, let me tell you. Why, I may buy my own purple binder one of these days. When the laughter subsided, Melody declared, this calls for a celebration. The snow has stopped, a plow went by while you were all talking, and it's past supper time. Let's all go out for a nice dinner before the snow picks up again. My treat. Eat in public, with people around us? Mona balked. I never. Well, you should. I've learned most people are good and new foods are fun to try. Jane glanced at her watch. While you 3 talk it over, I'm going to call my former landlord and I'm going to enjoy that call. Pick a restaurant. Anything but Chinese. I've had enough fortune cookies for one lifetime. The end. If you enjoyed MisFortune cookies, please subscribe and leave a comment. They mean more than you know and can even be anonymous. And look for other books by Deb Graham on Amazon, plus other free audiobooks on YouTube. Thanks. Other books by Deb Graham. Available in ebook, paperback, and audiobook formats. Who's After Josie Malone? I'd give anything to be in your shoes. One Daughter at a Time. Times and Seasons. The Ghost in the Bakery. Martha's Cove. Santa Clay. The Dim-Witted Hitman, a Cruise Crime. The Cookie Cutter Legacy. Murder on Deck, a cruise novel. Peril in Paradise, a cruise novel. Tips from the Cruise Addict's Wife. More tips from the Cruise Addict's Wife. Mediterranean Cruise with the Cruise Addict's Wife. Alaskan Cruise by the Cruise Addict's Wife. Hand Me That Hand Pie. You Can't Write by Committee. Busy Kids, Happy Kids. How to Write Your Story. How to Complain, and Get What You Deserve. Hungry Kids Campfire Cookbook. On a Stick. Quick and Clever Kids Crafts. Awesome Science Experiments for Kids. Savory Mug Cooking. Uncommon Household Tips.